dipole bonds or covalent bonds. Please, whatever you do with that information is your problem. Thank you. We'll start our sponsorship presentations with Access Bank Ghana Limited, right? All right, so let's receive them with a clap as they come. Thank you very much. They will introduce themselves when they come.
Okay, good morning. Okay, so my name is Eric Jassa from Access Bank. I'm here with my colleague, Ajua Danso. She's going to take the presentation on our behalf. We are very happy with this partnership, and we are happy to be here. We are grateful for the opportunity you guys have given to us. So we are here to sell our products to you, and then we'll sign you on as new customers of Access Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ajua once again, and I'm presenting on behalf of Access Bank. Good morning. Okay. So at Access Bank, our vision is to be the world's most respected bank. The outline for our presentation is that addressing your needs and why you should switch to Access Bank and what our value proposition is. At Access Bank, we recognize the role you play in the country and how you're helping in the nation's growth with a deep understanding of the diverse needs of this excellent association and its members. So we know that you require easy access to financial solutions at the best of convenience. And you also require security and trust with the products or the services you attain from us. We know that our customers definitely want excellent experiences and easy access to relationships with their bank. The value that we should give you at the most affordable prices. And then we have our financial products and services. So why switch to Access Bank? Definitely we have personal loans for everyone. We have credit card, mortgage, and vehicle, or what we all know as the auto loan. Okay, so for our personal loan services, we have a threefold offer where we have payday loans, what is actually a salary advance, where you can get access to easy and quick cash within 2 minutes before your salary actually comes. So it's just a code, *901 *11#. Then you get the amount you're eligible to, and then you're able to access the loan in less than 2 minutes. Then we also have the personal loan, also backed by your salary, with an interest rate currently of 16.5%, facility fee 1.5%, processing fee 1.5%, and the insurance of 1%. You can get up to 500,000 for 60 months, depending on your salary range. Then we also have what we call the Pick Now, Pay Later. So for those of us who maybe you're moving into a new apartment, you want to get home appliances and stuff like that, but you're short on cash, we can help you get those items, and you pay over a period of 6 months to 18 months, with the first 6 months being interest-free. Okay, then we also have the vehicle loans. I'm sure we have a lot of vehicle vendors here with us today. We can help you buy the car, and you pay over a period of maximum of 5 years at your own convenience. The interest rate is 15% if your salary is domiciled with Access Bank, and with facility fees of 1%, processing 1%, and then credit insurance 1%. If your salary is not with Access Bank, we still can serve you, but you're going to get an interest rate of 18% per annum, and facility fees of 1.5, processing 1.5, and then the credit insurance of 1%. So if your salary is not, even if your salary is not with us, so far as you have a salary being paid monthly, you give us evidence of that, we can still give you the loan. Then the loan protection insurance and an insurance on the vehicle, then we need an undertaking from your employer. Okay. So we go to our credit cards. So for the credit card, it's valid for 2 years, interest rates of 2.5% per month for Ghana cedi dominated cards. The billing cycle is 30 days, but if you get a new card, the billing cycle is 40 days for the first month. So an extra 10 days for that. The minimum amount due, at least 20% must be paid on or before the payment due date. Then the payment due date is 10th of every month. You can do multi-currency transactions, that is transactions online as well, it will go through. If you want to withdraw from the ATM, that's also possible, at most 50 times a day. And then for website and POS transactions, 100 times a day. Then for the daily transactions, for ATM is 10,000 cedis you can withdraw at the ATM. For POS, 50,000 for the gold card, and then platinum, 100,000. Online, the same. So basically, with our credit cards, we encourage you to spend more with Access Bank. Get a home of up to $500,000 cedi equivalent at the prevailing rate, or 5 million Ghana cedis, sorry. You can buy a home, we have equity release, we have off-plan mortgage, that's your building and you need help funding. And we also have pension-backed mortgages with a maximum tenure of 15 years. The pricing for our mortgage plans is 18% per annum. Facility and processing fee, 1% each, and credit insurance, 1%. So you have your salary domiciled with us to access this loan, credit life insurance, property insurance, a legal mortgage over the property being financed, and of course, the employer's undertaking. It's very important. Okay, so for the home purchase, that's to assist salaried workers, self-employed individuals also, to buy new homes, right? So the repayment to your income is not more than 50%. The maximum facility limit is up to 80% of the property price. Then for equity release, not more than 50% of your monthly net income is still going to be deducted. And for the maximum facility limit, also 50% of the property price. That's, you want to use your home as mortgage for a loan, up to 50% of the price of the house we can give you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, please? Any questions? Okay. So it means I can come to you and open an account and we get started, right? Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Access Bank. Next, we have Zonda to give us a presentation. But before they come in, would kindly like for you to fill the seats that are empty. If there are any empty seats in front of you, kindly fill them for us. This is a humble plea from the media men. They need the seats filled so that it would look beautiful. Please, let's try to move forward. Also, if your car number plate happens to be GN 143221. Kindly, we need you outside to repark the car as it has blocked some other cars. GN 143221. GN 143221. Kindly help us. Before Zonda comes in, we would invite NMJ to give us a presentation. NMJ, please. Let's give it up to them as they come. MNG. Please forgive me. MNG. Please, let's give it up to them.
Thank you. I hope it's not really trying to go to Register General to change MNJ's name. Yeah, for the past 15 years, MNG has been with Ghana Medical Association. Any place that you had your AGM, you have been coming there to support and try to let you also see what we are doing. And today we are here from MNJ Pharmaceuticals. And we are just coming to discuss something not all that new, but something that we want you to be aware of it so that when you see your patients and you see that there's a need to prescribe that drug, then you will be free to do it. And you'll be there also to support if you wish to let us come there and bring you some, we will bring you some from there. As you saw, my name is George Boateng. I'm a pharmacist, a very old pharmacist. A lot of people know me. If you want to be strong and keep on going to be more active, you have to come and see me to see how this almost 76-year-old man is standing here to still kicking and giving this thing. So come and see me. Thank you for that. We are coming to let you know why the need to prescribe, our flagship branded product called EasyPen. And we have a stand there, and we have EasyPen inside some package that you are giving, so that you will take it yourself, and then you know how good it is. It is not a recent drug. It's an old drug that, we are trying to let people, because as the old ones are coming, new ones are also coming, and they have to get to know it. So we are coming to talk about EasyPen. It's a very short presentation I'm doing. And you get to know what constitutes EasyPen. It's not coming. It's not coming. EasyPen consists of two molecules. We have got the aceclofenac, 100 milligrams, and then a good old paracetamol, 500 milligrams. And there's a reason why the two, molecules have been combined, to form that product we called EasyPen. EasyPen is very good in so many ways, and I want you to be aware of it. EasyPen is an NSAID. It's an analog of diclofenac. That means it has got good indices, better than diclofenac. The pair are used to complement each other. Then we get to know. And then we have, it's also used, it has a selective activity on COX-2. It's COX-2 selective analgesic, that means NSAID. That means, it's very tolerable in the tummy, the GIs, the GIT tolerable, and gaseous generosity is also very low lower than all other NSAID so far that we have come across. So you see that it's very convenient to use aceclofenac. And the combination with paracetamol, you'll get to know. And the pharmacokinetics, it means that when the drug is pushed in the body through the mouth, what are the pathways of the drug? Where does it move to before it comes out of the body? That is the pharmacokinetics of the drug. And we see that it's a well-absorbed drug in the GIT. It's at a peak plasma value of in the body. It binds to the proteins and move out in the body for the action point. And then it's metabolized into a 4-hydroxyl aceclofenac. I mean, just transform it before it be able to go to the site of action. And there's 70 to 85% eliminated through the renal secretion. And just a few goes out into, the feces, passes through the feces. And then the plasma elimination half-life is approximately 4 hours. That means within 4 hours, half of a drug that you have taken has gone off from the body. It is, this one is actually for paracetamol. Paracetamol, we know, is a proven antipyretic and analgesic. It has got this analgesic effect, through the raising up of the threshold value of pains, because it's like a woman who has been cooking and been using the bare hand to removing the pot from the fire all the time. The threshold value for pain for that lady has gone up. So that means next time you hold the pan, you may think, how can this woman be holding the pan hot like this? You go and try. You see how it will burn you. So paracetamol has got that effect of raising the threshold value of the pain, so that, the pain that you are feeling will go down. That is how it works. And then it has an ability also to go through the brain to the parasite, parasite where the parasitone is very low. It crosses to the cause area of the head, so that when you take paracetamol, you have a headache, you see that instantly you'll be relieved on time. And then, as I said, paracetamol potentiates the effect of the aceclofenac. So what is that? They work together. As you take the drug, paracetamol is absorbed easily in the body, and it goes within 10 seconds or 10 minutes that you take the easy pen, the paracetamol will start acting. And so by the time that the paracetamol effect is weaning off, then the aceclofenac also will have that effect. So it means that when you go to the dentist and the dentist uproot your tooth, that means when anesthesia is gone, you start feeling the pains. When you take the easy pen, within 10 minutes, you see that the pain has come down. That means the paracetamol has started working. And it has a prolonged distance. By the time it's weaning off, the aceclofenac will start. So that you see, you have a very long period, more than 4 hours, that you experience, low pains that you get. So, the pharmacokinetics of paracetamol, if I say, how the drug moves into the body and outside the body. If you trace it, that's the pharmacokinetics of the drug. So it is rapidly absorbed. The paracetamol is rapidly absorbed in the body. And as I said, within 10 to 60 minutes, it has started working already. And then, it's not protein bound, so it moves really easily. So it's very distributed in the body, fluids. So it goes everywhere. When you take paracetamol, it goes everywhere until it reaches the site of action where the pain is. Then it will act. Other than that, it will be gotten rid of in the body. Okay, I'm still having challenges in this. So what is happening is that when you take aceclofenac and paracetamol, and you see, the reason why you've made it Easy Pen is that is our brand name. We have other people doing the combination of aceclofenac and paracetamol. But what makes is that, what are the manufacturing practices that goes on into the manufacturing of the product? That is where it is. The drug that you produce should be biological availability to the point of action. So if you give me the two products and we are manufacturing, the bioavailability of mine will be better than the bioavailability of yours. So the clinician is looking at a drug where the bioavailability of the drug is higher, so that it will relieve the patient and he will be free. So that is why we have made the Easy Pen. So we trust the Easy Pen. With the good manufacturing practices that we, do in M&G, we produce a drug that is having a bigger, higher bioavailability, so that when you prescribe Easy Pen to your customer or your patient, the patient will come and thank you, doctor. As soon as I took the thing, I'm okay, so I don't have a problem. So that is how it is. So it is used for severe pains. Rheumatic arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, low back pain, dental pains, as I said, because I have experienced it before. So if I'm saying it like Odia Hinkan will say, I experienced this, that's why I'm saying it. And then gynecological pains, you have all these inflammatory conditions of ENT, you can take Easy Pen. And it has a fast relief in the headache, muscle pains, and feverish conditions. Then you can trust Easy Pen. So, somebody will ask, how do we take Easy Pen? I quite remember I went to somebody, and when he asked him, what is the concentration of the Easy Pen or the strength of the aceclofenac, and then he said, hey, it's not too big. And I said, the drug, you see, the weight of the drug or the strength of the drug is not, because it has got the bigger, weight or strength, that means the drug is too much. No, every drug has got the minimum effective concentration that we use. That's why aceclofenac is 100 and paracetamol is 500. So each molecule has got its own minimum effective concentration, a concentration whereby it will act and it will not harm you, the body, the tissues. So it has been combined in such a way that they work together as a husband and wife to make sure that you get a big response, or a better response for your patient. So it is taken twice a day with meals or after meals. Because you should not take it in an empty stomach. Yeah, right. So it's packed. This is the package of aceclofenac, Easy Pen. Now we have got two types of packing. We have got the hospital pack, which is this, and we have got those in the retail. It's because it's the scarlet, which is this stripe of 6 tablet in the scarlet. So it's easy to give to the patient without putting even in another envelope. But this one, the hospital pack. So this is the Easy Pen I'm talking about. I know a lot of you people or you prescribers have seen Easy Pen before, and you will do the testimony. I don't need to do any testimony here because you have the testimony, yourself, and you come to say that you could, the general who went to war, the Second World War, and after they were mapping up the British to go and fight, then later on they called them that the battle is over, it's finished. Then he knelt down and raised a hand to the air and he said, God, Thank you, God. I've finished my duty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, M&G Pharmaceuticals, and thank you for sharing with us about Easy Pen. Next, we have Hospital Information Services to give us a presentation. But just before they come, I would like to entreat those of us still outside trying to register to kindly come inside, as there'll be more time to do so. Please try to come inside so that we can proceed with the program. We really crave your indulgence. Kindly come inside so we can proceed. Thank you. Please let's give it up to Hospital Information.
Good morning. My name is Fred. I'm with Hospital Information Services, Ghana. I've been looking at your theme, and I noticed that your theme captures some important points. Let me first set my timer so that I know I work within time. Just 1 second. Sure. Yes, your theme captures a very important point that is very interesting. So I just want to start from here. This is a snippet of a document from the Public Health Act. Your theme touches on public-private partnership. And when it comes to healthcare, I see public-private partnership to relate to patient-centered collaborative activities between stakeholders. The stakeholders are you, the patients, and the relatives, and the society at large. So when it comes to public-private partnership, it's patient-centered. And patient-centeredness requires that you consider a number of factors. I'm going to relate it to the presentation that I'm going to make. But as you can see, one key point here is the fact that the health service relates to collaboration, as you can see, between health workers, patients, clients, and the society. Another key point there is that health facilities must therefore provide for and respect the rights and responsibilities of patients. And key point, they must be sensitive to the patient's socio-cultural and religious backgrounds and other factors. I'm bringing this point across just as a reminder that public-private partnerships relate to collaboration between you and your patients. Now, another key point in your presentation in your theme has to do with sustainable healthcare delivery. And I look at 2 points in sustainable healthcare delivery that relates to, one, sustainability means you may have resources that are not unlimited, isn't it? You may have limited resources. It could be finance, could be other factors. Sustainability means use it judiciously. And when it comes to patients who request for strategies to preempt the use of allogeneic blood transfusion, blood is a scarce resource. So you must use it in a sustainable way. Another point, too, is that you have patients who, based on this point, based on the point that I showed earlier in the patient charter, who will request for strategies to preempt the use of allogeneic blood transfusion. And their interests must be taken into consideration. There is no better document that captures this than the WHO policy brief titled "The Urgent Need to Implement Patient Blood Management." It's a document that we have a number of copies at our stand. You can also scan a QR code there that gives you the digital or the soft copy that you can have access to. So what is the message then? To be able to provide sustainable healthcare delivery in relation to patients who request alternatives to transfusion or who request strategies to preempt the use of allogeneic blood transfusion, there must be institutional protocols that relate to patient blood management. We know most of you are experienced in treating patients without transfusion or who request for alternatives, or cases where even transfusion was not rejected, but there was blood unavailability. You know how to manage them, but do we have institutional protocols that relate to chronic cases, acute cases, maybe surgical cases, medical cases in our facilities, such that we know that if a patient doesn't prefer transfusion or transfusion is not an option, this is how we treat it? This presentation is just to bring to the fore the need to consider having institutional protocols that relate to patient blood management or transfusion alternative strategies. So then let us look at what are the ingredients of developing a protocol relating to transfusion alternative strategies. What are the ingredients? The few slides that I have will touch on that. And it relates to, first of all, the strategies involved. There are 4 key components in developing strategies that relate to patient blood management. These are the 4 key components, as you can see here. You have to have protocols that relate to how to minimize blood loss. You have to have protocols that relate to tolerance of anemia. You have to have protocols that relate to enhancement of hematopoiesis. And of course, in surgical settings, you must have protocols that relate to autologous blood management. And these protocols are used in combination, not in isolation. So for instance, the minimization of blood loss, you have to look at maybe phlebotomy losses or heterogenic blood loss. You have to look at how we can minimize blood loss in surgical settings. And in tolerance of anemia, you must consider how you can optimize the tissue perfusion in low HB settings or minimize oxygen consumption strategies, or consider use of blood salvage equipment and other autologous blood management strategies like acute normovolemic hemodilution and the like. And of course, in the enhancement of hematopoiesis, we look at medications that can help. All of this involves 3 key components. 1, the use of devices and techniques, the use of equipment, the use of pharmaceuticals, and the techniques of the physician. Now, these strategies are not used in isolation. They are used in combination in every setting. And that's what we call the multimodality approach when it comes to patient blood management, or strategies to preempt the use of allogeneic blood transfusion. And if you also look at the fact that these strategies are not done alone by you, the medical doctors, but in combination or in teamwork with your nurses, your anesthetists, your perioperative nurses, your phlebotomists, or medical laboratory scientists, that is what we call the multidisciplinary approach. So as you develop your protocols, remember that multidisciplinary approach to care in terms of transfusion alternative strategies are very important. Sustainable healthcare delivery, as your team says, touches on benefits or the outcomes. And in transfusion alternative strategies, as has been practiced in other jurisdictions, the outcomes are what you see on the screen. And this is quoted from the WHO policy brief that I showed you earlier. And there are copies available, both hard copy and digital copies that you want to pick. Of course, you can't talk about sustainability if you don't look at strategies to preempt maybe overrun of cost. And patient blood management treatment strategies definitely have cost benefits that patients would gain and the facility would gain. So it's important to take that into consideration. So I just also want to say that when it comes to managing patients who request for alternatives to transfusion, your theme of public-private partnership has to do with collaboration. And if you want to partner, then there should be networking. So when it comes to patients who request transfusion alternative strategies, there is a network support that's available across the globe. Hospital Information Services is the umbrella body. There are hospital liaison committees across the different regions. There are over 20 in Ghana, from the north to the west, east, and south. And there is a hospital liaison committee in Cape Coast. And whichever facility you are in, there is a hospital liaison committee that supports you and liaises between you and the patient so you can give care to your patients. They don't make decisions for the patients. They only assist you and the patients to make decisions related to transfusion alternative strategies. They also help share resources. You'll find good resources at our stand. Please pass by when you exit on the left at your registration site. Just following the registration, you'll find Hospital Information Services stand there, and you have free information. You can also come and scan the QR code that gives you access to medical library. It's a global medical library that have access to information for you. I just want to end the presentation with a 1 minute, 40 seconds video, which is still within my 10 minutes, that discusses the benefits of interacting with the hospital liaison committee across the globe, and also requesting for opportunity for a presentation in your facility, which is CPD accredited by the Ghana, the Medical and Dental Council. Please let's watch this brief video as how other professionals, your colleagues across the globe, see the hospital liaison committee.
able to understand that there are numerous treatment options for patients.
What evidence-based therapeutic strategies?
There are numerous treatment options for patients.
What evidence-based therapeutic strategies are clinicians using to treat patients who decline blood transfusions? What is the evidence that use of such strategies results in excellent clinical outcomes? How can you benefit from our support network? Learn the answers to these questions and others during a presentation by your local hospital liaison committee for Jehovah's Witnesses.
I think that the HLC going out and reaching out to physicians can be helpful because it can help doctors think about what is available to them.
The information and presentation of the hospital liaison supplements the knowledge we already have.
And let's assist in caring for patients who request for alternatives to transfusion. And let's see how we can develop protocols related to strategies to manage such patients. You are welcome to visit our stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you too very much, Health Information Systems. Please, are there any questions for them? All right, thank you very much. And we apologize for the technical issues. Please, let's give it up to them once again. Before we proceed, again, I would like to kindly plead with those still at the registration desk to come inside. I've been told that there are some technical challenges there. The scanner isn't working, and so you would still need to come inside and go back later to have yourself registered. So kindly come inside so we can proceed with the program. Up next, we have Zonda to give us a presentation. Please, let's give it up to them as they come.
Hello, good morning. Dear friends in the medical fields, good morning once again. My name is Reddy, and I'm the sales director for Zonda Ghana Limited. I'm in charge of the passenger vehicles and light duties. So we're here, and we all know that you guys are the backbone of the safeguarding of Ghanaians' health. And when we go out for the home visit or to travel to remote areas for medical support, we will need a car that is very efficient, that is reliable, and very practical. So here, let me introduce the GWM Power Pickup and also the GWM Jolene SUVs. So specifically built for the African market and for the Ghana Medical Association personnel. Yes, so they're not only fit for our medical industrial needs, but it's also for the long distance trip and frequent starts and stop. You know, most of the people sitting here, we may travel from Accra to the Cape Coast for this program. So actually, I bump into one of my customers to drive all the way from Accra to Cape Coast, and he using the Winneba Road. So just imagine this car will be very suitable for you. But also, it has a huge space and easily fold your medical equipment and emergency kit. Most importantly, this one is very affordable and the price is extremely low. So it will save money.
Off-road powered by the GWM. So what is the GWM? GWM vehicles like Great Wall Motors. So which means the quality is very tough as the China the Great Wall. Okay, let's see the first slide. Yeah, you can see this car. This is our Havo Julian. I think most of the Ghanaian these days, you've already seen there is a TV show like Ghana Most Beautiful, right? Ghana Most Beautiful 2025 grand prize is this car. Yeah, it's very beautiful car, but this color is this car. Yeah, it's very beautiful car, but this color doesn't like that. It's very, very beautiful color, which is red. And we also have this car at the outside for the display. Okay, so let's talk about this car. This car, we have the voice control and the 360-degree camera and also the panoramic sunroof. With the engine capacity is 1.5 turbocharged, but as a driver, the most important thing to drive the car is the safety, is the smooth of the engine. Yes. So this car not only will give you 1.5 engine capacity, which can give you very, very high quality horsepower with a turbocharge, but also the fuel consumption is very nice. Yes, because the engine capacity is only 1.5. And also there's a turbocharger which can give you very strong horsepower, but also there's one more thing about the transmission, which we call the 7DCT transmission. Unlike the normal 8T transmission, this kind of transmission is very nice while you are driving violently. Just like when you press the accelerator, the car will step out like a beast, which can give you very strong horsepower and very good driving experience for this car. And also, there are some specifications right here. And right there, they are our salesperson. If you are interested about our car, please feel free to do a test drive. And then, let's talk about something new, about the interior. You can see very, very luxury interior inside. Nearly 70% of the interior made of the very high quality leather. And also you can see in the middle, there's a display. You can use your finger to touch it. And this year model, which is 2025, you can use a voice control to let this car help you. Only what you want to do is, hi GWM, please raise the air volume. They will do it for you. Hi GWM, please turn down the air volume. They will do it for you. Hi GWM, please turn off the Bluetooth. They can also do it for you. It's very convenient for you to drive on any occasion. And also we can see such kind of color, black and white. I think this color is very suitable for most of you. And also let's see about our pickup. Yeah, there are also some specification with it. So, yeah. You can see when you drive this car like a passenger in the second row, you will enjoy such big legroom. And this beautiful woman is my colleague. Yes, you can see how high it is. And she just stand there. You will know the figure of her. And also, such kind of spacious interior. We also have very spacious headroom. So most of the Ghanaians, you are very suitable for this car, not only in the front, but also in the back. And that was me. While you were driving, traveling from Accra to Kumasi, maybe today you and your boyfriend or your girlfriend, you want to travel around, and you are very, very nervous about the luggage, you can just put down the second row. You will enjoy such spacious interior for your luggage. Even you want to travel, move your house from Accra to Kumasi, even from Kumasi to the Cape Coast. I think this car is best for you. What do you think? Is that funny? Yeah. Then it becomes a power pickup. This pickup is the best pickup from China. If there's any other Chinese in this room or even around you, you can ask them, what is the best pickup made in China? They will tell you this is GWM power pickup. For this pickup, we can see from the exterior, it's just like very normal pickup, right? So let's discover about more. For this car, we can give you the very luxury interior with also 360-degree camera and lane change, keep assistant, and also a lot of sensors with this car. Not only front, but also the back. Even at the tailgate, you just need to use one finger to open and close it. Even 3-year-old baby can do it. And this is automatic pickup. Right now in Ghana, the IGP and also Ghana Army, they are all using our pickup. Yes, so we have the very strong confidence with this. Hello, can you? Oh, yeah, it's okay, it's okay. So we can see the interior. Yeah, we can see the interior. Yes, we can see the interior just like this. It's a luxury interior. And most of the interior are made of very high quality leather. Even with this car, on the seats, they have the seat ventilation. When you feel hot, just step into the car, open the AC, everything works for you. And suddenly you will find like everything is cool. Very amazing. And also this car will give you the wireless charge in the front. Once your phone can support this kind of facilities, you can just put your phone inside the middle, they will charge for you. Very convenient, right? And also they give you different kind of driving mode. Not only the 4x4, but also the eco, the normal, and sports. In China, if a young generation want to buy a car to do the off-road, this pickup will be the best choice. And also the 7-seat SUV, Haval H9, which is also very longer than the Land Cruiser. And this is Tank 500. It's a HEV grade. Also, we have Tank 700 PHEV. I remember last month's logistic fair, our president, His Excellency Mahama. Yes, President Mahama do the test drive on this car. So this car is very, very popular. And everything luxurious, like the facilities, everything, they are all included. That's all about our vehicles. Thank you for our ladies and gentlemen joining our speech. Thank you again. And if you are interested about our car, feel free to talk our sales. They are all very professional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zonda Tech. The very last presentation will be from Drive EV. Please let's give it up to them as they come. Drive EV. Please let's keep clapping till he comes for the microphone.
And please, we still encourage you to move forward so that we can fill the empty spaces. Actually, TV3 is live streaming this, and it's not nice to have the spaces. And your people can see you on TV so that you can become a TV star as well. And sign some autographs on your way out. Drive Vivi, thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Ashi Galloway from... Good morning everyone. Good morning to our special doctors, and thank you for all the good work you do for Mother Ghana. We're very proud of you. My name is Ashi Galloway from Drive EVGH. I'm the CEO of Drive EVGH. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll give you a small presentation on Drive EVGH, what we do, how we do it, and why we do it. Next. So why EV? EV is the new thing on the block where everybody is going electric because of the benefits of electric cars. They are better than the normal cars. We have ICE cars, petrol cars, diesel cars. So I'm going to show you why EV cars and why they are better. Next. So why you should switch to electric vehicles. With electric vehicles, there are so many benefits. Firstly, the environmental impact. With EVs, we're helping the environment because we're putting less carbons in the air. Nobody understands that better than the doctors in this room. You understand the defect of carbon, what it's doing to the environment, what it's doing to our lungs, and what it's doing to us as human beings. So that's one of the main benefits of EVs. Also, the economic side of it. With EVs, you save a lot of money. You save a lot of money on petrol, because you buy petrol. Instead of petrol, you're now using electric to charge your cars. Another benefit is that you can charge your car even from your home, your hospital, or wherever you are. So now it's like having your own private petrol station in your home. Petrol costs about 12 cedi 50 pesos per liter, but with electric charge is barely about 2 cedi 60 per liter. If you're doing public charging, it's about 5 cedi. So you can just see the benefits on there. Like right now, we drove from Accra to Cape Coast, and we spend barely 20 cedis on charging our cars. So that's the benefit of electric vehicles. Maintenance of cars. With EVs, we have 18 moving parts in the car. But with ICE cars, you have about 2,000 moving parts. So you can just do the comparison. A typical EV car takes about 1,000 to 2,000 CDs to service it in a month. I'll show you a presentation that will explain that better as we go along. So next slide. So like I was saying, we're now talking about the economics. Unfortunately, it's not too clear on the screen. Next. It's not too clear on the screen, but I've done a calculation comparing two types of cars, electric and EV. So as you can see on the screen here, to fuel an EV for a whole year, you're going to spend a normal car for a whole year. Say if you are doing 10 cars, it will cost you about 200,000. But with EVs, it will cost you about 240. Move back. Down. Yes. So if you have 10 cars, you'll be spending 320,000. But for EVs, you'll be spending 210,000. So you'll be saving about 110,000 every year. Next slide. Next. For maintenance, you'll be spending less than that. You'll be spending about 200,000 to maintain your 10 EVs. Whereas with petrol, you'll be spending just 60,000 in 1 year. So you'll be saving 140,000. When you go next, we combine the two, you'll be saving about 230,000 a year alone on maintenance. These are some of the benefits of electric cars and why we have to go electric. So I'm just going to show you some of the cars we carry, because people think electric cars are small cars. No, we have everything. We have the SUVs, mini SUVs, we even have pickups, utility vehicles. So this is our showroom on the Mahama Road in Bema Hills in Accra. We have smaller cars, as you can see back there, the Hondas, the Rada pickups, and all of these cars are cars we carry on Drive EV GH, including compact SUVs like the Titanium 3. And we just decided to give you a night view to show you that we have a nice place. We also have a fully equipped maintenance service center where we're able to service everything EV, because that's one question a lot of people have. We're able to service everything EV. We do battery maintenance and whatever you need to. So now I'm just going to show you some of our featured cars, which will wow you a little bit. So here we have a car called the Zika 9X, which is a full executive SUV and has some very interesting features as a 7-seater, which can also become your conference room if you need to have a quick meeting. I don't think it's equipped for surgery just yet. We have a Maestro, a car that can do hand gesture, voice gestures, and can do everything. And these are cars that we can compare to anything from anywhere in the world. They're able to do side driving and all of that. And here we have an SUV for those who have hospitals all over and go up north and wherever. This is an extended range electric vehicle, a type of hybrid that can travel 1,200 kilometers between charging and fueling together. So there's no range anxiety with the hybrid cars. And when it comes to tech, you can't beat electronics. With EVs, we run tech. We own that space. That's what we do. We even have cars that can actually swim in water. Seeing is believing. I just didn't say it. I said it before you saw it. And there it is happening live in front of you. And I'm sure you saw that car at our service center. So it's not videos that we're showing you. We're actually servicing that same car. So it's very intentional. And can turn 360 in one spot, can drive sideways, and can jump potholes as well. Anyway, showing you the smaller ones as well, because I know there are big doctors in here and then there are small doctors as well. So for the small guys, we have stuff for you too as well. The junior doctors, they like to call them, right? We have stuff for you like this. And the girls, they like to roll around in shiny stuff. We have some very nice cars for the young doctors as well. So for everyone, we got you completely covered. So why you should choose Drive EVGH? Drive EVGH was built as a company, not just as a dealership, but a 360 sustainability company. We own a car dealership, we own a solar company, and we own a charge infrastructure company, all in-house. So we're able to go from paying 1,500 or whatever from petrol to zero, especially if you're using renewable energy. And we're also building charge infrastructures across the whole country. We've put some in Accra, we're putting in Kumasi Highway, we're coming to Cape Coast, Takoradi, and across the country. So in Accra alone, we have I think we have the biggest, this is a bit of an old slide, we have about 8 stations in various locations in Accra, where we also give discounts to people who buy cars from us. And our service station, like I said, we're a tech company. Our service stations are all driven by technology as well, where it's man-used and app-used. So when you go there, you don't see an attendant, you don't see anyone. You have your app, you can buy your, pay by a card, charge your car, and do whatever you need to. And it can give you history. I'm sure most of you don't even have the last receipt for the petrol you buy. But with us, you have a complete history of everything you do with charging your car and everything you need to do. So this is just an interface on our app, showing you what it costs, how much you spent, and all of that. Another thing about the beautiful app we have is that it's able to show you where there are charge stations all over. So when you're using it, you don't get lost. You don't find a petrol station. You just go on there, find a charge station, and it will give you a turn-by-turn direction to where we have the nearest charge station. And then it has management systems, which is not really necessary for doctors, but we have all the technology with quantitative analytics on there to tell you how you're charging and what you're doing. Also introducing to you our Urban Plug company, which is a sustainable energy company where we build solar for people. And you can go off-grid, you can do grid tied, so you can power your hospitals, your homes, and reduce your energy costs by a huge amount. That's why we say we're a 360 sustainability company where we do everything to reduce your energy cost. So these are some of our solar installations we've done. And this is the school we powered in. And here we have my home, because they say I have to do, seeing is believing, right? So I have to leave the example. I've been able to power my home, and I've gone off-grid. In my home, I have a swimming pool, filtration system, and everything. And I'm completely off-grid. No bills to ECG. And I also charge my car using the sun. So I don't buy petrol, and I don't even pay for electricity. That is why you have to come to us, and let's make that a reality for you. So this is just a typical example of something we've done.
We're taking a trip to Kumasi, and we want to try the G9702 Pro. We want to see how far it can get us. The belief is that it should be able to get us to Kumasi and back. So we're going to test it out, drive all the way to Kumasi, which I know definitely we'll get there with some battery spared. And if we're above 50%, we'll head right back to Accra. We're ready to hit the road now. The map says 6 hours, 7 minutes to Kumasi. We'll see how quickly we get there.
So we're at Linda now. We've done only 21% of battery. So we're good. We've used up 21% of battery. So we still have 147 kilometers. We've done about 100 kilometers on the strip already. So that means we're looking at getting to Kumasi with about 50% really. Yeah. Because we have 150 left. Guys, good news. We're in Kumasi. We just pulled up to, everybody's excited. We just got to a Jisu. We made it. And we got here with, exactly, just as I was saying, the battery turned to 50%. So we've done 50% of our battery capacity to get to Kumasi. USD, my alma mater. I went to school here 20 years ago, man. This is nice. This wasn't here, man. We made it back home nice and safe. We hit a few bad bumps on the way, but hey, we made it home. It was a nice journey. It was so much fun. The music was awesome. Courtesy Bruno.
We'll watch some videos on the way. We're catching up.
So
with
we have all kinds of things like videos and stuff that you can watch in the car. Also, in the final part of the video, we were trying to explain that entire trip to Kumasi cost us about 176 cedis to drive to Kumasi and back home to Accra in a nice, beautiful car like the one you just saw. Also, we also have offerings from various bank partners. EcoBank, one of your main sponsors, is our main sponsor, where we can give you cars at 15% for a period of 5 years at 0% deposit. Our stand is outside, so we want you guys to engage us, and let's try and offer you the best service when it comes to EVs with the best pricing. Thank you very much, and keep doing the good work, guys.
Thank you, Drive EV. Thank you. All right. One of my seniors says he wants to be sure he can drive through Galamsey rivers. But please, if you have not made peace with your home, don't try driving on water. A fearful will get you. But those are really nice cars, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Very nice. Very nice.
All right, so time is fast spent. We'll quickly start our formal program with a word of prayer by Dr. Med Justice Arthur, our unofficial but official chaplain.
Please let's give it up to him.
Thank you. We are praying. Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for another year, for another AGC. We thank you for traveling mercies. We thank you for the gift of life. We commit this, our meeting, into your hands. We pray that you lead us into all things, committing the speakers, we, the hearers, that at the end, everything will be done for your glory and our edification. This is what we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much for that powerful prayer. So, right about now, we'll be beginning our plenary sessions for today. Again, my name is Eugenia Elikem Lawe, your co-MC for today. I would like to welcome you once again to today's scientific meeting. Up next, I would like to introduce to us the chairperson for the first plenary session. She is in the person of Professor Mrs. Ivy Adjoa Efiefi Ekem. She is an associate professor of hematology and the immediate past dean of the School of Medical Sciences, University of Cape Coast. She is currently on post-retirement contracts at the Department of Hematology in the same institution. On completing her fellowship training in 1996, she joined her alma mater, the University of Ghana Medical School, as a lecturer while still working for the Kolebu Teaching Hospital as a consultant hematologist. She became the head of Department of Hematology in 2012 and the director of the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics for the Sickle Cell Clinic for many years. And following that, she briefly served as the deputy medical director of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. She left the University of Ghana to join the University of Cape Coast in 2016. At UCC, she set up the Department of Hematology at the School of Medical Sciences and headed it. She teaches medical students as well as residents in laboratory medicine, internal medicine, and other disciplines. Her research work has mainly been on anemia, sickle cell disease, and hematological malignancies. She has presented scientific papers and published widely in her field of expertise, both nationally and internationally. Prof. Ekem was the 2022 Mabayoje lecturer for the West African College of Physicians. She has over 50 publications to her credit. Prof. Ivy Ekem is an immediate past vice president of the West African College of Physicians, past president of the Ghana Society of Hematology, and a founding member of the Leukemia Project Foundation of Ghana. She initiated and supported the establishment of consultant hematology practice at the 37 Military Hospital and the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, and remains an avowed advocate for improved patient care. I would like to add also that she happens to be my Med 699 supervisor as well. Prof. Ekem has a vibrant family and enjoys both work and family. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome our chairperson, Professor Ivy Ekem, to give us her
You can do
remarks.
it better. You can do it better. You can do it better. At least you can see in GMA the gender advocacy is working. There's a serious gender imbalance. The moderator is a female, only one MC male. I need some advocacy too.
Thank you very much for having me. I've been very excited since the beginning of this week. But one thing that has troubled me a little is the timing of our events. I'm praying that the subsequent events will start on time. As doctors, we are supposed to lead the way, and I hope we can do this. So I'm glad to be here. The topic on sustainable health delivery as well as public-private partnerships is very important, and I'm glad to be your chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ekem. So, Ekem, please introduce our first speaker. We'll start straight, and she would introduce our first speaker, please.
Dance the body music makes you feel so happy. Dance the body music, music makes you happy. Feel the sexy beat, warming up your feet. Feel the body.
Our very first speaker for this plenary session is going to be speaking to us on innovative financing models for healthcare sustainability. He is the country director for Farm Access Ghana, and he is a seasoned health systems leader with extensive experience spanning clinical practice, public health, and digital health advocacy, as well as multi-sectoral policy engagement. His career has evolved from that of a specialist obstetrician gynecologist to a prominent advocate for equitable health access and digital transformation in Ghana's healthcare sector. As the country director for Farm Access Ghana, he has led national advocacy efforts focused on inclusive health legislation, digital health innovation, and protection of marginalized populations. His work includes advising Ghana's national COVID-19 response team, championing digital platforms for care access, and collaborating with major government institutions such as the Minister of Gender, Children, and Social Protection, or digitized systems for claims management, social protection, targeting, and medicines traceability. He has also driven reforms in health facility regulation, advancing digital approaches aligned with Ghana's universal health coverage policies. Internationally, Dr. Med Maxwell Entry has served on high-level advisory boards, including the UHC 2030 Civil Society Engagement Mechanism, the WHO roster of experts for digital health, and the WHO Health Data Collaborative. He played a major role in the USD 60 million African Health Markets for Equity program and previously managed the Medical Credit Fund in Ghana, contributing to innovative health financing solutions for SMEs. His academic credentials include an MPH, MBA, MBCHB, and membership of the Ghana College of Surgeons. He has completed global leadership programs at MIT, University of Cape Town, and FIGO, and has authored more than 20 peer-reviewed publications. His work consistently reflects a commitment to strengthening governance, digital health ecosystems, health financing, and patient-centered advocacy to advance UHC in Ghana and beyond. Now, in a space of 30 minutes, he's going to share with us innovative financial models for healthcare sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Dr. Med Maxwell Entry with a round of applause.
Right. Thank you. Professor Chair, let me pay compliments to you. You taught me hematology 35 years ago. I'm class of the year 2000. I'm so happy to be with you. Let me also share my compliments with the National Executive Committee and the organizing committee for inviting my colleagues and I to briefly share with you some of our learnings from the field. So years ago, when we talked about health financing, the thinking was mainly around demand-side financing. But newer paradigms are showing that now you have to talk about both sides of the coin. Because nobody will, I should stay here because of the, okay, all right. So nobody would prepay for poor care or care that is not present, that is absent. So I'll try and give you both sides of the coin. We've heard a lot from our previous colleagues about what is happening in the health system. If you look at this diagram, you will get a little bit tipsy. And if you don't take care, you might have epilepsy. So this is showing how interconnected the supply side and the demand side of healthcare are. So on your right side, you will see what is listed there as the supply side of health. And then on your left side, you see the demand side of health. So the supply side of health, you have digital health solutions coming up strongly, hospitals and clinics, and pharmacies and specialists of all sorts and of all grades. And then you have the demand side of health. You have government contributions, such as you have from tax finance systems like Ghana's NHIS or the UK's NHS. And then you have employer contributions. Employer contributions come in two parts. Some employers manage their own contributions, whilst others use private health insurance. So you have employer contributions. Then you have what we call, in our environment, we call it out-of-pocket payments, but it's called private contributions. And these private contributions can come from the patient, can come from family, can come from friends, and sometimes from friends and foes alike. So you have all these private contributions that can come in. And then you have what we call the IBNRs. So this is mainly a private health insurance. And then sometimes you have development partners and donors chipping in. And you can see how connected all these are. So the summary of this is that it is not possible to talk about demand side without reference to the supply side. So I'll share with you in the next few minutes some of the evolving, innovative monies that are coming into Ghana's health system. And usually for those of us who are locked up in consulting rooms and operating theaters, these things might be swimming around, but we may not have a bird's overview over them. So I'll try in a few minutes to show you what is happening in Ghana's health system now. So these are the big funders that are financing Ghana's supply side now. So we have Oasis Capital, and they are doing what we call growth equity. They don't support startups, but once you start, they can help you grow. They grow with equity, and then when you break even, then they exit. So we call them growth capital. And they are doing, the ticket sizes are here. You can look at them. We have Golden Palm Investments that is also focusing heavily in Ghana now, especially if you want to use technology. And then we have the Investment Fund for Health in Africa, which is also doing equity now. The thing about the difference between work that was done in India and most of West Africa countries was that the Indians' health system is growing rapidly because they go for equity. West African health system stagnates because we want one man, one ownership, or one person, one ownership. The Indians are doing very well with equity.
So they start and they say, Dr. Morrison and Dr. Adolfo and Dr. Vuado, can we come together and work together? So that's the build equity instead of one person running the show. Because if you look at the ticket sizes here, if you are doing what we call subsistence private practice, you may not qualify. These are big tickets. So it has to be coming together to make the ticket sizable. Then we have JCS Investment, which is also heavily investing in Ghana now, supporting SMEs, including healthcare. All of these do other financing outside of healthcare. So they do healthcare and others. But the Medical Credit Fund does only healthcare. And if you look at the ticket sizes, you can decide which ones to go for. So just to give you an idea that money is flowing into the system, we need to grow our appetite, grow our capacity, do a lot more collaboration and partnership to be able to attract the big sizes. And then there are these models that are also coming up. So we have what we call BFOTs, build, finance, operate, and transfer. Some of the private sector players are using this model. The good thing about this is that you don't have to put up the capital initially. So you do it with others. Sometimes you can use your land as the equity. They build, they operate for like 10 years. They still provide the service. They pay you the rent capital for the use of your land. And then after the period, it's handed over to you after an agreed period. Then we have what we call the management contract. Some of our public institutions are also considering the management contract, where a private operator manages a certain aspect of it for a fee. I think we have examples like that. The difference between the management contract and the performance-based outsourcing, the two are a bit similar, but the difference is that for performance-based outsourcing, you don't give out the whole facility. You give out a section. So you can give out the surgeries, you can give out the labs, or you can give out the diagnostic center, or you can give out the pharmacy. And they operate it, and then they share, they do the investment, they do the investment capital, they do the commodities. They run the show, and then they share the resources with you. And this improves accountability. And then you have the joint venture. Joint venture is for startups. A lot of these are not startups, but joint venture is for startups. So for startups, you go for a joint venture, you share the risks, and do knowledge transfer. What am I sharing? I'm sharing that there is some money flowing into the system in various channels and in various buckets. So after all the consultation and all the surgery and the CS, please take a breather, look at the landscape and see where money is flowing so that we can advise ourselves and our management teams where we can place our investment. All right, so that's on the supply side. So on the demand side, I'm going to share with you a few of the innovative things that are happening. Let me give credit to people like Dr. Morrison, who, as a member of the NHIS board, helps steer a lot of some of the things that I'll be sharing. And also some colleagues are here who have been part of this journey. So if you look at Ghana, our main demand-side financing mechanism is the National Health Insurance Scheme. Currently, 55% plus of Ghana's population are covered. I always say that, in Ghana, it is the NHIS that get the most votes every year. 55% of Ghanaians vote for the National Health Insurance Scheme, irrespective of all the challenges we have. They vote for the National Health Insurance Scheme every year. This is the aspiration of every presidential candidate, to get 55% of your population voting for it. But the National Health Insurance Scheme gets that. Why? It's because if you look at our history, over the last 22 years, the NHI has been very innovative in working with partners to go through a certain cycle of iteration. In 2005, 2008, thereabout, started with credentialing tools and digitalized them. And then enrollment digitalization. I remember years ago when we used to enroll people in the northern part of Ghana, a farmer who traveled 5 kilometers with a bicycle and a chicken at the back, just so that he can spend 3-4 days at the NHIS center to get registered. Now you can do it using a short code. And that has really transformed how the NHIS has evolved. And then you go to the system where claims have been digitalized, and now the NHIS is arguably the only public sector institution with a dedicated data analytics department. I made this statement some time ago and people woke up. The only public sector institution with a dedicated data analytics department that has gone through Public Service Commission and has been accredited and has a pay scale. So really taking data seriously has helped in innovating our healthcare financing journey. And now the whole discussion of value-based care, that is how do we get more out of what we already have. And that's where I want to focus a little bit on and share with you what are the sharp edges of the transformation that is happening now. And I want to show you this chart. Dr. Morrison, you saw this chart. I remember when we presented it to the board, some NHIS board some years ago. So NHIS looked at its data from inception and asked itself, what has been our largest cost driver? And if you look at this diagram, you forget about it. If you can't see this side, just forget about it. Every bubble is a diagnosis group. The bigger the bubble, the bigger the cost driver here. The take-home message from here is these two bubbles, these two, the ones over here. The gray one is pregnancy and delivery, and the blue one is hypertension. Did you wake up? Let me say it again. The biggest cost driver, this is pregnancy and delivery, and this is hypertension and its friends. The message here is that the two are the largest cost drivers of the NHIS. In fact, now the data that was analyzed as at end of 2024, hypertension alone is now accounting for 24% of the cost to NHIS. The data that has been released from our mortality statistics also showed that the number one cause of death among adults in Ghana is now hypertension. So not only is it reflecting in our bills, but it's also reflecting in our mortality data. So how do we use the monies that we have much more efficiently going forward? And that's why the whole concept of value-based care, to tackle this big item hypertension, which is the number one cause, single cost driver, but also the number one cause of mortality. I think if we look back in our families, so 30 years ago when Dr. Ekem, Professor Ekem and the team were teaching us, everybody in our families was either affected or infected by HIV. You remember those days? And they used to tell us that when they were in school, it was measles. And when we were in school, it was HIV. And when we are now out of school and now we are now standing on podiums and giving speeches, it is now hypertension. You see how it has evolved. And it has evolved because at each point in time, the managers of the healthcare system tackled the issue and cleared it so that HIV did not come to add to measles, and hypertension did not come to add to HIV and measles. So it's our time to solve this problem now. It's our number one cost driver, but it's also our number one cause of death. So what is happening now is, let me give this analogy and then I'll round up. What is happening now is we are beginning to ask ourselves with these partners, Ghana Health Service, Christian Health Association of Ghana, and NHIS. The two together, Ghana Health Service and Christian Health Association of Ghana, deliver about 80% of healthcare. So really big size. We are bringing in the Healthcare Federation of Ghana and other private sector players so that we have a more comprehensive approach. And asking ourselves, if we continue business as usual, we will not solve this problem. Throwing more money at the problem will not solve it if we don't change how we manage care. And that's a whole discussion of value-based care. So my mom is a hypertensive, and this is not a story. My mom is hypertensive. She attends a Confanoche, a teaching hospital. She goes every 3-4 months. Whether her blood pressure is controlled or not, the system pays for it, and virtually she's on her own. Now we are beginning to look at it and say, is it possible to pay for outcome in addition to utilization? And at the World Economic Forum last year, it was shown that if you begin to pay for outcomes on top of utilization, you actually drive down healthcare costs. It's a whole paradigm, and I want to excite your appetite to delve a little bit more into that. So let me just give you an example. An example is like taking Uber from this place to my hotel, Coconut Grove. And the Uber does not get to Coconut Grove, but it charges me the same price that was supposed to charge me by taking me to Coconut Grove. And that's what we do in healthcare. We pay for utilization by sitting in the Uber. We don't pay for getting to the destination. Please, are you getting it? So now the question is, we will not stop paying for sitting in the Uber. But is it possible to also reward for getting to the destination? Because if less people utilize the care. So that's a whole model of value-based care. By getting people to their destination and making sure that the clinical outcomes are good, there will be lower utilization and lower healthcare costs because the business as usual will not get us there. So the idea is you deliver the care, you measure and pay. So just to give you an example, currently the health facilities that are working with this on NHIS, in Ghana Health Service and CHAG, they don't only submit claims data, they also submit blood pressure measurements and blood sugar measurements of the patients so that you can see whether, in addition to the claims, whether the blood pressure is reducing and the blood sugars are reducing. And a lot of our colleagues who are involved in it are here. So let me try and finish this by stimulating your appetite about work that was done by an indigene of Cape Coast. He is called Dr. Bosu. Some of us might know Dr. Bosu. Dr. Bosu was with Ghana Health Service. He moved to WHO. He did some exciting work in Ghana. He did a systematic review and meta-analysis of all publications that have been done on hypertension in Ghana. There were 85 peer-reviewed publications of Ghanaians on hypertension. The findings were shocking. Only 6% of patients had controlled blood pressure. And I put it here, it's published in PLOS, it's also in PubMed. Go and have a look at it and challenge it if you may, because it's very shocking. So it was called the rule of 30s. Healthy people, only about a third of them who had hypertension were aware that they had hypertension. And those who were on treatment, just about a third had control. So if you strike it out, then out of the population, only about 6% had blood pressure that was controlled. We are having the cohort that are working on this. So, you see the numbers here. Control is around 54%, so it's really good, but it's now starting. So now really making sure that not only do we pay for claims, but we also can see whether the blood pressure and the blood sugar is improving. So in ending, as my slides move, let me just emphasize what I shared. This work is done intimately with the data analytics unit at the NHI, and they do all the analytics. And I want to thank all the people, some of them in this room, who helped set this structure up. In closing, there is no innovation without challenges. So we have serious challenges here. Let me mention a couple of them, and then I'll end here. So the evolving policy landscape, sometimes policies change, and you have to always make sure that there's alignment. Staff turnover. A lot of the staff that we work with, this is not new to any of us, and the brain drain. The motivation of providers. Sometimes providers are asking, so in addition to sending the blood pressure and the blood sugar, what do I get for that? So I submit my claims and I know I get my claims paid. But why should I send the blood pressure and the blood sugar now? And what we did was to automate it from the EMRs so that the blood pressure and the blood sugar moves from the EMR straight to NHIS claim it so that you can avoid people tampering and changing. You check Maxwell's blood pressure, maybe it's high or it's low, and then you say, let me change it so that I get a good phase. So automating it has been done, but sometimes when systems change, then you have to re-automate it again. And the financial, non-financial incentives and the standardization of care. In conclusion, why are we doing this? We are doing this because care efficiency is essential. Money and financing is always a limited resource. And so with more efficient care models, we can achieve more with the same resources. So this is not to reduce cost, it's to make sure that what is being paid delivers more. In the future, the total health bill will then come down. Those with econometrics background, I'm sure you understand what we are saying. Also to improve clinical outcomes. Throwing more money at disease does not necessarily bring the disease down. It's how you tweak the care model. So making sure that throwing money at cardiovascular diseases actually improves clinical outcomes. Health financing is rising now. As I said, 25% of the budget NHIS now is going to these guys. And if we don't take care with time, we may not be able to sustain that. And then let me end up with the whole economic model. Usually health is seen as a cost center. And we rarely present health as an investment model. But if you look at the population that is hit by hypertension, about 1 out of 3 adult Ghanaians have hypertension. And these are the productive economic age groups. And if they suffer complications, then we call something disability-adjusted life years. And death-adjusted life years. It's really an economic loss to lose people in their young age to either complications or death. And by solving this, we protect our fragile domestic national economy. So in summary, I've tried to present to you in a few minutes what is happening around us in terms of the supply side, what are innovative financing mechanisms that are coming up, and also on the demand side, what players in the industry are working to make smarter use of the monies that are available. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you too very much, Dr. Med Maxwell Entry, for that very insightful presentation on innovative financing models for healthcare sustainability. Please let's give it up to him one more time. You are kindly encouraged to note your questions. In due time, we'll take all of them and they will be responded to. Next, we have the Director of Policy, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation of the Ministry of Health. She is in the person of Dr. Med Belinda Efriye Nimakun. She is the Acting Director of Policy, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation at the Ministry of Health, as I mentioned earlier. She is a physician specialist and public health leader with broad experience in Ghana. Her career spans clinical practice, public health management, strategic planning, performance measurement, and national policy development. She has led major initiatives in district, regional, national, and global levels, demonstrating strong capability in data-driven decision-making and multi-stakeholder coordination. Her work with the Ministry of Health, USAID, Project Hope, PHCPI, R4D, and the Ghana Health Service reflects deep expertise in primary health care, maternal and child health, disease control, health system strengthening, and emergency response. She has managed multi-million-dollar programs, contributed to Ghana's COVID-19 response, strengthened the national oxygen ecosystem, and supported PHC performance reforms in multiple countries. She is a published researcher and has served on national boards and global advisory platforms. Her medical, public health, and specialized global health training underscores her commitment to advancing equitable and resilient health systems. She's about to speak to us on expanding universal health coverage through public-private partnerships in a span of 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give it up to Dr. Med Belinda Efriye Nimakun as she comes to give us her presentation. Please let's keep clapping so she gets the microphone.
Good morning. Dr. Entry left me with a very difficult task. I was trying to calculate when I also encountered Dr. Ekim. And I couldn't remember whether I was in the clinical year or in the basic sciences, but thankfully I have a couple of my class of 2005 colleagues here, and I was kindly reminded, Prof, that we encountered you in MB2. So if my information is correct for us, that was in 2001, so some 24 years ago. It's a pleasure to see you again. So good morning again. As you were informed, my task is really simple, and that is to, sorry, my slides are still not showing, but that is to walk us through how through public-private partnerships we can expand universal health coverage. When I was given the topic, I had to get back to the organizers to ask, what do you mean by public-private partnerships? Are you looking at private sector involvement in the health sector, or you strictly want us to limit it to public-private partnerships? And that is important because technically when you talk about public-private partnerships, you're looking at partnerships that are typically long-term, that are also contractual in nature. And even Dr. Entry mentioned one model, for instance, when he spoke about the financing, where you look at build, operate, transfer models, where you have private sector coming in, they might place equipment, they might put up an infrastructure, and we have a contractual agreement with them, whether around cost sharing, whether around profit sharing, and then how we go on with that. But thankfully, the organizers made me know that no, you are free to keep it to private sector involvement in the health space. So I felt that is important just to, give us the needed orientation on what we'll be speaking about. So one, I have just 30 minutes. Do I wait or can I go on, please? Sorry, so whilst we wait for the slides, I think I still can start. So please let's go ahead in the spirit of time. I don't want Prof to, to have a comment about the time. So yes, so we can still start. I'll just try to, in the next 30 minutes, talk to us or lead a discussion around one, what is universal health coverage? I'm sure a lot of us have heard of it. My intention is not to lecture you on UAC, but rather to just provide the context for our discussion. The second bit of it will be to look at private sector participation in Ghana's health space, which is really important for many of us. Whether we are in the public space, we would find ourselves working with colleagues in the private space. If we are in decision-making spaces, we would find ourselves having to engage colleagues in the private sector. And then once we go through that, then we can look at there's linkages between the two, and then we can have a good land. So that's what we'll be discussing. So I'm sure we've all seen this cube, which we all call the UAC cube. It just UAC is just three things. One, who am I reaching with the health services I'm delivering? The population. What services am I providing? And then finally, how much cost am I covering? The reason why these questions are important is because when we look at the issue of who is being covered, the important thing is, in as much as we all acknowledge that health is a right, it means that wherever you sit, when you are leading a charge to offer health services to people, you necessarily need to make sure that you are covering all the relevant populations, all the relevant subcategories of people, whether young, old, poor, rich, so regardless of where they live. So that's about the first question. What services am I covering? And this is really, really important because part of the whole agenda of UAC is to ensure we are rendering quality services. And within health systems, when we define what quality services mean, one of the indicators we look out for is how comprehensive is it? Am I just offering maternal and child health services and I think I'm done? Or I need to offer, am I able to offer all the other services that I need to? And then the last bit of it is one of the most essential parts of UAC, which is the financial protection part of it. If someone has chronic kidney disease and needs dialysis, and that pushes the person into impoverishment, where now I'm poor because of my condition. I think Dr. Maswell also mentioned about people living with chronic diseases like hypertension. If repeatedly, because I have to go for my medication, I'm pushed into impoverishment, it means that the health system as it is not being able to perform its duty of meeting the needs and covering the cost. So in summary, UAC is not rocket science. It's just these three elements we want to get right. And whatever we do as a means of expanding access to UAC is really about the coverage, the access bit of it. It's trying to get the populations right, the equity bit of it. It's also about ensuring that our services are of the right quality. And finally, that we are protecting people financially. So when it comes to Ghana, now we can look at Ghana's UAC system. Journey. There have been a number of initiatives, all targeted at making sure that as a country we arrive at universal health coverage. There was Alma Ata in 1978. And since then, Ghana has launched certain what we'll call landmark initiatives. One is the CHIPS. We all know about CHIPS, where we try to take health care to the doorstep of the people. The other is the networks of practice. And the networks of practice was launched because, one, we wanted our healthcare to be comprehensive. So we want people within that network to be able to have the right care. The other is something that has been talked about extensively already by the first speaker, and it's so crucial because by that game changer of a policy intervention in the country, as we've been just told, we are reaching about 55% of our population and ensuring that they are protected financially. In recent times, we've also worked on the Essential Health Services Package, and the relevance of that is that it defines the set of services that we provide to every person along what we call the continuum of care. Upgrade the free primary health care. It's important we talk about it because it's a new initiative, but it's great because it's not in implementation yet. It's at the design stage. But that single policy, what it seeks to do is to eliminate any financial barrier that prevents people from being able to access primary health care. And we know that at least 70% of our population, what they would need at any point in time is just primary health care. And if we also do get primary health care right, it means that we can avoid some of the costs that come when people get complications, etc. So that's the thinking, but because it's not yet in full implementation, it's great. Having taken this journey, we still do have some challenges. And one is that still coverage remains inadequate. As we go on, I'll talk to us about the UAC coverage index. You will see how we are faring. We still know that we have inadequate infrastructure. We are all in Ghana, so we are familiar with that. We know we have staffing challenges. And the staffing challenges, not just the number, but also competency. For clinical staff, clinical competency. And there's even another issue, which is about just the distribution. The numbers are not adequate, but the distribution is also heavily skewed to urban areas. We like to say that Ashanti region and Greater Accra region are commanding over 65% of our health workforce. And yet, by population, that's about just 52%. So when you look at it, you already see some of the disparities. And even when you drill down further, within Greater Accra, rural Accra is not the same as Accra Central. So that's about some of the disparities. So now, having done all these initiatives, taking these initiatives, what has been our progress? I've chosen just two indicators, just two numbers for us to remember. One is an index I love, which is the UAC service coverage. It's what we call a composite indicator, in that it's not one measure. So it puts together a number of measures. It's looking at access to maternal and child health services, some infectious disease, some non-communicable disease. So by the time you put these indicators together and you get this measure, it's really reflective of how we're doing in terms of UAC. And for that, currently, I think this 2021 data is 46. But I think 2022 is about 47.9. That's where Ghana is at the moment. And the closer you are to 100, the better it is. We've done quite a journey from the 30s since this indicator started being measured, I believe in about 2019 till date. We're making some progress, but as you can see, it means that we are even under 50% currently. So which brings me now to what Ghana as a country is trying to do in terms of a roadmap for achieving UAC. One, we are very interested in continue with the national health. That's one thing that outlives governments, because we all do realize that health insurance came to make a difference and it continues to make a difference. If anything, we're trying to improve it year on year on. The other thing is that our end line we are looking at is 2030, which means that by 2030, we expect that all Ghanaians, regardless of who they are, where they live, how much money they have or don't have, would have access to the health they need where they are without it pushing them into poverty. There are some guiding principles of our UAC journey. One is equity, and that I've talked about already. The other is that, if you are talking about people having the services they need, it means that you should be able to provide the range of services needed. You should also be able to build the trust. There are various elements into measuring that service. And then also people should be financially protected. But most importantly, which might be lost on us, is that document places emphasis on private sector integration in our health sector as an enabler for achieving UAC. So I believe the GMA executives and the planners of this meeting have been following some of these national documents and have realized that probably, although we've made provisions for this, we have not yet optimized private sector involvement in our health space as a means for achieving UAC. So now in Ghana, when we talk about the private sector, usually what hits us in our face is private providers, private facilities. But it's important to note that the private sector is broader than that. It includes pharmaceutical manufacturers, and now they are a very important part of our service production, because currently in Ghana, 30% of our commodities, pharmaceutical commodities, are procured from the private sector, private manufacturers in Ghana. Local production is a policy, and indeed the target is to move to 50% by the end of 2029. There are also the health training institutions where a number of us probably lecture, and this is also important because currently as a country, the guiding tool for our planning is something that NDPC has developed that is called the Medium-Term National Development Framework. It puts emphasis on growth, shared prosperity. So regardless of the sector in which we are now, I believe Dr. Entry even said that better earlier when he said usually health is seen as a cost element. But when you look at the role health training institutions are playing, then there is not just a cost element, but also an economic, growth mechanism. Then there's the equipment and commodity importers that we all know. Then there are the health-focused CSOs and NGOs. So some of the organizations that Dr. Entry was walking us through who are doing financing, some of them are actually CSOs, some of them are NGOs, that's their niche. They are in financing. Others are in program development. So we have all these health-focused CSOs. So when you look at the ecosystem of private sector, the import of this slide is not just providers, it's not just health facilities, but it's all encompassing. And once we think about it that way, then we'll find room for that tech company that wants to, help us to innovate, even if within just our health facility, to keep records better. So having looked at the landscape of the private sector in Ghana, a question is how are we faring in terms of our engagement with the private sector? I have a number here that might be shocking. It was shocking for me as well, that 52% of our services, of our facilities are healthcare facilities. Please don't panic. It's because this definition actually would include pharmacies, etc. So just to put it in context. But if you look at our database, which is the DIMS2, you will see that the facilities we have, about 20% of them are actually private facilities. But I'm saying this with the caveat that it's not all private facilities that are also on that database. And then 30% of care that is accessed, healthcare I mean, is through private facilities. And they have strong presence in peri-urban areas. And we might take this for granted, depending on where we are. But it's very relevant if you look at some of the challenges we've had with CHIPS in more urban areas. CHIPS works in rural areas where you can beat a gong, where you can mobilize the community. But if you live in a gated community, your first line of care might not be a CHIPS compound, but it would be that well-stocked pharmacy shop. So they are also playing a very important role there. Then they have a significant footprint in pharmaceuticals, diagnosis, and telehealth. And really, ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of the private sector in health. This is the next space to look out for. So if I'm an investor, there are several examples of how private sector is engaging in this. I'll give just 3 examples for each one of them. Pharmaceuticals. Currently, if you drive, no, everybody's coming from all across Ghana. So somewhere in rural Accra, Pram, there's a big factory there. I would encourage you to look them up online. It's called Atlantic Life Sciences. It's Indian owned, but they're doing a huge job. I think their brand is Pharmanova, for those who purchase drugs from Pharmanova. Currently, we have an agreement with Pharmanova we procure anti-snake venom from Pharmanova, and rabies also, anti-rabies, and there's a third one, tetanus as well. So you will see that they are playing a very significant role, and it's not just them. There are others that are at various levels of development. I'm sure you are also familiar with Entrance. Entrance is previously Tobinco, and they are also producing quite a bulk of the 30% of medication that I mentioned is produced in country. The other is diagnostics. Hardly a week goes by at the ministry that we don't get somebody visiting that I want to introduce AI-supported or some telemedicine. You know what people will say? I went to a place and they put a machine on me and it gave me all my diagnosis. And it's important to note this space because as the leaders of our health space, this is a place that we do it actively. But we also have realized that we need to back that engagement with the needed policy direction. So in the next coming year, one of the things on our work plan is to look at a national health policy around AI adoption. Because if this goes wrong, you and I can get sued. If it doesn't go right, somebody can say my diagnosis was faulty. So even as we are excited about the entry of private sector-led innovations around diagnosis, we also realize we need to protect ourselves and ensure that it's done ethically. I believe we've talked about this quite a bit, that the unique, so usually when we are looking at a sector, is that what is the value add of the sector? Now, We've talked about training institutions, infrastructure, etc. I've talked about innovations. I believe we can skip this. Sorry. So if you remember the first slide, we said that a pillar of universal health coverage is the services that we are providing, that they need to be equitable. So the question is, how can private sector help us achieve that equity we want? And it's to recognize the role that private sector plays in health service delivery, not just in treatment, but in diagnosis, in even preventive. We know that now people can walk into a pharmacy shop, have their blood pressure checked. It's all part of it. And then even the training institutions and the infrastructure, all the sheer number of health facilities that are being. And then the second part is how through innovation, I've mentioned telemedicine, private sector can help us expand access to health services. For each of the three pillars, I've tried to tease out a case study. I know we all know CHAG. Some of us might even be from CHAG facilities. The CHAG partnership is a typical public-private partnership. It's been long-standing. It's governed by an MOU. And what happens is CHAG is managing their facilities, but the ministry is able to place health workers at CHAG, and CHAG runs their services. And we all know that CHAG has facilities in very underserved areas, places where we don't even have some district hospitals that are publicly owned. You would find a CHAG facility. And that is how the CHAG and government partnership has helped expand access to care. The next thing is how public-private partnership acts as catalyst for improved quality of care. Now, you can see some, Dr. Entry spoke about the BOT. I'll not go into that. We've talked about training. There's also logistics. When we have health products from the central medical stores or from wherever we procure them, we need to ensure they are delivered at the point of use. That is what we call last mile distribution. Part of this is supported by what we call third-party limited, so 3PL companies, and their role is to help transport those commodities. When COVID came, such organizations actually provided us with the cold vans that we needed because government did not have it. So it's just to appreciate the role of private sector in logistics. And one classic example of that is Zipline. Another one is telemedicine. We've talked about that. But the last bit is joint research and innovation hubs. If you go elsewhere, you would find a lot of private sector footprints as think tanks driving the health sector. If we look at Ghana, there's the Imani, the CDCs, but you will see that the interest in health is somewhat minimal. And that is a charge to all of us. I jokingly tell my friends that when I finish this work, I want to set up a think tank on health, because really it's a niche area. You need people with understanding and expertise to interrogate some of the government policies and some of the initiatives. That is one area that all of us as medics can be part of, but it's on the low side currently. We know about Zipline. They use drones to deliver health commodities to various places. Data we have now tells us that about 12% of their deliveries are too hard to reach areas. Places where sometimes when it rains, the place is cut off or it's just inaccessible. That is a niche they are filling. The other thing is Zipline, for instance, on average, makes every delivery within 32 minutes. So can you imagine the difference this makes when you need blood for your patients who is hemorrhaging, or when you need, you need any other emergency supply, and you are able to get it within 32 minutes. So that is one area where a private entity is really supporting service delivery. The last bit is about the financial protection. I don't want to go into this too much because Dr. Entry spoke about quite a number of the examples on how private sector is supporting financing in the health sector. But I would like to also acknowledge the role that our private insurance schemes bring. A lot of people beyond NHIS have top-up, products with private practitioner, insurance providers. And we have quite a number of issues with that they want us to take care of for them, but that's about private insurance. And now the new space to watch out for would be the private pharmacies, because increasingly there's been a policy directive to enroll as many of them as possible on the national health insurance as private providers, because we realize that for most people, the first line of entry is pharmacy shops. I think this is my last but one slide. Having said all these beautiful things, that one, private health sectors are important. The private health sector is important in expanding access to care. And that is important for service delivery, is important for quality, is important for financial protection. We do realize that there are some bottlenecks in this partnership. One is the limited awareness of opportunities. How many of us have thought of establishing a think tank on health, for instance? How many of us have thought of partnering an IT firm to develop products? And the products we need in, yes, recently we're discussing about HEFRA. It's not enough to just be closing down facilities. We should be able to provide reminders, prompts that you are due for renewing your license and follow up. So that needs a solution, and the solution is technology, and it takes people like us partnering with the folks who code to provide that solution. So that's one. It's also about accountability gaps. There's profit motives and patient welfare. I think low-key, there's always some elements of distrust when we're dealing with private sector. And this is not to pick on any health facility, but when COVID came, it was instructive. It was difficult to get a test done. Some private facilities, health facilities, diagnostic facilities got into COVID testing, but all of us are witnesses to what happened. There was no protection for patients, and it was multiple what was being charged in the public sector. And these are all issues that make it a relatively more difficult to open up to private sector, or which impedes on the extent to which private sector is able to engage. But also on the part of private sector, there's also concerns. When I supply medication and it takes 2-3 years and I have to go and see everybody, and we all know what seeing somebody means in Ghana. So if you have to see people before you get, paid what is due you, people don't just want to get in. For data privacy, we are concerned about that, especially because it's health data, so we are wary of who we open up to. And then there's just the difficult part of the technical expertise. And for this, I'll give an example. We've recently had to evaluate a document. On the face of it, it looked good. I want to partner, I want to place equipment. It will take 18 years. I will transfer to you. But you can see clearly that for the folks there, technically, it looked good. Medically, you're doing good. But in terms of business-wise, we were told by the representative from Ministry of Finance, I wouldn't have entered into this agreement. And that is important to note this, so that as we go into some of these engagements, we bring the right people on board to provide the guidance that is needed. This is the last slide, thankfully. So having walked through all this journey, I just wanted to zoom into just 3 elements in terms of private sector participation, which I felt were very relevant given the times we are in. Because one, for most of what I've talked about is nothing new to us. So as we look into the future, what is most important? How can we ensure that Ghana reaches that universal health coverage by 2030, which was my task? So one is the efforts we are making to integrate private pharmacies in primary health care. And I can't be more excited about this. In fact, if we deliver on this in the next few years, I think a lot of us in health system strengthening will be very happy, because we know that for a number of Ghanaians, the first line is private pharmacies. So if we are able to strengthen that space so that they can provide screening for the common NCDs that afflict us, if they can provide some immunization services, if they would also provide us the data that we need for decision making, that would help us expand healthcare immensely and reach everybody. The next thing is leveraging digital health and data interoperability. Because I've spoken a bit about data, I will skip that. Then the next thing is private investments. And thankfully, Dr. Entry did a great job at pointing out some of the private investment opportunities that are there. There are also some other public-private partnerships that are cooking. I didn't put them on, but I'm sure you are aware of some of the pronouncements that have been made. One, with regards to the Agenda 111, that is the plan, to open up to the faith-based CHAG to take on some of the facilities. And there have actually been some proposals, and these are unsolicited proposals by individuals and private sector who want to finish up the facilities and run them. The second bit is in equipment. You would have all noticed some of the calls that went out for PPP arrangements around dialysis machines. And this is because government does not have the money to front load, to make the upfront payments. But we want those services in every corner of the country so people have access to that service. And the only way to do that is to open up, ensure that private sector is able to invest in it so that we can have that UAC that we all seek to achieve. So in summary, we've just looked at how private sector, the footprints in Ghana, have challenged us to think beyond health facilities, open our minds to tech space, investments, financing, to look at training institutions, to look at digital space especially. And I've also tried to, outline how the involvement of private sector can, one, help us to have more equitable health, one, to help us to provide quality services, and three, to ensure that people are protected financially. And that's all about expanding UAC. Thank you.
Let's do it better for the Director of Policy, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. Since Director is here, our House Officers' postings, the Medical Officers' salaries, please clap more, so that when we go to lobby in her office, she'll remember the clap. Please kindly permit me to acknowledge the presence of, we're all important, but Animal Farm says there are more equals among the equals. Let me acknowledge the presence of, I almost said Cooper, but a former president of our association and a fellow of the association, Dr. Med Kwabna Pokwedu, say, please give us a wave of ring. Seated right behind him is also a former president and a fellow. Forgive me. If I don't take, I won't leave this place without handcuffs. COP, Commissioner of Police, and Dr. Med, and pediatrician, Ewusi Emim. Professor Nkobia, soon to be IPP, immediate past. He's immediate past president, but soon to be what? Immediate. Is it immediate, or soon immediate? Soon to be. There are also council members among us here, and also very senior people online. I've seen Professor Hesse still with us online. And there are many, many dignitaries here. The CEO of the National Ambulance Service. There's one pathognomonic feature or diagnostic aid. Look at this side. He has a white beard. Please give us a wave. Please give us a wave. And many other important members who are here. And we greet all members across the country who are joining live here and also across. So please, we'll continue. We will not, because of time, we will not take breaks. But there's coffee and some snacks set up. If you are not feeling sleepy, don't go out. Because if you take that coffee, you will run back. So please, let's just take it, you can bring it in here if you need to take a snack so that we can move very quickly and save some time that we've already lost. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker. Over
Thank
to
you so much, Dr. Salome. So we have our final presentation for the first plenary session. It will be on the topic capacity building and workforce.
Please, it's not a coffee break. For each line, only one person can leave. This is democratically autocratic. For each line, only one person. Please, just so that we can maintain our numbers, please. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you once again. So the topic for this final presentation is capacity building and workforce development in healthcare. And to do us the honors, we have Professor Dr. Med Anthony Adolfo Ofosu. He is an accomplished public health specialist with extensive leadership experience in clinical practice, health systems management, and national policy and academia. He is an associate professor of public health at the University of Health and Allied Sciences and has held key positions at the Ghana Health Service, including Deputy Director General and Deputy Director for Information Monitoring and Evaluation. He has also served in multiple district and regional leadership roles. He has led major national health information system reforms, including the rollouts of DIMS2 and the DHIS2 e-tracker, and contributed to improvements in primary health care performance assessment, cause of death reporting, digital health interoperability, and sector performance reviews. His work has strengthened data-driven decision-making and health outcomes across Ghana. Please, with a hand of applause, let's welcome Professor Dr. Med Anthony Ofosu. Again, would entreat that you please stay behind to listen to this presentation.
Thank you very much. It looks like the snack will take precedence over my presentation. Anyway, I thank the organizers. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here. I thank the organizers for giving me this privilege to present. When they called me and said, human resource capacity building, I said, well, I don't remember being a human resource specialist anyway. But I realized that virtually all my life, virtually that's what I've been doing really in practice. So that I decided to do it. So I will try to present on, the human resource, the capacity building, and then the workforce development. So there's the outline of the presentation. And then we will look at the health system is, without the human beings, it can't function, really. So a well-trained health workforce is a requirement to run any health system. And that's something that is very clear, that we all know. And the definition usually when we talk about capacity building, can you get my slide is not moving. Okay, so it's usually the whole process of developing, and strengthening the skills, instincts, abilities, processes, the resources, and the organization that we need to adapt, thrive in this fast-changing world that we. And it's really the essential ingredient in the transformation that we want to generate. That go beyond the performing task, that it should be sustainable. And that's what, the United Nations academia, that's in the definition that they give to capacity building. And that's the definition that I think that I'll try to use, in this presentation. Can you, next slide, it look like this thing is not working. It's not working. For some strange reason. Okay. Maybe it's also going on snack break. Okay. So what is the aim of capacity building? We want to improve practice, empower health workers, and then enhance and sustain individual organization. And always I try to get some of the literature around some of this, and this is one of the work that have been done that look at capacity building, instrument empowerment in Ghana.
and this work was done looking at the empowerment that capacity building brings, to the workforce. But what does it require really, to do capacity building? What does it require? You need to plan ahead. You need to have a plan, a future planning. And then also, you need to put in steps the system that will meet what we call the surge capacities. Because you see, it's not constant. There's some fluctuation that happens within the system. And you need to anticipate it. And then you need to do continued training beyond the initial qualifications. So these are all. And then the approaches, there's quite a limited research around the best design for capacity intervention that will optimize effectiveness. Some argue that it's not always clear how the concepts are applied across board. And this work was done by Lehman et al., who looks at capacity building in that regard. But then when you look at it, approaches to capacity building, it can either be pre-service, that is the training that is done before employment, and the orientation that goes on before then. And then it can be done during the service, which we call the in-service. So these are the approaches. So the pre-service capacity building, that is crucial. And the pre-service training institutions deliver this training, and they are usually in another sector, and they are delivering capacity building for people who work in another sector. And to make this relevant, it is important that these people in the other sector are privy to the competencies in the other sector as they train these health workers. So the pre-service is very crucial in terms of providing, so that nowadays that academic institutions are being pushed more into competency-based skill curricular development and implementation because of the changes that we are having. So when you look at, this literature, matching graduate curriculum in public, there are a lot of work that is going on looking at pre-service, how to make it relevant to the industry. So there's quite a lot of work that is going on looking at some of this. And when you look at in-service, this is ongoing professional development. And the purpose is that we want to maintain and improve the competencies that you've gotten. And then the new technologies that are coming into the field, they adapt to it. And then consistent quality of care is being delivered. So these are very essential things. So the types of capacity building intervention that we usually have, you have the internet-based. Nowadays, it's very possible to have internet-based, self-paced learning approaches, training and workshop setting. And then you can place technical assistant that people learn from in terms of mentoring, and then self-directed learning, communication or practice in groups like COPs, community or practice, and then the multi-strategy intervention. So these are some of the capacity building interventions that are available. What is the importance? It helps overcome health challenges because then it makes the health workers adaptable, you see, and it improves their problem-solving capabilities. And then also it then goes on to improve the quality of the service that is being offered. So when you look at the levels in which capacity building is done, the individual capacity building level, then the organizational improvement, because people work in a system. So capacity building also involves creating the enabling environment for the skill set to be exhibited. And then the system policy, there should be policies around this also. So these are the various levels in which we can look at the capacity building. And when you look at the capacity building in the health sector, a lot of work have been done looking at capacity building. And this was one of the work looking at almost like 21,000 health workers have gone through some aspect of capacity building. And then this other work also that was done looking at capacity building in Ghana decentralized health system, a qualitative study, which reported that capacity building is going on, but the frequency and the way it's being organized, sometimes there are issues with it and the ownership of it. And then, but then there's all the respondents in this study were of the view that it's something that need to be encouraged and improved upon. And then the effectiveness.
That one too, I mean, these are where the literature indicates that capacity building interventions can add to improvement, increase knowledge and skills, enhance self-efficacy and confidence, and then change in practice and policy applications. So it's quite unanimous that, I mean, most of the literature that shows that capacity building really does change the way in which service delivery occurs. And there's also some work that were done in Ghana looking at capacity building and quality improvement. And it shows that indeed capacity building is effective. Then let's look at the health workforce development, what it entails. The health workforce development is the whole process of planning, training, deploying, and retaining health professionals. And this is the definition that you find with, Herman et al. 2008. So it involves assessing the current and future health workforce needs and gaps, developing and implementing policies and strategies, strengthening the education and training to ensure that they are competent, promoting the health and well-being of the health workers, and then understanding roles and responsibilities. So when we say health workforce development, these are some of the components that goes into the health workforce development. And Ghana have made quite significant strides in improving our health workforce, moving from 16.5 to 41.92 per 10,000. The challenges that remain is the unemployment of qualified professionals. We've done a lot with the numbers, but the absorption of the numbers have been a challenge. And then the geographical disparities that we still face. And it has been alluded to by my other colleagues, the geographical and then the scope. As I said, the scope of the workforce development is the workforce planning and management, the training, education, continual professional development, and recruitment and retention. And I'll go through some of them. So when you look at the planning and management, we want to align the workforce supply, to the training, that you need to look at what is needed and then provide, and then optimize the deployment, and then anticipate future needs. So these are the three things that are very critical in planning and management. We don't do very well with the aligning the workforce supply. That one is not being done at all. And then optimizing the workforce deployment too, we are not really doing too well on that. Because I think that policy-wise, there was a thinking that production will lead to equitable distribution. But that had not happened really. And there are a lot of reasons why it has not happened. So workforce planning and management we are ensuring that the right people with the right competencies are in the right place at the right time. But then there are a lot of challenges in the healthcare system because of the complexities that we have in the healthcare system, that we are managing different cadres of staff, different levels of specialization, and it's a complex situation. And planning approaches need to capture these complexities. The factors are many, and so the workforce planning and management need to look into all these, and I'll mention some of the complexities, and we see it in our system. The first complexity is the systemic delays. This is because you are training somebody for 6 years to come and function in the system. There's that complexity of how do you anticipate what will happen in 6 years' time for the person you are training. It's a complex thing. And then the numbers, how do you manage the thinking about the projection into the future? And then combinatorial complexities. We talked about the care pathways in health are many. Somebody can jump from a physician assistant, go to graduate entrance and become a medical officer. So, and it is complex, and specialties diversification makes it even more complex. So when you are planning, then you need to think about all these. And then the dynamic complexities also, attrition rates, the training program, transition, and all that. It makes it very complex to do health workforce planning. Then when you come to the training, you are looking at skill maintenance, adaptation to innovation, and meeting evolving needs. And those are the things that we need to occupy ourselves when we are looking at our health staff. And most of the time, it's not only the individual capacity that we are looking at, but then the organization. So we have various formats, the classroom training, online courses, college degrees, etc., that we use to train the health workforce. But then, one of the ways, there are a lot of challenges, but then you can find out that in our system, we try to address some of the challenges. The limited resources for training, so then you have scholarships, study leaves to try to address them. The geographical constraint, the distances, now we are leveraging on technology to ensure that the person does not need to move. The person can do online courses. And then access to training, we decentralize the training, etc. So these are some of the ways. Then the next thing in the workforce development is the recruitment and retention. By and large, in the health sector, we really do not do really active recruitment in the sense of recruitment in human resource, because to do effective recruitment, you are looking to attract highly qualified candidates. But we are stuck with those who come. I mean, it's like we have trained them, we take them. I mean, so there's something really missing there. And going forward, those things I think will change. Employment retention focus. How do you ensure that they stay with you? Because then quality of care is very dependent on, trained staff who stay long enough with you. So the recruitment and retention strategies are very necessary so that we ensure that, because we are competing with global markets now, and we need to see how we can ensure that we retain our qualified staff, recruit them well, because a lot of the issues we are having is to do with the recruitment and then the retention strategies. Because you see, our focus has been on the production rather than how do you recruit and then retain them. So those are the issues that going forward we need to look at. So what are some of the challenges in health workforce deployment? There's shortages and maldistributions. So we find that certain specialties are missing. Pathology, anesthesia, emergency medicine. And then some are overflowing. How do we manage that? And then the maldistribution that have been talked about. And then the adaptation to the changing landscape. A lot of things are changing. And how do we adapt to that? So health world, the shortages, the uneven distribution, and we need targeted interventions for this. You see, you need policy that will target this issue critically to address the maldistribution especially, and then the shortages, which is really an artificial shortage. How do we create the fiscal space to take on? The problem has been that the government has continued to be the majority employer of health workers. How do we bring in the private sector into the space and leverage them to absorb some of these? And it needs very targeted intervention. Then the evolving healthcare, the changes that are happening. AI is coming, machine learning is coming. How are we going to adapt our workforce to adapt to these? And a lot of work, when you look at the literature, a lot of work has gone on looking at the changing trends and how the health worker need to adapt. This is looking at the risk of technology and impact on skills in the health workforce. So this is something that dealing with our human resource, we need to look at that. The terrain is not going to be the same. And I talk about the effect of artificial intelligence, machine learning. It is probable that certain positions within the healthcare sector may be displaced. It will disappear. Because my mom was a stenographer secretary. Now there are no stenographer secretaries anymore. It's an extinct profession. The same way a lot of the branches of medicine will disappear because of AI and machine learning. Roles primarily involve any role that has a repetitive task, such as disease diagnosis, specific administrative duties like patient registration, can be automated through AI. And then medical education will now need to look at incorporating these technologies into the training and training the students in new skills that are needed, like communication, the soft skills, communication skills, teamwork, leadership. Because a lot of the things will be taken up by this machine learning, AI, etc. The factor that facilitates health workforce development are the strong leadership. A lot of decision need, and then effective health workforce policy, the incentive that need to be provided for retention, recruitment, and the maldistribution. You need to put incentive in place. A policy that will incentivize somebody being in a deprived area against somebody being, it's something that we cannot run away from, because the thinking that numbers will change distribution will not happen. There should be an intentional policy around distribution, and you can't run away from incentives when you do that. And then continuous education is also very critical. So let's look at the uses of technology, and I think I've mentioned them. So let me move on to the private involvement, which is very critical. What is the role of the private sector? The World Health Organization, I think my colleague, the director, PPME, alluded to it, that you see, the way to achieve UAC, the government cannot do it alone because of the position and the access that people have. You need to involve the private sector to do. So the World Health Organization, in its resolution, engaging the private health service delivery sector through governance in a mixed health system, acknowledges. And there's something that is there that we need to really look at. So the private sector plays a large role in health in Africa. 35% of our outpatient is delivered by private for-profit sector. And then 17% is delivered by informal private providers like the pharmacy, etc. And this is work that was done by this group. And then in the same, there's this other literature also that looks at it. Okorafor, they said public sector, they looked at 4,000 in Africa, 4,061 health training institutions who are doing training. Public sector is 56%, private for-profit is 34%. Private not-for-profit is 10%. So that quite a lot of them are involved, especially in the pre-service training of health workers. And Ghana's private sector contributes to education of health professionals, nurses, midwives. But then you find out this is what has resulted in the glut that we are seeing, because the policy environment was facilitative for the private sector to produce. And they have produced. And now we have a glut of almost like 4-year batches of nurses and midwives, pharmacists, almost like 7-year batches of pharmacy, or 6 years of physician assistant. Really, so there's a growing participation of private sector in medical education. Yes, and we need to look at that it is really effective, that they can really partner. And the realization that the public funds are never enough. There will never be enough public funds. So there's a need to look at. So when I talk about the private sector, it's not only how the COVID experience showed. It's not only private sector in health, but like the private companies. Leveraging on corporate social responsibility to improve capacity building. And they have really been involved a lot, increasingly, in supporting continual professional education. A lot of private providers have leveraged technology and have provided e-learning platforms that are being leveraged upon to provide continual professional development for health workers. What are some of the challenges? Lack of coordination, of pre-service training. And this is what is resulting in the overproductions, because there is no linkage between the gaps and the training. So for the private providers in training and capacity building, it's about, the finances of it. I admit 100 students for nursing. I collect my money, I train them. What happened next is none of my business anyway. And that need to change with an involvement in the planning. Inadequate support from the government for the private health training school. That is a big problem. How does the government support and then leverage that support to ensure that the right things are done? And the private sector health staff are often left out of training on new and emerging issues. That is the in-service training. Most of the time, the private level health workers working directly are left out, and this needs to be addressed. And then the unclear roles of the private sector. As my colleagues showed, there are various sectors of the health sector, of the private sector in health, and we need to look at the roles for each of them. And there's no clear framework and governance structure by which the government or the public side is engaging the private sector. There have been talk about private sector chamber and all that. There need to be a framework. I think the private not-for-profit like CHAC has been able to establish a framework for engagement. But the other broad private sector, there's really, the governance framework is not too clear. But there's a lot of hope in that. The private sector engagement work that WHO is doing can really provide support in setting up some of these framework. And from their, work that they've done, it looked like Ghana has engaged them. Maybe Director PPME will be privy to that. It looks like there's some engagement with the WHO to try to see how this framework of this, they call it, the country connector of private sector in health is under WHO, and they are trying to facilitate private sector involvement in training and other things. So what are some of the things that we need to do? We need to look at the health labor market analysis involving the private sector, using evidence towards development long-term health workforce plan that involve the private sector who are also producing. And then also at the level of the in-service, private sector need to be involved in all new emerging training that are coming up. A system need to be set up to involve them. And we need also to look at approaches that we can do to sustain the improvement. We need to institutionalize training, get funding for training, foster leadership, maintain partnerships. And then, in conclusion, what I'll say is that capacity building and workforce development are very vital if we want to build a resilient and effective healthcare system. And the strategic efforts that will involve the private sector across multiple levels will ensure that Ghana will have the skilled workforce that is ready to meet the future challenges. So thank you very much.
Your smile will bring the sunshine day. Thank you too very much, Professor Dr. Med Anthony Ofosu. Please let's give it up to him once again. All too soon, we are done with the first plenary session. At this point, we were supposed to have a musical interlude, but because of time, we'd quickly take two sponsors, tell us about their products, and then would proceed from there. So first of all, we'd like to welcome Unichem Ghana Limited to give us their presentation. Please let's give it up to them.
Please, you can do it better. You can do it better. So Unichem, we are watching the clock. Correct.
All right, good afternoon to you all. Oh, good afternoon to you all. All right, it's good to see you again. My name is Jude Yurinchi Asari. I'm with Unichem Ghana Limited. The top, Okay. I'm with Unichem Ghana Limited, pharmacist for Central Region. Today we are here as Unichem Ghana Limited to support your program. And as part of that, we want to take one of you to Dubai. Yes, we are serious about it. Last month at the pharmacist AGM, we took one pharmacist to Dubai. And then this month, we are taking one of you to Dubai. So I'm sure you have seen our questionnaires. If you have not seen it on your pages yet, you can pass by our stand. We are the first stand out there. We have a QR code there. You scan it. We have a few questions that are available. You answer them, and then you basically qualify to join our raffle. On Saturday at your dinner, we will announce the winner, and then, like we are saying, all expense paid trip, 3 nights and then 4 days in Dubai. All right. We want to talk to you about some of our products. We have this one of our new drugs on the market called Diclolex Plus. All right, please take me to the drug slide. It has 3 active ingredients. It has diclofenac sodium, potassium, sorry. Diclofenac sodium, diclofenac and potassium as the active ingredient. All right, normally most of the diclofenac on the market has sodium as the salt, but we are using the potassium salt because it's faster when it comes to solution and onset of action. Then again, we have PMO 500 milligram and then cloxazone 250 milligram. So the PMO basically, we know is an antibiotic, NSAID for the diclo, and then cloxazone is a centrally acting muscle relaxant. So the 3 of them coming together help you for better pain relieving effect. All right, so we at Unichem, one of the things, or one of our hallmarks is quality. We don't compromise on our quality of our drugs for anything, not even the pricing. Sometimes out there they say our drugs are a bit expensive. We tell them that we put a lot into our drugs, and then we expect the drugs to work in their maximum best. I mean, of what use is it after clocking your patient, you are done, you give a medication, patient goes and comes back and says it didn't work. Then cost 90, we are back to square one. So as part of that, this is how the drug is packaged, all right? It comes in a box like this of 10, and then it comes in a silver foil like this. Before the drugs come in patient packs like this. So we have put all these to ensure that by the time the drugs leave our factory to the end user, the bioavailability is 100%, because how the drugs are handled from us before it gets to wherever it's supposed to get to, we cannot assure how it's going to be handled. Some come into contact with direct sunlight, and then the silver foil is going to protect and prevent the drug from being degraded. And then also, if it comes in contact with water, it's not going to affect the drug. So we are telling you that this drug, we have put a lot in this drug to ensure that quality is achieved at the end of the day, all right? So we have put all this, and this is one of our cheapest drugs on the market. Who gets the price correctly, I'll give the person a whole box. How much do you think we are selling? How much do you think we are selling one of these? Or how much do you think you want to buy this for? After all I've said, 20 cedis, you have tried. 10 cedis, no. 15, no. Sorry? 5 cedis. Hey, auntie. But she is correct, actually. Please give her 1 box for me. Give her a whole box. So we are giving you all this just for 5 Ghana cedi for a patient pack of 10 tablets. All right, please take me to the cough syrups. Go on. Yes. Yeah. So please try it for us. We believe in our medications. Next slide. All right, it's okay. We believe in our medication so much that we are saying that you try it for us. And then, who is having any form of pain here right now? I will give you some. No, we trust our product so much. Yes, you're having pain. Please help me here. Any other person? Okay, 1, 2, 3. My team will help distribute them. Please, some people are having pain, so please give us as many as are having the pain. It's okay, it's fine. Yes, please. If you're having any form of pain, you take it and then give us feedback. Our stands are there. We want you to trust the product before you use them. All right. We have, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, we have another range that made us very popular. In the just ended Ghana Business Awards, we won the brand of the year for this particular range of product. These are our cough syrups. All right, these are our cough medications. And then they are so popular on the market. Next slide. Next slide, please. All right, so this is our Lowex Baby on the market. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this drug before. Lowex Baby has the glycerol as the active ingredient. The FDA of US is saying that glycerol is the safest the safest component for infants. All right, so if you are looking at giving some that is very safe for infants 4 months and above, we are recommending our Lowex cough syrup for you. The glycerol basically soothes the throat, prevents harmful irritants like smoke and dust particles. Also helps a baby to be able to bring out the cough when the baby is in distress. All right. Next slide. Next drug. All right. We also have our Lowex Child Dry Cough Syrup. This is also made for children specifically, all right? It has dextromethorphan and then chlorpheniramine maleate as the active ingredient. So it is very effective for coughs that accompany colds and then flu. We are looking at 6 years and upwards. This is another choice of drug that we can give them, all right? Next of the cough ranges. We have 6 of them in total. We have the children's chesty cough. This is for productive cough. We have ammonium chloride, chlorpheniramine maleate again, sodium citrate, and a menthol 1 milligram, all right? Also for our kit as well. So if you're looking for something that can help the productive cough of children, you are looking at Luex children chesty cough. Next cough, please. Okay, you also have guaifenesin, bromohexane, and then phenylephrine 5 milligram. We are saying that this is effective for cough that accompany colds and then flu. It is powerful combination of it's an expectorant, a decongestant, and also a mucolytic agent. Next of the cough. We have our Luex adult dry cough as well. It has dextromethorphan and then menthol as well. Same again, we are looking at cough that are dry and then irritates, all right? It's also good for, this one is specifically for adults. Please, next. We have the Luex adult chesty cough and then the children cough. So the chesty, we have the child and then we have the adult. So we have grouped them into 2. We are saying that it is mucolytic for children and also adults. If anything, the cough is we want to break down the muco for them to come out. We are saying that these 2 active ingredients are there. For runny nose, itchy nose, and itchy eyes and throat as well, the chlorpheniramine maleate is going to take care of it. Blocked nose in children, and then also blocked nose in adults. These are the active ingredients handling it. Next slide, please. The adult chesty too, and then child chesty. We are saying that for runny nose, for dry cough, blocked nose, and then throat irritation, it's also another good option for you. Next slide. The last on the cough list is the Luex nighttime cough. This was made specifically for adults and then children from 6 years and above. It's an expectorant, it's an anti-allergic drug, and also a decongestant. It's very effective 3-way action. So we are saying that there are 6 of our cough ranges, our Luex cough ranges on the market currently. All right. So if you are looking for a cough preparation for your client, we are saying that look no further, look for Luex range of cough preparations. Next slide. All right, so I'll end with this. This, I'm giving you free apple, is in one of our questions, all right? The Luex baby has only 1 active ingredient. The Luex child dry has 2 active ingredients. The adult dry has 2 active ingredients. The Luex adult chesty has 3 active ingredients. The Luex nighttime also has 3. And then the last one is the Luex child chesty cough. It has 4 active ingredients. I like that you are taking a picture. It's free apple I'm giving you. It is live and colored in the quiz. All right, so thank you so much for having us. We still remain one of your number 1 pharmaceutical companies looking out for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Unichem Ghana Limited. So we have next Dr. Selom Kutrati to give us a presentation on the human papilloma virus vaccination. Please let's give it up to her.
Hello, good afternoon. Please, can I get a pointer? Good afternoon. So I'm making this presentation, unfortunately, to an almost empty room because I see my colleagues are all outside. But I'm here to basically tell us where we came from, what we are doing now, and what we expect that as colleague doctors will do to improve the uptake of the human papilloma virus vaccine, HPV. So please don't let the 5 agenda items scare you. It's not quite, we're not doing a lot of talking. You'll see what we've done. A lot of pictures are in there as well. So I'll basically tell you where we started from with our background, the various pilots that we have done. I'll run you through briefly. I'll tell you what we did during our campaign in October. Then I'll also tell you what we saw and what we think we can do for it. And there's a slide for references because obviously this is an educated or highly educated group. So I can't just present to you without giving you references. So we all here know what cervical cancer is. And we know that it's the second most common cancer among women. And unfortunately, it's the one that also kills us quite a bit. Because in 2022, over 3,000 women were found to have cervical cancer, which are new cases. Unfortunately, about 1,815 of them died, which is quite a very high number because cervical cancer, when picked early, can actually be cured, more or less. We also know that cervical cancer is caused by persistent HPV. And typically the serotypes 16 and 18. There are other serotypes that also cause it, but about 71% of cases actually are caused by the 16 and 18 serotypes. And we also know that apart from causing cervical cancer, these serotypes also cause other types of cancers. So they cause anal cancer, also cause a lot of head and neck cancers as well, cancers of the vulva and the vagina as well. So HPV is not, in quote, a woman's virus. It's a virus that affects everybody. And we know from research that vaccines are effective. The vaccine we are using has been licensed for about 19 years now. We have 19 years worth of data to prove its effectiveness. We have data to back its safety as well. So we know that with vaccines, there's a lot we can do that will prevent our women or our girls from developing cervical cancer. So the vaccination is rooted in the WHO strategy to eliminate cervical cancer by 2030. Do we think it's achievable? Please, do we think it's achievable? Hey, I'm hearing yes and I'm hearing no's there. So there are three things that WHO says we should look at doing. We are starting with what I call the lowest hanging fruit, the vaccination. We are looking to immunize our girls, about 90% of the girls, 9 to 14 years. If we're able to do that, we know that we'll prevent them from developing HPV, persistent HPV, and then cervical cancer. And for those of us who are currently out of that age range, we are looking at screening about 70% of us for HPV and also for cervical cancer. These tests include the VIA, they include the pap smear, and others. And then for those who actually have the disease, we want to make sure that at least 90% of them have access to care. We know within our Ghana health system, of these three, I think the immunization will be the easiest to achieve, to be honest, because for screening, it's an individual decision. Just like breast screening, we make so much noise, but the woman has to take time out of her day and go and get screened. The screening is also not free, unless there's a program where some groups are doing. If it's not that, you have to take money from your pockets to go and do screening. So that's also a barrier. Then with the treatment, we have the issues of the numbers of clinicians that we have to take care of people with cervical cancer. The gynecologists, the oncologists, radio-oncologists, we don't have a large number. We don't have a large number of centers also taking care of cervical cancer. So of all these three, this is the easiest we can do, which is with the vaccination. So what have we done in the past? This cervical cancer vaccination or the nationwide rollout was rooted in work that has been done over a few years ago. So one study was done in 2013, and that used bivalent Civarex. That is the vaccine that has only two valents, that's 16 and 18 alone. And in that study, we did more of a school-based approach, and we looked at girls in class 4 and 5, and a few in class 3. And of all those, we were able to get 80% of the girls enrolled. And we use a 3-dose schedule. And as you can see with a 3-dose schedule, once you start, by the second dose, a number will drop out. It's a natural order of these things. By the third time, another number will get out. So if we said for 31,000, and when we're done, about 25,000 were the ones who ended up. So almost 6,000 of the girls did not complete the dose schedule. So that's a challenge that comes with using multi-dose schedule vaccines. Then another study was done, which was sponsored by Gavi, using Gardasil 4, which is what we are using currently. And this one was done in 2015, and it was done in Northern region and in Greater Accra region. And of this one, we also did the same school-based approach, but we used two arms. We used those who were doing 3-dose schedule and those who were doing a 2-dose schedule. And for those doing the 3-dose schedule, we had a population of about 7,000 for those in school, and out of school, just 272. Because we know that the girls around the eligible age, most of them will be in school. We have a few who are not in school, but most are in school. And for those, what we found was that, as you see, 7,000 of them started, 6,770 ended. So some dropped out again, as we would expect. And then for first dose, we had 6,000 for By the second dose for those in 2-dose schedule, we have about 6,000 again, so about 400 also didn't complete. So what we fact, if we do a multi-dose schedule, we'll definitely have dropouts occurring. And then another lesson we learned from this was that in Ghana, we have something we call class 1 mommy, class 2 mommy, people who are very old to be in the year group. Now, GES says we should have a right age for school. But if you go to my village, for instance, somebody will enter class 1 at 9 years. So if you are going to do this, by the time she gets to say the class 4 or class 5 that we are talking about, she's probably 18. Because she may repeat a number of times. And she's 18. Unfortunately, in Ghana, most of these girls are already sexually active. So we learned all these lessons and we decided that no, going forward, we'll adopt a different strategy if we want to do the nationwide rollout. So what did we decide to do? We did an age-based strategy. So for us, we are saying that girls aged 9 years will take the vaccine. And then we said that we're going to do in school, which was supposed to have been an opt-out, and then out of school girls. I'm saying it was supposed to be because that was the strategy. Unfortunately, when it got to the ground, it became a whole different thing. People started imposing, unlike what the law, the Public Health Act and the Children's Act says. Now we're doing consent forms, a whole lot took place, but this was our strategy going in. We also said we're going to do a single dose of the quadrivalent Gardasil. And we started with a campaign. We did a 5-day multi-age cohort campaign. We did 9 to 14 years. And we targeted about 2.2 million girls. And we did it across the whole country. And after the campaign, we've gone into what we call routine immunization. So we are looking at the same girls 9 years, but we are also going to do a catch-up for the 10 to 14 because we know that we're not able to immunize all of them during the campaign due to a lot of the misinformation that was circulating. And you ask yourself, why are we looking at this age group? Because that was a common question that was asked. Why 9 to 14? First of all, we found that at that age, they elicit a stronger immune response to the vaccine. We also found that a lot of them would not have been exposed to HPV. Most of them would not have had sexual debut. So then we are targeting them just before they encounter the virus. And then thirdly, it's a good time for cost effectiveness because you want to give it at the best time where you have the maximum results. We've also have evidence for the single dose schedule. So we didn't just decide that looking at how the dropout rate was, that was why we are doing single dose. A lot of work has been done by WHO and others. We have various studies that show the efficacy of a single dose compared to a 2 or 3 dose schedule. Because in countries like the US, they are still doing 3 dose, 2 dose, and the rest. But for us, for looking at the data that we've had across even lower middle income countries and low income countries, and even high income, 1 dose is enough if it's given at the right time, which is why we picked the time we did. And what we also found was that people talk about why aren't we immunizing the boys? Because HPV is not just cervical cancer. But for now, looking at the way the vaccine was introduced, it was targeted towards cervical cancer. But we know that if we immunize the girls, we're able to get about 80% of the girls immunized. The boys will automatically have a spillover immunization because most of those girls will end up having sexual intercourse with the boys. So if they are not being able to spread it, the pool of circulating HPV will actually reduce in the population, which is why we are not targeting boys to start with now. So these are just more evidence. I'm sure the slides will be shared and you can look at it and then read the studies if you are interested. So what happened with the campaign? We launched it on the 8th of October. Our minister was there. That was the first girl to receive the vaccine in Accra. Then we did an in-school campaign and then an out-of-school campaign. So you see my staff here, somebody in church, Makaranta, this was at Salaga Market. They went, anybody they found who was not immunized, spoke to the parents and immunized them. Based on that, we were able to immunize about 1.8 million girls, which was quite good. We thought we could do more, but of course, looking at what happened with the rollout, our performance was quite good because we're doing well. Then some media people started making noise, and then parents started withdrawing. But I'm sure the director is nodding because she knows what went on during the period of the campaign. There was a lot of work that had to be done extra to try and catch up with what we did. But we were able to do about 84.7%, which is quite good. Because remember I said, if we do 80%, even our boys are covered. So we have done, at least we have covered the boys in that population group. And across the various age cohorts, you realize it's approximately about the same coverage across. So we did quite well. There was nothing like just children, but everybody across was covered. And it was mostly in school. This is the in-school population. Most of those we immunized were in school, over 90% of them. And AEFIs, this was something that pre-campaign people were talking about. Are we going to give their children something to kill them? What we expected was what we found. Typical AEFIs were headache, abdominal pain, fever, pain at the side, swelling. Those were things that we thought would happen. And in fact, the two most common were headache and fever, which we were expecting. And luckily, we didn't have any serious AEFI or any mortality. So we're quite pleased with the rollout. So what did we see during the campaign? Misinformation. In fact, my phone was full of these messages. People were making videos, people were sending messages, or people were sharing all kinds of information, and you'll be there and you are receiving calls from your bosses. Have you seen what's happening? Somebody says this. There's a TV stroke radio presenter, for instance. There was a day he went on radio, and my phone wouldn't stop ringing because people were saying, go and tune in, go and tune in. But you can't engage such people head on. You let them talk, and then you try and, when you go on the radio or TV, you try and kind of roll back the things they have said. People were circulating videos and audios around. In fact, this particular link was being circulated by a doctor. That was what made it quite surprising, because a medical doctor was spearheading misinformation. Up to now, the person is still spearheading misinformation. No amount of engagement would lead a person to stop. So for me, it's quite important that we all understand what we are doing, because this is for us as a country. It's not for EPI program, or not for pediatricians or obstetrician gynecologists. It's for all of us. I'm sure that if everybody is looking to their family or extended family, they may have known somebody who died from cervical cancer. My grandmother died from cervical cancer. The little I remember of it was quite a painful death. So I've seen what happens, and I know that if we work very hard, we will not have our children and grandchildren going through this anymore. And then we had the common circulating myths. You are trying to make our girls promiscuous. You want our girls to become infertile. Bill Gates is sponsoring you. They even said me, I've received billions of CDs to introduce a vaccine. And I asked them to please point me to where the billions are taken away, because it looks like somebody has chopped the billions in my account. There were a whole lot going on. And every time we had engagements, we'll try and address them, because these things, since COVID came, misinformation has become a very big thing around vaccinations. And then private schools, I spoke about the consent forms. All of a sudden, they are saying that we want consent forms. Then the way they will even word the message to the parents will say no. They'll tell you, the people coming to vaccinate are there. Do you want us to vaccinate your children or not? And all it takes is one parent to say no. Then I was getting screenshots. One no, then all the rest will be no. The information we give them to share, they don't share the information. We also had issues with data entry by our staff. Some people will not even allow you to even enter their premises to immunize. So now we are camping at the entrance of the school. When the parents come in, we speak to you and we immunize, which is quite difficult because an injection is not like a drop that you can even drop. So it made a thing quite difficult. At least for us, we have a few good practices. In fact, there was a lot of leadership involvement in this exercise as compared to previous exercises. Director is here. She will tell you, DG was calling, Director of Public Health was calling directors, Zoom meetings, everywhere you see the directors on the ground working. There was also integrated information. We also used a lot of means to meet people. We were in webinars, we did online meetings, we went to community engagements, we went to radio, we went to TV. There were so many things we did to try and reach out to the people about the vaccine. And then also we had a lot of flexible delivery strategies. Like I said, if you say you allow us in your school, okay, fine. We'll just camp out and wait. When it's closing time, then we are waiting for the parents. Can we immunize your child? Then we go ahead and we immunize. We're able to adapt as things went along. So right now, we are on routinization. The vaccines are available in the public facilities. I know some regions have made flyers. We share them around. If you need a vaccine, you can walk in and get it. But there are also questions around, should we just leave it in routine? Because I know if it's there, people won't go. There must be a time we are still thinking through. Are we going to be doing quarterly campaigns, yearly campaigns to try and mop up? Because some countries, South Africa, for instance, once a year they do a campaign of a sort because they've realized that the parents will never take their children. So we are looking at flexible strategies around that. And then we're also looking at the role of doctors, because we are trusted people in the community. Because if we lead the advocacy, Parents will take it up. In your churches, in your social groups, in your mosque, wherever it is, if you take the time and even get 10 minutes to tell the parents about this, it goes a long way to engender trust in the system. So what should we do as doctors? All of us here, we are trusted. Anytime they open your mouth and they ask you, or you speak on a topic, people take it as the law. They don't even bother to go and do any research. So we are supposed to provide clear, accurate, and empathic counseling. So when people come to you, we shouldn't just, this one, just go and take it. We have to explain to them why. We have to dispel the myths and also respond to concerns about side effects. And then also, we should reinforce the fact that the vaccine is available as part of routine child protection. And it's not a new vaccine, and it's not an experiment. We've used it in the country since 2013, so it's not new. And there are people I know here whose children have taken the vaccine in the private sector, like we are saying, public-private sector in the healthcare. They've taken it there, and even their boys have been given the vaccine, so it's not a new thing. It's important that we lend ourselves as ambassadors for this, so that in the next generation, we will not have cervical cancer the way it is now. So I told you I have plenty references for you. And these are our partners. You can see GMA prominently here. GMA has really supported us through this exercise, and we are really grateful for this platform. We also have WHO here, who also led us to come here to come and speak to you today. Thank you very much.
So as doctors, we all have to assist to dispel the vaccine hesitancy problem. Unfortunately, these days you actually hear and see doctors actually leading the charge, some even organizing some sessions and putting out certain beliefs, unproven scientific facts as well. So please, we have a charge to keep. And we are aware that Medical and Dental Council is beginning to look into some of these issues because it's beginning to cause problems. And you know our people, once they hear an information, it's a doctor who said it. You know, doctor ne kachre me, and everything else you say will not be heard again. Thank you, Dr. Akuchuati, and thank you, WHO. Please, WHO needs to fill some sheets to show that truly this presentation was given, and we heard them. So a form is going around. I know you've already filled the attendance forms for the CPDs and all that, but the form will be taken care of as well. Thank you. Please, there's, I don't know, how do you people call this thing? It's a water bottle, a very stylish water bottle. Please, somebody left it at one of the venues yesterday, and kindly come for your water bottle before I begin to use it.
Thank you. So up next, we have a final presentation by one of our sponsors while we get ready for the panel discussion that would start off the second plenary session. So I'd like to call on Way Lead. So please give us their presentation. Please let's give it up to them as they come.
Thank you very much. My name is Sian Sefen Soku from Way Lead Ghana Company Limited. And I want to say thank you for the opportunity and good afternoon to all our doctors here. Good afternoon. I'll be very brief, please. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about us, our community, and we have some printers also available. After that, we will make room for questions if there are some. Way Lead Company Ghana Limited has been in the country since 2012. We have our offices in Shanghai in China, California in the USA, and also here in Ghana. We are stationed at Sakumono. Our first development is Vista Del Mare. It's a 22-unit home with a clubhouse, a swimming pool, a gym, and then a rooftop. These are all 4 bedrooms located at East Airport or Chado. This is completed and sold out. That's our first project. The second one is Les Jardins Symphonique, 52 unit homes, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, and 5 bedrooms, located at Sakumono. This is also 100% sold. Location of this is Sakumono. This is the current view of Les Jardins Symphonique. You see the asphalt and the rooms, the houses with the roof, everything perfectly built. Location is Sakumono. From where we are, 30 minutes you get to East Legon. Nungwa is 10 minutes. Tema, from where we are to Tema Harbor is just 10 minutes, and then 25 minutes to airport. So the project, as I said earlier, is located at Sakumono, and the land we are developing is almost 50-acre land, mixed property. We have the apartments, we have some for the townhomes, and recently we have also introduced one that is going to have shops, we're going to have a gym, we're going to have a police station, and all the amenities in there. It is a litigation-free land. The land belongs to Ghana Post, so it's a joint venture between Waylead and Ghana Post. So if you are buying a property from us, know that no one is going to bother you that live where you are, because this is a government land and it has no litigation at all. So this is our Alphabet City, which is, all of these are apartments. You have 2 bedrooms, you have 3 bedrooms. The 2 bedrooms are of 2 types and the 3 bedrooms are of 3 types. The amenities in here, we are talking about a swimming pool. You have a summer hut children's playground. There is a basketball court, tennis court, and then a place to sit, and relax, the green areas and all. This is also located on the same piece of land, 48 acre, and also located at Sakumono. These ones are all apartments. This is a pictorial view of the place. It's a gated community, of course. You have a paved road fitness center, and then the amenities, as I mentioned earlier. This is the current state of Alphabet City. What you are seeing is not a 3D picture. This is built. What you are seeing is the real picture of the buildings in there. So you're seeing the apartments. Now you see the children's playground, the summer hut, and then the pool over there as well. These are some of the pictures for the interior decoration. You have the living area, you have kids playing around, that's a dining, and then the road is also neatly paved. The kitchen is in there. You have the living area as well, as we are seeing from the picture. Now this is the block plan of the new development that we have started, also in Alphabet City. I will explode it, and then we will see the various types. This is what we call B1. It's a 2-bedroom that comes with a fitted kitchen, and it's open. You have the living and then the dining area together. 1 bedroom has its washroom inside and suite, and then you have the other bedroom having the washroom outside so visitors can have access to it. And this is 110 meters square for the 2-bedroom. This is a 3-bedroom here with its washroom, as we can see from the picture. This is another 3-bedroom. This is slightly built over the first one, where we have added a maid's quarter to this. So you can see from the picture. This is also a 2-bedroom that has been expanded, just like the first one that I showed you, the 110 meters square. And these are the prices, and of course we can do the city equivalents of the prices. And this is our new project that we call the Willow Lane, first of its type, where you have 4 bedrooms, 2-story. You have the ground floor, first floor, and then the second floor. And each unit is coming with its own elevator. So if you are buying this property, you don't have to think of buying another property again when you are old, that you cannot climb the stairs again. No, you have an elevator in there to take you to your master's bedroom. And this, we have first developed the 30 units in there. In all, total, we are looking at building 103 units for Willow Lane. I will show you the types that we have in there. This is the type A of Willow Lane. 2-story ground floor that encompasses, you have the living, the dining, the kitchen, and you also have a guest room, and of course the place where you have your kitchen. This is the plan for the ground floor, the first and then the second. This is the type B, and this is also the plan for type B. This is the current state of Willow Lane. This is the current state of Willow Lane. And these are the prices. Of course, we can do the city equivalents of the prices as we see here. This is also a new one that we have brought into the market. We just started construction of this last week. We call this the Daffodil Alley. It's also apartments where we have shopping mall, gym, pharmacy, studio apartments, 2 types of 1-bedroom apartment. You have 2 types of the 2 bedrooms as well. And then you have a 3-bedroom, and you have also a double-run elevator in the block. I will explode this now. This is, on the left, you have a studio. On the right, it's a 1-bed. This is also a 1-bed. This is a 2-bedroom apartment in the Daffodil Alley. This is a 3-bedroom. And these are the prices, starting from $38,100. You do the city equivalents, and then you get a studio apartment in Daffodil Alley. Then, I'm coming to the last one. These are semi-detached property. You can see on the left. This is it. These are the 3D impressions. When we are done, this is exactly how they are going to look like. And this is the plan for the semi-detached. So on the left, far left, you have the ground floor for the semi-detached. In the middle is the first floor. And then on the right is our rooftop, where you can come, you climb up, and then you sit on the rooftop. You enjoy the view of the ocean and all. And this is the price for the semi-detached. Just as I said, for all the others, you can do the city equivalents as well. For our payment terms, we require that you make initial deposit of 20%, and then the balance we spread for you for 2 years without interest. There are mortgage options as well, and you can buy individually, or if we have a number of you coming together to buy as a group, then we are going to offer you more discounts. And also, there is a referral package. When you refer anyone, maybe a family abroad, or you have a friend who wants to buy a property, and you refer them to us, there is a referral package that we are going to give to you. Lastly, we also have some printers that we have available to talk about to our doctors here. The first on the left is the label printer. That prints the label for the wrist. And then you have a card printer as well. And then we also have the printer that we can print our x-rays on. And with this, we are going to supply, for anyone that is interested in getting the printers, we also supply the consumables, and it's under 12 months warranty, and we also do the maintenance for you within the warranty period. Thank you very much for having me. If there are any questions, please.
Thank you, Walid. A lot of questions will come to you at your stand. So get your men and women there ready to respond. Let me say that this program is being live streamed on all the socials of TV3 and their partner stations. And we have a lot of viewers online also listening in. And also thanking TV3 for coming in to do this for us as our partner. We have heard the presentations. We have questions to ask. And so we'll zoom in straight to the panel discussion. And this will be moderated by one of our own, a female. That makes me another female, and so I'm a gender advocate now, a strong one. She is Dr. Med Alberta Ajeben Brichum Nyako. I hope I got it correct. Thank you. She is a public health specialist and has been doing this for so long, from Kumasi Metro Director, moved on to become Regional Director for Eastern Region, then moved on to headquarters to become the Director, Policy, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Division, and then now has decided to shine her light in Central Region as the Regional Director. Please, let's welcome her with a big round of applause. And joining her on stage will be all our distinguished speakers, and then Dr. Kuchuati will also join her to respond to any concerns you have about the HPV vaccines. Please, let's welcome them once again.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our panel discussion this afternoon. The theme for this AGM, strengthening private-public partnerships for sustainable healthcare delivery, is not merely an academic topic. It is an urgent operational necessity. And I think we all agree that we can no longer continue the traditional model or the old way, where these two systems, private and public, operate in silos. That option is no longer viable. We stand at a critical juncture where the only path forward is one of a shared commitment and synergy. We must recognize that the public and private domains are not competitors, but rather complementary in securing our nation's health now and in the future. We thank very much Dr. Maxwell Entry for his presentation on innovative financing for primary health care, for health service delivery and its sustainability. We also thank Dr. Belinda Efriye Nimako for helping us to understand how we can expand our coverage for universal health and also leveraging public-private partnerships in that regard. And also Professor Anthony Adolfo Ofosu, who also talked to us about capacity building and health workforce development. So I shall start. I would only limit my question to one per panelist so that you can also ask questions and then we shall be done. I will start from my immediate right, Professor Anthony Ofosu. You've shared beautiful insights on capacity building and workforce development. Now, we are in an era of much difficulty with the attraction and retention of doctors, with its ensuing maldistribution across the country. What are some of the ways to address this challenge through public-private partnerships towards the achievement of universal health coverage?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me look at, yes. So the issue of maldistribution, I think it hinges on a lot of factors. One is the social amenities available in those places, like the school, and most of the time, these are young people, either nurses or they are very young people, they have young family. So then their unwillingness to move is sometimes driven by this lack of social amenities. So that's one of the things. And then also, the fear of the unknown is something that we've seen, that when people do not know a place, when you mention it, it's like, somewhere on Mars. So there's fear of the unknown that catches them. You see, go to Rara. This is somebody who has been born in Accra and all that. It evokes a fear, and that also brings hesitation. And then also, the whole issue of the government as the main employer is also one of the issues that drives. And then also, the lack of any pull factor, like incentives, is also one of the key things that prevent people from moving. So what I'll say is, how do we get the private sector to get involved in addressing this. There's a need to look at providing incentives for private providers to site in some of these places, like the way it was done for CHAG in the past, so that the government can use its leverage and power for taxes, provide tax breaks, provide equipment, for example, provide human resources that will move some of these, private providers into these areas, and then they will use their leverage to get staff. By way with the government support also. That's also one of the ways, the similar model to what CHAG did in the past can also be looked at. And then the private training schools can also be a help, in the sense that instead of we sending these students to Cuba and Ukraine and all those things that government is sponsoring, why not identify people from these areas and place them in private facilities, of course, because then there's availability of space. In most of the public universities now, it is choked. The medical schools and things are choked. So then why not leverage and use the private facilities? And then instead of sending these people to China and those places and Cuba, and they come and they write the exams and now they don't pass, and now we want to use political influence to get them to, let's get them, and then the private sector get involved in that, in the training. And then we can get people into this area, because then the proviso is that you are being trained to go to that area, and the private sector is involved in that. And then we can look at the private, like companies, like we did in the COVID period. Companies as corporate social responsibility, picking up some of these issues, like the deprived areas, supporting incentive for doctors to be there as part of their corporate social. Let's say I'm a factory in a region. I identify and it should translate into some tax breaks for these private companies who are doing this, supporting, move, and providing incentives in some of them. And I quite remember in my other life, when I was a young medical officer, there was a timber company in where I was posted who used to give us annual bonus. Yes, it was a timber company, and they used to give annual bonus as an incentive for health workers. And this can be a model that private sector can be involved in. And then let's say like the vehicle hire purchase. Companies doing vehicles can be giving tax waivers to provide incentive for people like vehicles, people working in the deprived areas. And that's something that can be looked at, for example. And then we can look at the other sector like education. Because one of the key things is education for the children of those who are posted. So, getting private sector to set up, and in the past, Achempon did it in the what they call experimental schools in the regions to try to get civil servants, high caliber, to come to the regions. It can be done supporting private sector to set up model schools in some of the deprived areas, so that I know that if I go there as a young doctor with my wife, my children, or if I go there with my husband, my children can get reasonably good school to attend. And the private sector can be incentivized to provide these schools in these areas, giving support in a way from government incentive. And then housing. Housing is also one of the biggest problems in some of these areas. But we as the health sector, we have land. So why not use the land and leverage it as BOT with private estate developers, and then get very decent accommodations for health workers who will be then sent to this. So I think basically off my head, these are some of the things that I think that the private sector can be used to leverage and improve the distribution. Above all, the critical thing is the policy to address maldistribution. There needs to be a targeted policy that looks at the pull factors and the push factors, and try to, through within the policy, try to leverage some carrot and stick approach to push people there. I think a start has come with this advertisement for positions in this area. And I think it's a good start. Declare vacancies, advertise, and let people apply out of their own volition. The next step is that then add incentives to these areas, so that I know that I'm working there for 3 years. But with it, I'll come out with a double salary or something. And I think that would be a good thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think he deserves an applause. Thank you very much, Prof. Adolfo. We really need the policy guidelines. We also need the incentives. I would go to Dr. Belinda Nimako, who also shared insights about expansion of UHC and the role of public-private partnership. So what I'm asking Dr. Nimako is, what does success look to you in a PPP arrangement beyond the expansion of the coverage rate? And I'm talking in terms of outcomes related to equity.
Thank you, Director. Well, for me, success primarily would look what it would look like is when we've been able to optimize the potential in private participation in our health sector. And with that, my focus primarily is around IT, because as you can see from all our presentations, whether it's the investments, whether it's in health workforce development, as we look into the future, training people, continuous professional development, it's all going to hinge heavily on our ability and our uptake of technology. And perhaps that is the area that we're a bit behind. So if we are able to flesh out the uptake of technology, which we also know that it would be heavily driven by the private sector and not the public sector, it means that we are getting to the last mile. But ultimately, in terms of how healthy are our people, that is our UAC coverage index inching as close to 100 as possible. And what that would mean is everybody at every corner of Ghana is getting the requisite set of services that we all need to live as long as possible. And that's success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, she also deserves an applause. My next question for Dr. Maxwell Entry. You've talked about the fact that we must move beyond traditional funding structures towards models that are based on value and outcome. So my question is, for a private healthcare provider, what is the biggest challenge they would have in moving from the traditional fee-for-service to this value-based or outcome system? They definitely would bear a risk. How would we minimize that risk so that they would want to venture? Thank you.
No, thank you. The beauty of this is that we didn't have the questions up front. So you are able to give very generic, but also contextualized responses. So in 2022, there's a group think tank called McKinsey. And when Director PPME was giving their presentation, he mentioned about the lack of group think tanks for health. But there's one called McKinsey, and they did what they call what the future of healthcare in Africa would look like in the next 20 years. And they presented it at the World Economic Forum in Davos. And one of the key recommendations from that relates to the question was that the future of healthcare in Africa will be what we call the hybrid model. So if you look at the way we have evolved on mobile money in Africa, when you go to Europe, they don't have the same penetration of mobile money. And that's because we were so desperate with financial inclusion that we didn't have to go through the models that the West went through, but they call it leapfrog. So we leapt like a frog, and we did what we are doing now because it was driven by a need. I have served on the UHC 2030 advisory group for 2 terms. And we can all encourage ourselves that we'll achieve UHC 2030. The truth is that we will not. The truth is that we will not. Why will we not achieve UHC 2030? Because we have used the same delivery model that did not achieve alma mater to attempt at achieving UHC 2030. if you look at our service coverage index and you look at our out-of-pocket protection index, a lot of countries have actually gone back. In Ghana, we have made progress, but a lot of countries have gone back. Specifically in Ghana, there's a model as to how we can achieve it if we make the right choices within the next 3-4 years. Those discussions are not on the table now, and so we are not likely to achieve it. Currently, what the team is doing now, the UHC 2030, is to redesign the next milestone for the whole world. So we may come up with UHC 2050 or call it some other name. However, it is not all lost, and there are things we can do to make the smarter use of the money that we have. For some of us who work across sub-Saharan Africa and also in India, is when you come back home that you treasure what we have. The national health insurance that we have, that we take for granted, is a game changer. In the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, we are number 2. We are only second to Rwanda. If you take the whole of Africa, we are number 4. It's Algeria and Morocco, Rwanda, and Ghana. We are the only ones who are doing anything 20% and above in terms of population coverage. All the rest are in the 5s and 10s and single digits. So it gives us an opportunity to use the money better. We have had the new administration uncap the NHIS, and it has released monies that Dr. Morrison's time they didn't have. Now the money is flowing into the system. But more money, if you look at the evolution of human development, more money does not solve problems. We did not discover penicillin by more money. The electricity was not discovered because of more money was available. So more money per se does not bring a leapfrogging. What changes the system is to stop building bigger candles and discover electricity. Is to stop breeding stronger horses and discover the steam engine. This is what our forebears did. So the same resources, how can we use it differently? And that's why the concept of value-based care is being promoted across the globe. That to really reach our milestone, we need a hybrid of virtual and in-person care. Otherwise, the current traditional model will not get us there. That's number one. Number two, we need to pay differently. And I've used the example of the taxi, the Uber. Currently, we pay when people sit in the car. We don't pay when they get to the destination. We pay for utilization, but we don't pay for outcomes, which is the destination, the reason why the person sat in the car. And we need to change that model, because if we start paying, yes, let's pay for the passenger sitting in the car, but let's also incentivize for clinical outcomes. And if we do that, we will have less people needing to sit in the car, and eventually our health bill will go down. What will happen is that there will be an initial spike in the health costs because you are topping it up with clinical outcomes. But if you look at it, and that's the work that was done at the World Economic Forum by McKinsey, if you look at it over a 10-year period, you will see your health bill going down because you are being more efficient. And you see your clinical outcomes going up because you are being more efficient. If you track, this is my last one, if you track our clinical outcomes, let's take maternal mortality. Since the implementation of NHIS, which really shifted it, we have actually stagnated. Which means that doing the same thing will get us the same results. We will not reduce maternal mortality by doing the same thing. I am an obstetrician, by doing the same thing that Dr. Yeboah and I were taught and we have been practicing. It will not get us there. We need to change the model. And that's what value-based care is about. It's not new. Most other industries use it, but in healthcare, it's new for us. And that's really the game changer going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Entry, for expatiating on the game changer. Please, let's give it up for him. You remember Dr. Selon Kutuati is not necessarily part of the panel, but she's told us that she needs us to be advocates. She's also asked the question about, should we routinize HPV vaccination or we should have deliberate campaigns? All these are questions that she also needs your inputs on. So you can ask questions also about the HPV vaccination. So ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions for our three panelists, Professor Adolfo Fosu, Dr. Belinda Nimako, and Dr. Maxwell Entry. You can please raise your hand.
Please, questions from us.
There's a hand.
Okay,
in the
thank
middle.
you. Ladies first.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Safako Pomegbe from the Volta region. My question goes to Professor Adolfo. My question is, we have very beautiful plans and policies on how to attract doctors, retain them, and send them to deprived areas. What is actually preventing its implementation? Because we have a lot of literature, we know what we should do. What is actually preventing it? And can Ghana actually achieve equity distribution of doctors in deprived areas? Or we should just assume that it's a political talk and go by it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have another question? Yes, the
Any
gentleman
questions?
in the aisle.
Okay.
So, good afternoon. I'm happy this topic is being discussed, and congratulations and well done to all the presenters. My name is Anesiok. So, it ties in with one of my manifesto promises I'll be reiterating this afternoon. How to get doctors to the deprived area. So, it sits within the bigger question that we are discussing about PPPs. You know, we know that Agenda 111 hospitals, for instance, are lying fallow. A lot of them at different stages. So is it possible, and that's what I propose, that can we get and encourage people to set up in deprived areas and then give them some tax incentives, you know, so then it doesn't become the burden of government to put in the initial capital. In this way, you are putting money in the pockets of doctors, yet retaining care to the vulnerable in society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. York, for that question. So, Professor Adolfo, you have two questions to answer.
Please, we'll take one more and then the panel.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Kodia. So my question also goes to Prof. I just want to add, recently the minister made a concern about posting 80% of the people in the current batch to deprived areas. I just want to know his viewpoint on that, because it came with a lot of backlash or a lot of repulsiveness from some people. Because you see, we are talking about distribution, but it's not just distribution, because a large chunk of these people who are going to these areas are going to end up sending about 60% of cases they can manage back to Kolebu, back to Konfanoche, back to all these people. So if you shunt everybody there, you leave the few people now to come and then handle all the cases that the people who left saw and they couldn't see, and then they sent back to Kolebu. So if 100 people were in Kolebu, seeing, let's say, 1,000 patients, now they are 50, but they are still going to see 1,000 patients, because the problem there is still the same. But I get the distribution. I just want his viewpoint on the recent decision to send 80% of people across, if we are doing it at the right time, or if it aligns with the policy that he's talking about. Then my second question goes to, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name. On the HPV, I wanted to know, you talked about people's repulsiveness to the vaccine. I wanted to know if you've tried religious bodies, like churches, the Muslim communities, trying to get people on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So people seeing cases they could not see and sending back and all that is in between. We go to Professor Anthony Adolfo.
Okay, thank you very much. the issue of maldistribution, as I said, we have danced around the issue. The political will is not there. I mean, that's the reality. I mean, I have been someone who have worked from the grassroots and worked at very remote area that you cannot imagine. You see, and the solutions are clear. And I have mentioned some of them. The social factor need to be addressed. One of the ways of addressing the social factors, and we've discussed it in the past, but that one too, there appear to be no leverage to it, but I think that one with the private sector involvement can be useful. It's this agency model thing, whereas a private sector will employ specialists, maybe retired people himself, and then use them on short-term basis in some of the deprived areas. That is a model that is possible to do and that have been floated around for a long time. One of the things that we did when I was a DDG was reprofiling the deprived to hone it down from region to district. Formerly, it was only region deprived. But we saw that it was not really true, because if you say northern region is deprived, somebody in Tamale and somebody in Greater Accra in some community in Adan East, then you are not being fair. So then we home down to district. The next thing is gathering enough data to home down to communities. Then it makes it easier. Then we can then move. So then we've canceled initiative then. We brought in two types of incentive. The incentive that we can control. This is the non-financial incentive. Promotion out of 10. I mean, getting to go to school out of 10. Those things are administratively possible to do. But then when it comes to the crux of the matter, which is the financial incentive, which everybody knows that is the ultimate thing to do, that somebody working in KJG, Kojokrum, should not earn the same as somebody sitting in the comfort of Kaneshi Polyclinic. It is not fair. We need to change that. But unfortunately, when you start doing that, the way our salary structure is and centrally controlled, it makes it very difficult to do that in a centrally controlled salary structure system, unless you decentralize it and send the money somehow to the place so that the money is maybe routed through the local government or something. We need to look at some mechanism of doing it, because ultimately, when we started to discuss it, the Ministry of Health said they would do it. But for 3 or 4 years that our DDG, we never saw any progress. I mean, and they said it is with Ministry of Finance till date. So you are rightly saying it, that we know what to do, but the politics of doing it is where we are challenged. Other health workers will start mumbling, we are also in deprived areas, give us some. But you need to identify the critical skill that you need and incentivize the critical skills. That is important. With what Prof. York raised, I think I mentioned it in my presentation, that's also another way of looking at it. Leveraging private sector the way CHAG was leveraged, because as I said, there's not enough funding and fiscal space for the government to ensure access. And as my colleague said, if we continue to do the business as we are doing it, we'll never achieve UAC. But then we need to look at different models. So for example, as I said, why don't we incentivize the private sector, tax waivers, equipment provision, and all that? Some of this, and let them go there. Then they can pick up, and it expands the employment space also. And then on the question of whether we will ever achieve equity, technology does provide us with a leeway to do that. And that's what my colleague was talking about, leapfrogging. With telemedicine now, we can leverage it and ensure that somebody sitting in very remote area can still have access to specialist care. And that's something that going forward we need to try to do. How do we leverage the technology to facilitate access to quality care with the human being not being physically present there? And it's going to be very possible. It's just investment in the infrastructure. Investment in the infrastructure that is needed. And that is where also the private sector comes in terms of equipment placement and all that. I always say that the way we manage equipment in the health sector doesn't make business sense. And we need to move away from that. How does the government provide CT scan for a facility? The facility runs the CT scan, collects money from client. CT scan breaks down 5 years. It cannot be fixed. And the government need to come and retool facility. It is never sustainable. How do we leverage private providers to place equipment, manage the equipment, and ensure that there's access to the equipment? Those are models that we need to look at. And I think leveraging on private sector can help us address some of the issues, and leveraging on technology can address some of the issues that we are facing with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fosu. We move to Dr. Selom Kutuati.
Thank you very much for that question. So yes, we did engage various groups. We went to the office of the chief imam. There was a group, Muslim women teachers. They also had quite a lot of work, which is why you saw a picture of the Makaranta. They worked through their networks and got us in there. We spoke to the Catholic Bishops' Conference. UNICEF organized a breakfast meeting for religious leaders across charismatic, Pentecostal, etc. But the challenge is that there is only a limit that the national level can do. There are so many churches or religious groups that don't belong to any group. And those are the groups that we expect that our people would go in to speak with. Even as doctors, there are a lot of us who belong to groups that don't belong to these broad groupings. And also the challenge too is that, what if the leader of the group comes for this meeting, we share the information? There's no guarantee that that information would go down to the individual members, which is why we are here today to solicit for our support, because our religious leaders are trusted, yes, but we are also a very well-known or well-trusted source of information. So if we are armed with the right information and the population comes to us, we can give them the information. We can also go to our various religious groups and ask them for a few minutes during whatever service we have, and we can give them the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions?
Okay, question. I'll take from here, and then I'll come back to this side. Sorry. Please keep it short and snappy.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Michael Sena Kabwa, Greater Accra. When I drop my kids in the morning at school, they could virtually recite every jingle on CTFM radio. I think with the rollout of the vaccine, and this is to Dr. Kutrati, I don't think the media were engaged early, one, or were noticed to be part of the program, because until about a month to the actual vaccination day, that was when the energy could be felt in the media space. I think that if we knew we were going to roll out this program this year, probably we could have started at the beginning of the year. School programs under MCE and DCs could have been mandated to move into schools and educate. Letters could have been written to schools to engage PTA, because a lot of PTAs have health committees. We could have discussed this extensively as parents, so that when the actual rollout comes, we'll have a good buy-in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, snap it.
My name is Dr. Mohamed Abdul Alim, and my question is to Dr. Maxwell. You're talking of private-public partnership. The private sector is more profit-driven. And you're talking about equitable health or equal health distribution. And you know that in Ghana, the poverty ratio is very high. So how will a poor person be able to access health if the private person wants to make profits? Because it's not possible I go to do a health CT for 1,000 cedis when actually I can't even afford a meal of 50 cedis a day. So how do we go about it? Thank you.
Thank you. I would move from this row to the other side. I think 2 hands were up.
Thank you very much. Dr. Osayam Ponsa. I would like to ask Prof a question, please. So he made mention of the importance of keeping the human resource for a long period and the benefits that we can get from it. One canker that's plaguing our health sector now is the exodus of our staff, our human resource. We've made mention of trying to equitably distribute the working force amongst the districts and then the urban areas, but I haven't heard much being said about what we are doing to keep our doctors here, because most people are thinking of going out because there's something better out there. So I would like to listen, to hear from you. What can we do to keep our doctors here? Thank you.
And the last one.
Thank you very much. My name is Andre Kwesikuma, President of the Society of Private Medical and Dental Practitioners. I proudly say that we are the firstborn of GMA. We were established in 1968, and we've always served on council. So the private partnership is a vision GMA had so many years ago. Mine is just a comment. I want to thank all presenters for what they've presented and to endorse the suggestions from Professor Ofosu for, many of the things he's mentioned were what I was going to talk about. Tax waivers, equipment placement, etc. And we as the private sector for about a year now have been trying to organize ourselves into one forum to actively engage with major stakeholders, the government, investors, etc. And I've always been knocking on the door of Dr. Nimaku, and so she's been a good partner in this, and we hope that this will come to fruition so that this partnership will yield fruits, and then we can have better quality care at lower cost to achieve UHC, as many of the presenters have done. My predecessors have been working on this, and one of my very popular predecessors is here, Dr. Morrison, is here, has been working tirelessly at this, and we hope that with our new minister, new directors in place, we should quickly bring this to fruition for the benefit of Ghanaians. Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Please, colleagues at the back, please. Thank you so much. Let's keep it this same way, and please shut the door. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salome. So we've had about 2 remarks and a concern, and I think 2 more questions. So Dr. Entry and Professor Adofo.
Right. So, no, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. It's a dilemma that we have to grapple with as society. The whole issue about whether you can deliver a public good at a profit. Let me dare to suggest that the two are not mutually exclusive and that they can be done together. And let me just share 3 industries that have gotten it right. The first industry I'll share is the pharmaceutical industry. Can you imagine if only government was responsible for medicines in Ghana? Just think about it. If the private sector does not produce medicines, they don't run pharmacies, they don't run license over the chemical shop, they don't run wholesaling, they don't run retailing, they don't run the logistics. Can you imagine what could have happened? Are they delivering an essential service? Yes. Are they making profit? When you talk to them, they will say they are not making profit. But the fact that they are still doing it means that at least they are breaking even. So that industry shows us that profit motive is not necessarily fatal to essential services provision. Number 2, look at the telco industry. For those of us who remember Ghana Telecom and how you had to struggle to get a telephone line to your home. Fast forward to today. Can you imagine if private sector had not intervened? Are they delivering essential service now? Yes. Are they making a profit? Yes. Can the two go together? Yes. Let me give the last one. Banking services. Do you remember those days? Those of us with a little bit of gray hair. Do you remember those days, what it took to open a bank account? I think one of the banks had made an advert now, I think it's EcoBank or so, where they are showing somebody with a big file and asking you to draw the map to your house. Do you remember those days? Fast forward to now, when private sector stepped in heavily. Now you can open a bank account on your phone, anywhere at your convenience. And that has actually gingered even our public sector banks or public finance banks to also move. Are they delivering an essential service? Yes. Are they making profit? Yes. So based on only these three, I think it's good to let the private sector deliver an essential service and make a profit. Let me end by saying that we usually look at, so there are three paradigms. We have win-win, we have win-lose, and we have lose-lose. Usually, for some of us in certain jurisdictions and paradigms, we tend to look at what the other person is winning. And if the other person is winning, then I am prepared to lose mine so that the other person also loses. So we choose lose-lose, not because we enjoy losing, but we are offended if the other person wins. That is a mindset we have to challenge drastically. That you could actually have essential services delivered by the private sector. Even if they make a profit, they still provide an essential service. So that's a long answer to, it's a dilemma that we all have to grapple with. But if we look at it in paradigms, they make it easier to accept that you can actually deliver a public good using private mechanisms. And Dr. Kwasikuma and the team are here. They are doing a great job delivering a social service, but using a private angle. Dr. Kwasikuma, are you making profit? Well, if you are making profit, please continue to make the profit, but continue to deliver the women for us so that we don't overload Kolebu. So they are dealing using private mechanisms to deliver a social good. Let me end by saying that what Dr. Nimakun and the team need to do is what we call facilitative regulation. So you put in place the real guards so that interests on both sides are well set. Usually what we do is we press the brake when we should actually be steering the system to success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Entry. Prof, would you say something?
Okay, I think the question was on the retention. Yes. Nowadays, retention is looked at a bit different. It's really retention of not the individual, but retention of the service. It's because of the mobility of the present day generation. Our generation was more focused on job security, and the generation before us were more focused on job security. So the tendency to remain put was higher. This present generation, the Gen Zs, really don't care about job security. They care about the buck, and they follow the buck. So wherever there's money that they can get, they will move. And you can't stop that. So when you look at it, there are two factors operating. The pull factor and then the push factor. The pull factors are the mega bucks that they are offering in UK and US that we can't compete. And we shouldn't pretend we can compete. Because I used to joke about it and people said, oh, how can you think like that? I said, well, if a rich man wants to get your girlfriend, he will take your girlfriend. I mean, so that one, it is a done deal. You will take the girl because you don't have the money. And that's the reality that we have. That if they want, once they have vacancies, like post-COVID vacancies. They pulled. And there's nothing we can do about that. We can't compete. What we can do is to manage the push factors. And the push factors are within our means to manage. And we did a lot of that with the Ghana College, for example, coming in. The Ghana College was really managing the push factor, because one of the push factors was the inability for people to get specialized. When we were doing the West Africa, and I know some of the senior colleagues, they were in it. But when the Ghana College came, I mean, literature showed that a lot of people stayed behind because of the training and advancement that it provides. The other thing about the push factor is the way we manage the welfare of the staff. There are small things that managers do at the various level that really shows on care. I mean, so the person making a decision to leave is a big decision. So sometimes it's the management functions and things that happens in facilities that people get a feeling that nobody cares about them. Their issues are not addressed. Small, and then it pushes them to go and follow the big money. So staff welfare management and trying to put in step things that will engender that the people that are working are considered is key. And in fact, when I was a DDG, that was one of the reasons why we were so concerned about health workers dying from conditions that can be taken care of. And we saw that there was a need to address that issue. How can a health worker die from conditions that, if you say the government should take care of you and the government is not taking care of you, let's try and create something. And I'm happy that GMA has picked it up and GMA is trying to do it. It's important. So these push factors, we need to manage it. And using policies, using incentives and things, small things. Usually when you talk to the health workers, it is not really big thing that people want. And most of the evidence show that this working environment, safety in the workspace, equipment to work with, avenues for training, management dealing with health workers in terms of steady leave and all those things, are all the push factors that we can manage. And if we do this very well, we can retain. And in retention, I mean that we can have the turnover. That one person goes, another person is there to take. I have never believed in posting. Posting is retrogressive. We need to get the data right and advertise for positions. That is the way to go. Posting is very archaic way of managing human resource. And we should move away from that and advertise for positions and put incentives in the position that we desire people to be. And people go. And when they go, retention is better. Because they are going out of their own free will, out of what they think they will get by being there. And it is happening everywhere, in the US, Germany, everything. In America, in the Indian reservations, if I want to work in the Indian reservation, of course, I get more money than somebody working in New York on the same level. And we need to be very progressive about these things and try to do it. I mean, so that's what I'll say about it, that I've never been in a lover of posting. It's a retrogressive way of managing human resource. You need to deal with the human being's incentive to self-actualize. And that's the way to ensure that we will get the maximum out of the human being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have distinguished ladies and gentlemen online. There are a few questions that Dr. Salome would share with us, and then the panelists, Dr. Nimako, Dr. Entry, and Dr. Kutwati, would give us parting shots, one sentence each, and we would end. So over to you, Dr. Salome.
So thank you. We have Saibu making a suggestion that with the advent of AI, together with the vibrant GPS systems across the country, ICT guys can stratify salaries across the country for the same cadre, same level individuals working in the health system. The political will just needs to align. There's also a contribution from Jocelyn Suleimana Stevenson. While we work on partnerships, let's also impress upon our leaders to bridge the poverty gap and really decentralize social resources, because the problem we are having with disparity in distribution of doctors and refusal of some to go elsewhere mirrors the national issue. Also a suggestion from Bernard Pitashi, who is a doctor. One of the presenters mentioned the lack of specialists in certain areas. My suggestion is that it's about time the government, rather than facilities, sponsor residents. Let every department and at the Ghana College provide a certain number of slots yearly for training their specialists, and have government provide sponsorship for a period depending on their specialty. Now, government has the free will to post any doctor to any hospital to address specific shortages. Doctors should be bonded to government and not facilities. These are a few of them, and thanks to our online participants. Because of time, we can't take all your beautiful suggestions, but all these have been factored into some of the discussions, and some have been responded to already. Over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salome. So we would go to Dr. Belinda Nimako. Your parting shot.
Thank you. Generally, I'm a person of few words. But given all the questions that have come around HR, just to note, tomorrow the minister will be here, so I hope you have an opportunity beyond his keynote address to ask him a lot of the questions, and thanks for sparing me the questions. On that note, I think, relatedly, I went to a school where we were taught that if you are coming for school council meeting, don't come with just the problems. It's easy to do problem identification, but it is the first step, and it's right to do so. The next step is identifying workable solutions. I won't tell you the school because we didn't do too well in the National Science and Maths quiz. Having said that, I think I would want to land on the fact that she's laughing, she's from there.
She's living pure.
Yes, but I would want to land on the fact that in this whole discourse, whether it's from health workforce, through to financing, through to immunization, perhaps one thing I would want us to leave here with is to think beyond health. A lot of the solutions we want to see are indeed outside the health sector. People have rightfully highlighted the need for social amenities. We've heard about organizations that are funding. We've heard about AI. We've heard about technology. All these are not residents in the health sector primarily. And until we are able to step out a bit of our medical training, and so we are also able to engage the right partners, sometimes in our quest that we know it, in our quest that we understand it, we lose sight of some of the important pieces we need to solve the problem. With regards to private sector participation in the health space, there are a lot of overlapping issues. For us at the ministry, step by step, we try to solve them. Some indeed are outside our sphere of control. And this, my remarks, is not to say that we are, giving up on some of the issues, but it's just to say that humility, to understand that what I seek to do, I cannot do it alone. And being able to build the coalition you need, it takes a village to get some of these things done. It takes me getting my finance minister through my health minister to understand the need for the incentive, to understand that long run, it would pay off, and that initial investment is not a lost cause. it also takes me stepping out to be able to talk to and please, I'm not using me as a person, I'm using me as in help, to talk to that partner that this is the problem I have. Could you help me design a solution for it? Similarly, it takes us understanding that the whole bit about funding health now all over the world does not reside with just governments. And that is why I'm pushing back, because in all the comments, I'm hearing about how is government providing incentive, how is government solving that, how is government solving that. And that is something that we really need to get right, and I can't emphasize that enough. So I'm sorry, usually parting short should be brief, but you know I've been brief. So just indulge me, and let's step out that. I mean, I have not been brief this round, I mean the earlier round, and let's step out with that notion that this solution I seek, can I get help outside my immediate circle? Who else do I need to bring on board? And this good I want to do, what would it take to do it beyond me? Sometimes that is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your parting story. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Enchi.
Maybe 2 sentences. So my first sentence is that 30, 40 years from now, when all of us are retired, and we look at healthcare, it will be a marriage between virtual, which is technology, and in-person, and a marriage between private and public. That's my first statement. My second statement is that artificial intelligence may not take away our jobs as doctors, but in 30 years, 40 years from now, you will not be an effective doctor without the use of artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enchi, Dr. Kutuati.
I just want us all to look at the next generation being free of cervical cancer if we are able to advocate for the population to take the HPV vaccine that is available in the country free at cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kutuati. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists have said it all. Let us not treat this as theory or concepts, but let us have a firm resolve to break down any barriers that are preventing us from collaborating effectively with people outside our workspace. Let us look at how we can, in our own ways, have frameworks that are actionable and ensure that we are intentional in implementing public-private partnerships. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You are honorably discharged.
Shall we give them a big
audience.
round? Please, panelists and the moderator, our excellent moderator, please, we'll take a beautiful shot of you on stage before you go down. Okay. We all know the school is Wegehe. Oh, please, Madam Chair, please join them. Thank you. And then, Wegehe Are. I didn't know the mic was on.
We got such a beautiful land and our food is the best, so you will never regret. Oh, what is the plan? You don't need ever to guess. We are the city of first. You will get what you came for. Let it go, let the spirit.
Thank you, thank you. Prof. Ofosu says the rich man will take your girl. I think the whole thing, the whole lecture, that's the only thing I heard. That's the only thing I heard. But that presupposes that with his vast experience, some happened to him. And because the only thing I heard is that one, I'll hand over to the chair so that she, who listened properly, can give us a better summary and her closing remarks. Let's welcome the chair, please.
We've got such a beautiful land and our food is the best, so you will never regret.
So thank you very much, panelists and moderator. First, I'd like to acknowledge my students amongst the panelists. You are much bigger and better than I am, and you make me very proud. So keep it up. That's how it should be. From Maxwell, in fact, I've learned a lot on finance. I still need to learn a lot more. So I just take the very simple things I heard. And what I heard from him was that we have to change care. And it shouldn't run as usual. And now they are expecting that when, for example, hypertension is treated, it's not only that the patients keep going to hospital and collecting drugs, but they expect an outcome, that the BPs should go down. Thank you very much. And from Dr. Nimako, she talked about making progress in healthcare, and that they don't want to push individuals into poverty because of care costs. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to a lot of people, including those of our members who are retired and don't have any regular income. So it's a huge thing, and we must work on it. Thank you, Dr. Nimako. And then from Anthony, Prof. Ofosu, I'm not going to talk about the girl, but he mentioned the fact that the workforce must be managed. As it looks now, it's like we are not being managed properly. And I hope that is taken into consideration. Last but not the least, Dr. Kutswati, I hope I pronounced it properly. I have a problem. I have a problem with the message going round about vaccine, vaccine, vaccine. We are leaving out preventive and promotive health care. I would suggest that as you go around preaching vaccination, the thing is that teenage pregnancy, all those will occur if somebody is sexually active. We don't want teenage pregnancies. We don't want HIV. We don't want gonorrhea. So please, it's not only, HPV. We should preach about all of people the option to abstain. It shouldn't just be go ahead for the vaccine. That's my contribution. Dr. Brichu Miako, thank you so much for being a wonderful moderator. Thank you all very much.
Please, let's keep the applause coming. When you have lecturers who don't do family planning, they have a lot of children, and a lot of them become successful. But one thing is also very important. You know, interestingly, there's nothing like private malaria or public malaria, even though we segregate ourselves. And that, I think, is the central theme that drives the discussion of what we did. Regardless of everything, that patient is a Ghanaian. The service that's going to be provided will be provided for Ghanaians. So let's live here as advocates to see how we can partner government, even as GMA, to make things better for all of us. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause, even as we have paid rapt attention to make this happen. Now, I don't want to call it a connivance of God or a multiplicity of coincidences, but God decided to make it rain. To make it rain. I don't mean it in a rap sense, Make it rain, like the money is coming. But this one, rain fell. Because of that, we have had some challenges with the lunch being set up. The good thing about that is that the electoral committee is also ready to let us listen to the manifestos so that we can fire all the questions that we want to fire to all the candidates except me. At least I have the mic. So if we all agree, let's just finish this. We go straight to lunch. By that time, they will be done. And then we are done. We won't come back anymore. So I believe we are all in agreement. All in favor, say yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Beautiful democracy. So at this juncture, please, Madam Electoral Commissioner of GMA, please, I hand over to you. Thank you. Let's receive her with a clap as she comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salome. Good afternoon. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to do this. It had been slated for 2 p.m., but we started late. And as destiny would have it, it rained and lunch is delaying. So we want to take the opportunity to do the manifesto reading. At this point, I would want to introduce my team. So I have members of the... Okay. I would like to introduce members of the electoral committee. I have Professor Keche as a member, okay? And then Dr. Foster Kwaununu, Dr. Dominic Akateba, and Dr. Derek Opon. Okay. And my name is Rita Larson-Reindorf. I'm the chair of the electoral committee. Before we start with the manifesto reading, this is a message I want all of you to get, that this year we are having two elections. We are voting for directors of the GMA fund, and that is going to take place tomorrow, Friday. Tomorrow is Friday. Voting starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 3 p.m. We are voting electronically. We compiled a voters register for that purpose. However, you receive messages, SMS messages, as well as email messages on your phone this evening. But the system will not be open until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning when voting starts. And then on Saturday, we will vote for National Executive Committee members. National Executive Committee members voting will be on Saturday. Please take note and send the message around. I believe there are people online listening to us. And we are committed to conducting an election that I think we'll all be proud of. And so I'm asking for your cooperation. And please, let us go about our campaign with decorum and respect, please. And Friday at 6 p.m., all formal campaign activities cease. So we do not want to see you in T-shirts and openly campaigning, sending messages on platforms. The EC will send notices to members reminding them of the voting process. So at this point, we are going to invite our aspirants. They have maximum of 5 minutes, so which means that they can decide to do less than 5 minutes. We've had an online debate. They've engaged you on various platforms. So really, this is not meant to be a very long exercise. So they have maximum of 5 minutes to give us their key messages, and then you would have the opportunity to ask them questions also for 5 minutes, and we'll be here. If you don't have any question, that is fine. We will be glad. We will save on time. So the people are being called. The candidates are being called based on how the time that they filed their nominations. So those who filed first will be called first, and that is how it is actually going to also appear on the platform. It is the way we even prepared our poster. This has been a convention that we have used throughout our elections. So at this point, I will invite the two aspirants for the fund. Please, it's important that you vote for the fund. We need to
affirm them or not. So don't say, oh, it's the fund and you won't vote. Tomorrow, please vote. So I will invite the two of them to come up. And first to speak will be Dr. Dixon Bando. And then he will be followed by Dr. Osiu Jemfi. So Dr. Dixon, we will be timing. Dominic will help me in the timing. And then I have Dr. Regina Dakwa Sante to help pass the microphone around. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished colleagues, members of the association, my name is Dixon Bando. I'm a neurosurgeon and a surgical trainer. And for the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of serving as a member of the GMA Fund Board. Now, when I joined the fund about 3 years ago, I did so with a firm conviction that the fund could grow into a model of potential financial stewardship. A fund that not only safeguards our members' contributions, but also expands opportunities for their growth and well-being. Working with an outstanding team of directors, dedicated staff members, and reliable service providers, we have made quite significant progress towards that vision. What we have achieved over the past 3 years is a fund that has substantially grown from about 300 million Ghana cedis 3 years back to well over 550 million Ghana cedis, a significant gain of close to 250 million Ghana cedis over a 3-year period. Now, this achievement reflects what we can do as a collective when we apply discipline and prudent financial management to the work at hand. In the bid to bring financial services closer to our members, what we did was introduce the GMA app, the Oracle, which is readily available on the various devices, Play Store and Apple devices. And the essence of this innovation was to make sure that every single member of the association who needed to make financial contributions, who needed information, had it literally at the click of a button. What we have again sought to do is to introduce a microfinance credit scheme which seeks to meet members at the point of their financial needs. My vision for a second term, which is why I'm here today, is for us to focus on building the strong foundations we have done to take the GMA fund to the next height that we are aiming to achieve. What we are working at doing the next term is to build a vibrant and an innovative team to transform the fund into not just a provident fund, but into a world-class financial institution. One that embodies the principles of good corporate governance, operational excellence, and sustainable growth, which is a vision we all aspire to. Now, what we are aiming to do is to strengthen the corporate GMA brand by ensuring that our systems, our infrastructure, our human resource, and our service culture reflects the highest standards of professionalism and efficiency. We are again aiming to make sure that we have substantial investments in healthcare, both in the diagnostic and interventional services, to make sure that our members have affordable, quality healthcare for not just the GMA members, but their dependents as well. And through that route and through that vehicle, we are going to generate substantial income for the fund as a means of diversifying our portfolio. Distinguished colleagues, the fund has demonstrated over the past 3 years under our stewardship resilience, growth, and innovation. For us, we are not satisfied with what we have done. The journey is far from complete. We have a shared responsibility to build a fund that reflects the strength, integrity, and unity of our association. I, together with my colleagues on the board, remain deeply committed to this cause, to ensure that the corporate GMA that we envision stands firmly on the pillars of good corporate governance, excellent service delivery, and sound financial management. A vote for me, Dixon Bando, is a vote for continuity, innovation, and strategic growth.
Together, we can consolidate our gains and drive the GMA Fund toward the next phase of our evolution, one that truly serves the needs and aspirations of every member. I thank you for your attention, your trust, and your continued confidence. And come tomorrow, I am entreating all present here to vote a yes to allow me to continue what we have started. Thank you.
So we'll listen to you and then we'll take them.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Ifwa Osel Jemfi, a pediatrician at the University of Ghana Medical Center, and I have served on the GMA Fund Board for the past 3 years. During my first term as a board member, before being voted into power, there's a lot of things that I had asked to do. And during my term, some of the things that we were able to achieve together as a board is to boost investor confidence in the GMA fund that we have. And this means coming to you, members, to tell you more about the GMA fund, what it is, what you have in, so that you have the confidence to add on more and to also do more for you. And we were able to achieve that by regularly reminding you to check your data, to update your status, to continually tell you to download your statement. And I must say that we were very successful. We saw a huge increase in the number of deposits that were being done because members got to know more about the GMA fund and what it was being done for them, and so they invested more. As a member of the board, I was also the chair for the investments committee, and together with my team, we successfully put together strategic investments and diversified our investment holdings, which helped us in achieving remarkable portfolio growth of nearly 100% in value during our tenure of office. Now, I was also part of spearheading the GMA welfare scheme that sought to bring financial relief to members in general for now, and whilst also getting more money for the pension fund for our future. And so far, the GMA welfare scheme have served about 350 members in our 18 months of beginning the welfare scheme. I was also part of the team that helped in the launching of the GMA financial literacy train. One of the things we realized was that a lot of us were in financial hardship, mainly because we did not know much about our finances and how to put things together to ensure that we grow our funds that we already have. So in the first year, we started a financial literacy train, which was a series of webinars that sought to educate members on the monies they have, what they can do, their savings, their investment opportunities, mortgages, and so many other things. We never had any number less than 1,000 participants per each webinar, and I believe that a lot more people would want us to continue what we do because they keep asking for more. In my second term of office, I seek to continue to ensure that the things we have put in place are sustainable, to ensure that we are able to move to the second phase and the third phase of the GMA welfare scheme. Hopefully one day we hope that we'll be able to reach such heights to manage the welfare scheme as a financial institution, like my chairman said. And so that is what we hope to do. We hope to continue to also ensure that the financial literacy train reaches all and sundry, because though we achieved a lot of successes, there is still a huge number of people who have not had the benefit of getting some of these educations done. And so tomorrow, when you go to the polls, remember to vote a yes for Dr. Ifwa Osel Jemfi. Ifwa Lee is still me. Dr. Lee, I have many names, but that is all me. Ifwa Osel Jemfi, Ifwa Lee, it's a yes for me to continue the good work that we have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll take questions for them. Due to time, please be concise with your questions, straight to the point, and tell us who you are addressing the question to. Yes, please go ahead with your question.
My name is Sadat. This goes to both of them. Any of them can answer. Yeah, I've studied the GMA loan scheme. I've studied the GMA loan scheme, and I've noticed that it's more favorable for senior colleagues than junior colleagues. If you're a senior colleague, you are borrowing at a lower rate, you can take more. A junior colleague, I think it's not friendly. You should re-examine. I want to request that you re-examine it and see what you can do about that, because those who are actually trying to be stable, most of the senior colleagues have already achieved some level of financial stability. So it doesn't make it's not too good for you to be able to look at them first, trying to, when they don't even need the money.
Doc, what is your question?
It's not a question, it's a contribution. The questions are coming. I don't know if I have pointed now here and again to the gentleman and the lady that our scheme is more corporate than mutual. I don't know if you have compared the Bank of Ghana rates for borrowing with other banks with your current rates that you are running. The rates of Bank of Ghana currently are going down. The banks are going down, but yours is still flying high. So look at it very well and see how you can strategically bring it down to make it more friendly. Because I should be more comfortable borrowing from the scheme than going to a bank. But as it stands, it's more friendly going to a bank to go and borrow than going for a loan from the GMS fund. So let's keep it that way if we are actually trying to be corporate. But I think it should be more mutual than corporate. It's more down. The rate over here is more friendly. Down and they're down. Down. It's still flying high. It's too high.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that is a recommendation, right? So who else has a question for them, please? Somebody, a car, the number is GW3054-20. If we can get the make of the car, because I know some people don't know their car numbers, but your car headlights are on. GW3054-20. Your headlights are on. So please, your car needs your attention. Please, any other question for them? Okay. Thank you very much. You are discharged. So we'll move to the National Executive Committee aspirants. And we are starting from the male executive aspirant. So I will invite Dr. Charles Luanga Bayo to come forward.
Hello. Distinguished President, executives, invited guests, senior colleagues, all doctors present, good afternoon to you all. I'm in the person of Dr. Med Charles Luanga Bayil, and I'm honored to present myself as a candidate for the male executive member. My commitment to service is shaped by both practical leadership experience and formal training. I hold a master's in public administration and a certificate in health administration and management. Qualifications that guide my approach to leadership, policy, and organizational development. Professionally, I have served as the acting medical superintendent of Labusia Polyclinic for 1 year, and I had the privilege of being the first acting medical superintendent of Hamele Polyclinic for 2 years. Within the association, I served as two-term divisional secretary for Upper West Division, advocating for members' needs and strengthening administrative systems. These experiences have deepened my understanding of our challenges as doctors, and they inform the practical, achievable agenda I present today, built on 3 pillars, which are professional development, mentorship, and welfare, which I shall delve into right now. So the first I want to talk about is commencement of management and administrative training programs. Colleagues, many of us find ourselves in leadership roles without structured preparation. Yet, our responsibilities from managing facilities to coordinating teams and navigating policy demand strong managerial and administrative capacity. With my background in public administration and health administration and management, I understand how essential leadership training is. As male executive member, I, together with other executive members, will spearhead the accessibility of certified management and administrative training programs in recognized institutions, such as the GIMPA, University of Ghana School of Business, and other reputable bodies. I indicated reputable bodies because I don't want GTech to come for anyone's neck. These programs will focus on health systems leadership and governance, financial and resource management for doctors, amongst others. We will equip every doctor stepping into leadership with the competence, confidence, and clarity needed to excel. No more accidental leaders, only prepared, empowered leaders. 2, mentorship scheme for junior doctors. One of our greatest responsibilities is to guide the next generation. As an acting medical superintendent in 2 facilities and a 2-term divisional secretary, I've seen firsthand how many young doctors struggle with uncertainty, whether in choosing specialties, navigating career transitions, understanding workplace dynamics, or pursuing academic growth. I, together with colleague executives, would initiate a structured national mentorship scheme that pairs junior doctors with senior colleagues in various specialties and leadership roles. So this initiative would include a one-on-one mentorship pairings based on interest and specialty, career guidance clinics during AGMs and conferences, amongst others. With mentorship, we build continuity, professionalism, and a supportive culture where every doctor feels guided, not isolated. We also strengthen welfare activities through empowered divisions. Members need timely support, transparency, and active engagement, not distant updates and irregular interventions. As male executive member, we work to decentralize welfare activities by empowering divisions to initiate and run welfare programs responsive to the local needs of members. Colleagues, the Ghana Medical Association stands as a point where intentional, well-prepared leadership is essential to continue the good work started by the current administration. My background, rooted in public administration, health systems management, and frontline leadership, has prepared me to contribute meaningfully. If elected as male executive member, I dedicate myself to all the above I've mentioned. I humbly ask for your support and your votes. Let's move GMA forward together. Remember to endorse Dr. Med Charles Luanga-Bayil as your next male executive member. Vote yes for Charles Luanga-Bayil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, if you have any questions for the aspirant, we will take them. Any questions? At the back.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Dr. Bayel. I realize the male child is an endangered species. So when you look at GMA, It is specifically for this that we have a male rep, we have a female rep for gender balance. So what specific objective do you have for the men, different from the general, that would distinguish a promotion of the interests of the men? For example, when it comes to cervical cancer, breast cancer, you see it's all skewed. When it comes to prostate, nobody hears about it. The men are sleeping, and they are dying in silence. What are you going to do to make sure that the voices of men are heard in GMA? Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Patamia, for the question. So, yes, I agree that the male, in fact, the boy child is also a human being. October was Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I know if just a few people knew that the same month was being celebrated as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. If I'm not mistaken, it's only Africa World Airline that celebrated it with a few of their workers wearing blue shirts. So it's something we would look at, something that I'll share with colleague executives. It's something worth noting and worth considering, so that probably in the course of AGCs, or probably on your birthday, just like it's done with NHIA, we get a chance to do at least serum PSA or something related to the male health, at least to take care of the male child. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, any other question for him? Okay. So thank you, Doc. You are discharged.
Thank you.
I'll now invite the female executive aspirants. There are two of them. So we'll have Dr. Gladys Lomote, and she'll be followed by Dr. Louisa Nkrumah. So Dr. Lomote. Please, as you are talking, be looking at the front row. We will alert you when it's 1 minute more. Okay. Yes. Yes, starts.
The Electoral Committee, distinguished colleagues, greetings. I am here to seek your vote to be re-elected as a female executive member of our Noble Association. I am Gladys Lomote. I'm a senior specialist pediatrician and a trainer at the Department of Child Health, Kolebu Teaching Hospital. My vision for GMA is to be a vibrant, proactive, and a continuously relevant association for its members and the general public. Distinguished dear colleagues, the role of the female executive member is not just to have a female representation on executive committee or council, but to actively support ESCO and council in performing all its duties. This role, therefore, requires someone who is a team player, dedicated, experienced, versatile, dynamic, trustworthy, and diligent. And these are the qualities I bring on board, together with my vast institutional memory, great leadership, and management skills. I believe my past and current roles in GMA have adequately prepared me and qualified me for this role. So I urge you to vote massively for me to continue serving you. Apart from being the female executive member of the association, I'm also an active member of the GMA Public Lecture and Outreach Committee and the CPD Subcommittee of the Greater Accra Division. In the past, I've served on several committees and I've held various roles contributing to GMA that we enjoy today. For example, I was a treasurer of Greater Accra Region Division, a member of the Board of Trustees for the GMA Fund, the first chairperson of the Internal Audit Committee of GMA Fund, and the chairperson for the Food Committee of GMA at 60. So what do I bring to the table this time? I actively support and continue to support National Executive Committee and Council to improve upon our welfare. This I will do by helping with the negotiations to improve our conditions of service and its implementation. Also, continue with the current initiatives that we have on board, the GMA Mutual Health Fund and the Clubhouse. And then for new ones that are coming, to actively support for them to thrive. I'll also actively continue to support the Medical Women Association of Ghana and promote its collaboration with the Ghana Medical Association to address welfare issues of women. What will I do this time? These are the things I'll advocate for. I'll advocate for initiatives that would make GMA stay relevant to its members and then the general public as well, as you have seen on my flyers already, maybe. But if not, just to say a few. One, I'm advocating for the formation of the GMA Placements and Salaries Committee, which will ensure early postings and payments of our new house officers and medical officers, and then swift resolution of problems that come from this. This we can do by using the medical school list for final year students. This committee will work with Medical and Dental Council as well to have the list of foreign trained doctors who are ready to go into the workforce, and together with the necessary stakeholders, plan ahead to make sure this happens. Secondly, I was a member of the Division and Greater Accra Division Committee several years ago when we started orientation programs for newly qualified house officers, and we are continuing. And some of us mentor junior colleagues. But what I bring this time is expansion and consolidation of these mentorship programs for the junior colleagues so that they can improve upon their career development as well. I'm also advocating for the creation of divisional member support groups. This will support the welfare committees that we already have, but which are struggling to work for all of us to enjoy, so that we will really be each other's brothers and sisters, as our Hippocratic Oath says. Fourthly, I'm advocating for the institution of a Doctors' Health Month. Each division will choose a month in the year where it will promote health screening for the doctors there, healthy lifestyles, and also the well-being of our members. Most of us will admit that we haven't had a well check this year. And this is what this committee will help to do, together with the committee that we're setting ahead. I also advocate for the formation of the GMA Health Education Committee, which will collaborate with the media houses and help us bring all the healthcare, medical information that we are putting out there in the social media space onto our website and onto social media handles for easy access. This committee will also support the regions in organizing at least one outreach program in a region so that the general public will see our relevance to them, not only when they are sick and they come to hospital. We also want to use the GMA Oracle app to send messages, annual checkup messages to members on special days, and a dedicated budget to support activities of subgroups in GMA to strengthen them and leverage their expertise in response to health issues locally and nationally. These are some of the policies I would support and champion. Thank you for your audience, and vote massively for me to continue serving you.
Thank you. So kindly take a seat. We'll invite Dr. Louisa Nkrumah, the second aspirant. Oh, please put your hands together for her. So please, Doc, but when they raise it up, it's usually 1 minute more. So your time starts now. Please start.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. My name is Dr. Louisa Nkrumah. I'm an anesthesia resident at Konfanochi Teaching Hospital and a current MPhil candidate for Health System Research and Management at KNUST. So I've had the honor of serving as the Vice President of the Junior Doctors Association for 2 years, and also serving as the President of the Junior Doctors Association for 2 full terms, being 4 years in total. And over these years also, I have served on the Negotiations Committee of the Ghana Medical Association for the past 4 years, helping to secure our current conditions of service. Also, I've served on the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee of the Ghana Medical Association for the past 3 years. Also had the opportunity to serve on the AGC Communique Release Committee for the past 3 years, and also part of the local organizing committee of the 2024 annual public lecture. So, over the past few years as the JDA president, these are some of the things that my team and I have been able to achieve. We've strengthened the Junior Doctors Association into a more vibrant and effective body and revitalized the regional chapters to enhance participation. We, together with GMA, negotiated with the MDC for house officers completing their house job towards the end of the year to pay half the retention fee instead of the full amount, We've organized anti-bullying campaigns, introduced orientation programs for newly appointed house officers entering the workforce, as well as for newly posted medical officers. At a point, we had people from the Ministry of Health coming to guide our members towards the posting process on the portal. We also negotiated special discounts and flexible payment plans for JDA members on some GMA lands, most popular being the GMA voter land. And when we realized that the locum fees that we were getting when we went for locums was very low, we raised the motion on council for an increase in approved locum fees of doctors, leading to the review that we had. We also advocated for the inclusion of house officers in the GMA loan scheme. And in a bid to increase the public image of the association, we set up the JDA Public Outreach Committee. And we have a new radio show called the TO Doctor Show. And with this, we interact with the public so that we improve the image of the association in the eyes of the public. I wouldn't say much, but over the past few months, throughout this campaign period, we did a needs assessment. We reached out to house officers all the way to consultants. And what we said was, what do you want us to do for you if I get the opportunity to enter GMA? And these are your concerns that you told me. And based on that, I have my policies for you, my vision for the association, which we've numbered Agenda 7. So number 1, GMA, what's GMA all about? It's about our welfare. And what is more welfare than what we will eat and what we will wear and also where we are working? So we will advocate for the establishment of a GMA salary and postings committee. We have a secretary that is committed to CPD committees and other committees. But the main thing that we want is our monies and our salaries. So I believe that we should be able to have a secretary assigned to also the GMA salary and postings committee. Should that be set up? Another issue is that most of us get burnt out. For me, I worked in the district for about 4 years. And there was a time I could work 72 hours continuous. And it's not like you are working with someone. I did everything from CS to everything. You work 72 hours, no sleep, always being called. And sometimes you get burnt out. Who helps the doctor? I'm advocating for psychological support to doctors. My time is almost up. And we want to champion for sustainable funding for JDA programs and initiatives, strengthen collaboration between GMA and MWAC to advance women's welfare, and advocate for paid maternity leave for house officers, and also be a bold voice for female doctors at the national decision-making level. For an online audience, I know that you couldn't be here, but how about we advocate that your souvenirs be sent to the various department regions so that you can pick it up, because not all of us can be here. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 6 years, I've served you diligently, consistently, and with commitments. As I've delivered in the past, I assure you that if elected, I'll continue to deliver and even more in the next 2 years. So I ask that you vote for me as the next female executive of the Ghana Medical Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So they will take questions. If you have a question for them, please, let's see your hand. Bring the microphone to you. Okay, I think no questions for you. Thank you very much. You are discharged. Before the next aspirant comes, I want to make an announcement. The board, the two doctors that came to speak and are aspiring to be voted onto the GMA fund. Please, for the GMA fund, they are not competing against themselves. So it's not either or. So the GMA fund is made up of 7 directors, 7 people, right? We have 3 doctors elected at the GMA fund annual general meeting, which will take place tomorrow. 3. And when we've opened nominations, only 2 filed. So in case you don't know, next time when we open nominations, please file. So only 2. And so it's not either or. You need to either affirm or say that you don't want them. So you are voting for both of them or not. We need them. So it's not either or. They are not competing against each other. So the fund one is different from the National Executive Committee. Okay. In the past, when we've had like 7, then we take the top 3. Okay? Yes. So instead of 3, we had 2 people. And then usually the National Executive Council nominates 2 people onto the board, and then we have 2 non-medical doctors who also serve on the board. So that's the composition of the fund board. So please take note of that when you are voting tomorrow. So we'll continue with the reading of manifestos for the National Executive Committee. And I'll invite the boy child, Dr. Kweku Apieje, aspiring to be treasurer.
Champion.
Please, let's hear him out. Okay, please go ahead.
Champion.
Fellow Ghanaians, I am Kweku Apieje, aka Ronaldo, the chairman of the voter division. I'm also the chair of the GMA CPD committee. I am the reason why most of you are not complaining about not meeting your CPD expectations this year. Because through innovative means, we have uploaded your points. I think it's only Afolabi who has still not met his CPD criteria for this year. As a divisional chair, we have been able to promote voter division, a tiny division in terms of numbers, to become the main force and the main division, the first division that is referred to in GMA activities. We have been able to secure more than 40 plots of land for the use of national GMA in the future. And we are hoping that when GMA decides to build this hospital, they build it in Volta because there is free land for them. Even as I am departing with my ideas, I am not leaving them as orphans. We have also assigned them 40 plots that they can sell in the future to fund any capital investment initiatives that they want to undertake. As your incoming treasurer, we are going to take actions and decisions that would favor both the juniors, the middle, the seniors, and the retirees, because we are all members. So we need to increase the income of the association. And we're going to do that. I'll give you a clear example. In medical school, I took over the Get Fan store. It was indebted to the tune of 300 cedis. By 1 year, we bought the first LED TV for the TV room. The table tennis board at the Get Fan hostel, I purchased it. The pool table, I purchased it. So for those of you from KNUST who found your loved ones around the pool table and the table tennis, remember to name one child after me. We also need to look at blocking leakages in the system. We also need to cut down on some forms of expenditure. We need to look at more of having online sessions for committees that can have their meetings online so that we can cut down on some expenditure. We need to raise enough money so that in the near future, when we even come for the AGC, members should not be asked to pay for the excursions. It should be part and parcel of whatever that we do. As Louisa stated, we are deducted our dues. The conference package is deducted as source. So we are all entitled to the bags and all the souvenirs that we receive. Under my leadership and with the able support of the other executives, I am sure, would make sure that each and every one of you, whether you are here with us, present or in spirit or online, you shall receive your package. And I would want, at the end of my tenure, I'd want to be judged by three things. One, there should be an increase in the revenue, at least by 5%. Members should receive their packages. And three, the level, you saw the AGC in Volta. We've seen the AGC in Cape Coast. The AGC in Accra would also follow that trajectory. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Doc. Any questions for him? Any questions? At the back, yeah.
Yeah, Ronaldo, thank you very much for a wonderful manifesto. Now, one of the promises you are making is that you will ensure that every GMA member gets the conference package. I would like to ask you if you have done your calculation, how much that will cost, and how you intend to fund that aspect of your promise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So as I stated, for every member who is in good standing, the money has already been deducted. So it's been budgeted for. We just have to allocate the money for this intended purpose. So that's what's going to be. We have been deducted. So you receive it. I'm not going to look for any new money. The deductions have been made. So we have to make sure that those funds don't go into the consolidated fund. We set it aside for the purpose for which it was created.
Okay. There's another hand at the back.
Thank you very much, Julius Patamian. All right, so congratulations on your chairmanship of Volta. Volta is very proud of you. But I want to ask Cosmo's question again. The quantum of funds that will be received by this association will be fixed. And so the expenditure is going to tell how much will go around for other projects. And so if people who don't come here are supposed to also get the souvenirs, in what ways are you going to, aside the deductions, because the deductions in real terms don't go around for everything that should be done. So in what way will you increase sponsorship so that that will offset any losses that may accrue? Secondly, my heartbeat is the GMA land at Okonglo. Do you have, our topic here is PPP. Do you have anything in mind to get this project underway through a PPP? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So I'll start with the second one. The Okonglo land is above the grade of the treasurer. So that one will be handled by the president. Then two, on the additional ways to, yes, we are going to rebrand the association. We are going to reach out to the corporate society, the corporate organization. I'll give you an example. We are putting up a building in Sunyani, the GMA complex. Have we written any formal request to Jata Cement, Diamond Cement, Gasem, requesting them to support us as part of their CSR initiative? Those are the things that we are going to bring on board. And you know, we've organized awards in the Volta for the past 3 years. And we were always able to raise the necessary funds. So if corporate organizations are ready to work with a subset of the association, you can imagine the quantum of money that will come in to the main GMA association. Thank you.
Thank you. Up here, do you still have a question?
So, Madam
Have
Chair,
the mic, yes,
yes, thank you very much. So, Ronaldo, I'm going to vote for you, yes, but on that agenda of providing souvenirs for all GMA members, I think you should reconsider it. Because the fact that monies are being deducted or we are paying dues doesn't mean that everybody should get a bag. The package we are talking about is just a bag and the conference brochure. So the money is for other things apart from just a bag. So I don't think it's something that you should pursue personally. Thank you very much, Ronaldo.
So that is an advice. Thank you very much. The last question. Oh, okay. Sorry. His 5 minutes is up. So thank you, Doc. You are discharged. Yeah. So we'll move to the next group of aspirants, which is the Assistant General Secretary position. And we have 2 contestants. I will invite Dr. Anna Frimpong and Dr. Nathaniel Tete to come up. And we'll start with Dr. Anna Frimpong. Oh, please put your hands together for them. Yes, so Doc, your time starts now. You can go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues and senior colleagues here present and those that are online. My name is Dan Anane Frimpong. I'm here seeking your mandate for the Assistant General Secretary position of our dear association. I have been a strategic voice both in writing and verbally, in contributing to the major developments of our association, even before I became executive at the divisional level. I served as a divisional secretary for Western Division for 2 years and contributed my roles in securing a codified condition of service that we are working with. I've also had the opportunity to serve as a board secretary of a private company. From 2020 up to date, I've been the secretary of the GMA Healthcare Committee, which successfully negotiated the private arrangement with Premier Health Insurance Company for members and their dependents. Currently, that same committee later on was moved or was shifted, some members were constituted into the board for the Mutual Health Fund. And I'm a member of that board as well. Between February 2019 and December 2022, I had the opportunity to serve as the divisional chairman for Western Division. And during that time, we were able to set up a divisional secretariat for the Western Division. And subsequently, we were able to lobby the Medical and Dental Council to use part of that office as a zonal office for Western North, and Central regions, and has brought a lot of relief to people. We are also, during that period, became the first division in the history of GMA to implement electronic voting. And subsequently, the national one took on, and others have also supported it. Given the opportunity to serve as your Assistant General Secretary, these are a few ideas that I want to bring on board for the consideration of the National Executive Committee. One, I want to advocate for a project office which will handle the civil society portfolio of the association. And that will include projects, include proposals in terms of policy, as well as grant sourcing to shore up the funding of our association. And I believe that the money that we raise for those projects and those research can actually pay a full-time worker who is experienced in research to help us so that we have concrete data and professional expertise in supporting the national executives with these policy proposals. We also want to improve on the professionalism at the National Secretariat through needs-driven training of our staff, customer care, and AI-assisted report writing for our secretaries. And then we also want to improve on the public relations and advocacy of the association. We want to set up a GMA WhatsApp channel for public education, and also want to have a LinkedIn presence. At the moment, we do not have those social media platforms yet. And through our GMA Health Education platform, we want to increase health education for the general public. I've also been a member of the GMA Mental Health Initiative, which has successfully negotiated, has some arrangement with UK Consortium, all right, to handle issues of burnout and mental health. We want to rebrand that subsequently. And we'll consider also looking at GMA business ventures to help us maybe take up equity position in some companies that are very viable. So on 15th of November, coming Saturday, vote Dr. Dan Anane Frimpong as your Assistant General Secretary, and we will deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now invite Dr. Nathaniel Tete.
Hello. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nathaniel Tete. I'm a reconstructive and plastic surgeon at the Trauma and Specialist Hospital in Winneba. And I say I'm the new voice because I'm not one of the old people to the GMA. And I think it's time we have a new voice that comes with a new idea for our association. Before I give out a few of my policies, because I have them in my flyers, we don't have time to explain, I would like to say, let's all give a round of applause to our outgoing president, Frank Sribo. I was looking to see him, but he's not around. I promised to buy one of his books. I've read something, and I think he's done well for us. Let's give him a big round of applause. Number 24, we are going to 25. And I have a great concern for our association. The two candidates are good. And I think we need to take a careful look at how we go. It's not that I'm campaigning for them, but they are all doing 4 years, right? If A should win, it's likely the other person may get it the other 4 years. So definitely, they can still manage the affairs of our association. But we need to be careful in how we campaign. Some of the discussions are not helpful for our association. We need one voice as an association. And therefore, I'm pleading with the younger ones. Let's be careful what we say. Because at the end of the voting, when we are done, we need a better GMA to be able to carry out the things we need. That is what I would say. So let's all be careful and let's choose the best person. For my policies, one of them will be the face of GMA. Most of the times when it comes to policies, the politicians take the policies, and then what do? At the long run, when it's being implemented, then we see the doctors who are complaining. And the current one is the LIMS. How many of us are not happy LIMS is not running? Almost all of us. What went into it, we have no say. Now they are bringing games, we have no say. They just bring games and we are supposed to work. What I want us to do, or what I advocate for from the executive is, we should have a face in such decision. Every health advocacy or policy that the government wants to bring, irrespective of who is in power, GMA must have a voice in it. And we must contribute to that policy and give what we think. If we think it will not help us, we say no to it. And if we think it will help us, we say yes to it. That is the first one. And in national issues, I think we need to set aside a system whereby we don't allow only the few executive members to help in making decisions for the association. So we can start it at the divisional level, such a way that in serious national issues, at the divisional level, we cast our vote at the divisional page, get a consensus there, and then our divisional chair go and vote on our behalf. I don't want my chair to go and make a decision on his own when I probably, or majority of us in the division, may not stand for his decision. And therefore, that is what I will advocate for, that we go down and vote at the grassroots and let them carry our vote to the national level. Then, when it comes to our social well-being, I'm sure we all want the car waiver. Who doesn't want the car waiver? I'm sure we all want it. But let's also look for other alternatives. There is a Ministry of Health car purchase scheme. I enjoyed it in 2013 when I had to buy a Nissan Almera. That option is also there. Let's not always be fixed to the car waiver. I'm not against the car waiver, I'm for the car waiver. But I also advocate for the hire purchase car scheme. And in that scheme, I got the opportunity of buying a brand new car, which is still functional, and I had to pay over 7 years. And I think that scheme was first introduced in 2009 when they brought the Skoda. So those of you who are here who bought the Skoda, I got the opportunity in 2013, I bought the Almera. So I think we can do that. The last thing I will say before I sit down is we have an association for the private practitioners. We have for our junior doctors. But we are left out with our what? Our retired doctors. Therefore, our advocate for what? A retired doctors association in the GMB. So that we sit down, draw policies, look at ways we can engage our retired personnel. They are still good. We can use them in our medical schools. We can use them at places for them to still contribute to the medical field. This is what I will advocate for. A retired doctors association. Let's take it here and let's work for it. Thank you. I'm Nathaniel Tete. Assistant General Secretary is the position. God bless you.
Thank you. So they will take questions. If you have questions, please. Derek.
Hello. My name is Sadat.
So after him, then you
go. My question goes to the outgoing male representative, who is currently vying for the currently for the Assistant General Secretary. If there should be anything that we can measure you with, is the GMA healthcare policy. The GMA healthcare as like the welfare the healthcare policy. We have worked with you from Takoradi when you made your first presentation on it. We made recommendation to it. You have not been malleable enough. But these are the questions. As at this time, you have not provided us with any good evaluation as to how far we have gone. In your implementation of the policy, you should be able to monitor and evaluate. You have not provided any policy document, any evaluation of the GMA insurance scheme. I would like you to be able to tell us how far we have gone up to now. 2, what we see with regards to it is a failure, because you have also not provided us with the lessons of the failure, so that we can the lessons of the failure, so that we can rectify what you have failed to do.
Thank you very much. Can we hear the second question, please?
Okay, thank you very much. And this goes to Nathaniel. And first of all, thank you very much for the admonition to the younger ones in their campaigning, because after all is said and done, we still have one GMA and we have to remain united. Now, my question to you regards your idea that decisions that are to be taken by the Ghana Medical Association should be brought to the membership for voting, so that they will usually empower their divisional chairs and representatives what to vote for. Well, that's an idea that resonates with me. It's something that I have thought about. But one of the considerations is that we elect representatives for a reason, to represent us and take decisions on our behalf. If they have to return to us every time for us to mandate them to take those decisions, have you thought about decisions that will require all members to vote and decisions that our elected members can take on our behalf? Because electing people will become useless, so to speak, if we have to return to our members all the time to get the mandate to vote on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please react to the questions. And when you stand to ask your question, let's try and be concise and straight to the point. And one, don't ask more than one question, please, so that we can give opportunity to others. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for your question, my brother. So I'm just giving a few highlights, but the main report will be delivered during our AGM on Saturday in terms of the progress we have made on the GMA Mutual Health Fund. Though I am the focal person in terms of the ESCO, I work with a board, and they are experienced people who are here. So far, since last year, we've been able to register the Mutual Health Fund with the National Health Insurance Authority, which is the regulator for all health insurance in this country. So we have now a licensing scheme. Number two, we've been able to recruit a scheme manager, full-time scheme manager at the National Secretariat who is running for the setup of the Mutual Health Fund. We have also been able to set up an office. A place was given to us by the National Executive at the GMA House, but we have refurbished the place and it's ready, that is being used at the moment. We have also gone through a process to actually go through deductions, and by God's grace, with October salary, all the people that are on controller deductions have gone through. So subsequently, we're going to have all deductions done. We've set up a mobile money platform for all those who are not on controller to be able to bring in. As I speak, about 100 people have actually paid their premiums, and the rest are being rolled on. We've developed a member guide, frequently asked questions about the scheme, so that members will understand very well, and we're enrolling people on. So the other details we will provide during the AGM on Saturday. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello, yes. The suggestion I made is not referring to every day in, day out decisions we take at GMB. There are some decisions we allow the executives to take. But I'm referring to sensitive decisions. So we know recently what happened concerning the Galamsey issue, and then the outrage that came with it. That's what I'm saying. We put in measures such a way that decisions that are very sensitive, we don't allow the few 15 to 20 people to make for us. We go to the grassroots and let us make the decision from that level. Yes, you are a representative, but it doesn't mean your representative may always have your interests at heart. So we go to the grassroots, and then in those key decisions, we take them at the grassroots level and they carry it to the top. That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? A last question, please.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Dan. Thank you for the works you've done. We've seen the effort you've put in since you are managing our fund. My issue has to do with awareness. It seems if you don't come for AGM, you don't get to get this information back at the divisional level. When you go for divisional meetings, CPDs and the rest, nothing about the things you are speaking about is highlighted. So it's something that I wish that if you can trickle it down to those of us who don't always get the opportunity to come for AGM, because this year I'm here, next year I don't know whether I will come. So I will not have any information until 4 years' time, which may be too late for me. So I beg you, do you have any specific plan to trickle down the initiatives you are putting to the doctors in the district to be aware of the things you are doing? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for the question. So we will do more. We've done, I think, but still people are not aware. So we had organized actually 2 Zoom sessions on the Mutual Health Fund. And we had also circulated, I think, the constitution of the Mutual Health Fund, the member guide, the frequently asked questions. We even did their flyers so that catchy for people to be able to read. But we'll continue that process. And then we'll also encourage our divisional chairs that the updates that we provide our council, when they go back, they should update the members in the divisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that will be all for the two of you. Thank you. You are discharged. Yeah. We'll now invite the aspirant for the General Secretary position, Dr. Richard Salome. Please start. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the fellows here. Good afternoon to those online and all other members who are here gathered. My name is Richard Salome, and I'm an oral and maxillofacial surgeon, and I work in Ahafo-Hwidiem at St. Elizabeth Catholic Hospital. Over the past 16 years, I've gathered enough experience and expertise in both clinical and administrative roles. My training, experience, and expertise spans public relations and media practice, labor relations, strategic communication and digital marketing, public policy analysis, leadership, and governance. I have distinguished myself in various roles, both in the association and without, and I have received several awards nationally and as well as locally for the things I have done. I'm a Mandela Washington Fellow in Public Management and a Ashoka Changemaker Scholar. In 2023, you, our cherished members, gave me the opportunity to serve you as the General Secretary of the Association. And today, I am here to seek that mandate once again. Prior to this, I previously served you as the Acting General Secretary when our General Secretary moved to the other side. Before that, too, I was a male executive member, and I've also served at various divisional levels. In my first term as General Secretary, I worked with the Secretariat, you, our members, and other executives to bring significant improvement in communication with members as well as on the public front. Most of you would have seen me on your TVs advocating strongly for GMA and members. Indeed, at the Secretariat, services too have been greatly improved. Many of you would attest to the fact that when you write for introductory letters, within 24 hours you get a response and your letters signed, except in a few issues where there are challenges. I've also worked hard to encourage member engagement, participation, and of course, open critique and feedback to foster better engagement with you, our cherished members. Many of you have heard of Rock Your GMA. Many would buy our cloth, and we try to introduce ourselves and bring ourselves closer to ourselves and not just on the digital spaces. We've also modernized our souvenirs. As part of the leadership team, I've also played leading roles to establish partnerships that have directly benefited members and also the association. The Roche Partnership, Stanbic Bank, MTN, SynLab, and recently Pfizer. And indeed, I played a lead role to raise almost 300,000 cedis. That is training 6 medical oncologists for the first time to serve as foundation fellows to establish medical oncology training in Ghana. There are currently 4 in Kenya training as we speak. Our official website and social media channels, which were hitherto a bit dormant, have been progressively seeing good traffic, and indeed we've started monetizing them with companies wanting to come and pay, and some already paying. Many of you have seen Google Forms that go around to collate salary issues and being dealt with. Various divisions have been supported. Voter division, I provided a lead role to secure clearance and other support for them for the One District, One Doctor initiative. GADO, JDA, providing them platforms to ensure that they run their CPDs and programs, etc. And I've also advocated and played a lead role in the establishment of the GMA Mutual Health Fund. And also the welfare scheme, which was one of my campaign promises when I first joined the executives about 6 years ago. I'm always an available support, which sometimes becomes very difficult because even at 11 o'clock, people are calling for one thing or the other. When re-elected as General Secretary, I hope to build on the improvements which I've made in my first term. Together with the leadership, I work on improving communication with the association public, fully operationalize the GMA Oracle application, prioritize member welfare issues, especially well-being initiative, integration of foreign-trained doctors, and retiree support so that they don't have to go around going to hospitals where it's as though they never even worked for the country. I also improve new member orientation with a handbook that covers the history of the association, key legal documents, HR policies, and other relevant information so that we don't join in blind. And also improve our online presence and work to establish a projects and partnership office to explore beneficial partnerships for members like hire purchase schemes, impact projects, and grants sourcing as well. I pledge to avail all my skills that I have gained, knowledge, and any resource to progressively help build a better GMA that serves our interests and interests of society at large. On Saturday, I appeal to you that you vote overwhelmingly yes so that I can continue serving you. And indeed, a vote, an endorsement for Richard Salome is a vote for service and innovation you can always and always count on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salome. Thank you. So if you have any questions for Dr. Salome, no question. Hey. No question. I've seen a hand up.
Good evening. Hey, sorry. Good afternoon. Please, mine is about information sharing. I'm saying this because, okay, this is my first time coming to GMA, and I had to get most of my information from my colleagues. So I was wondering, can the information, everything about GMA, our financial reports, all that, can they be sent to our emails, personal emails or numbers? Because I can see that during these elections, personal text messages are being, messages are being sent to personal numbers. So if that can be done, can't we share financial reports, everything, our projects, everything that we've done via emails, and always have to wait for regional or you chasing regional executives for information? So, yeah, that's what. We need our financial reports, please.
Is there any other question?
Yes. My name is Dr. Benedict Afari. So I think my question is a bit linked, but let me re-emphasize it. So a case in point, during this electioneering campaign, you realize that there are members who have paid dues. Their dues have been deducted at source, but it's as if they are not known to the association in the sense that when there are messages supposed to reach them, they don't get it. Some of the retirees, for example, also couldn't get access to some of the information linked with the election registration and all that. So it's as if some people, even though they are members, they've been disenfranchised. And I think the General Secretary has to look at that, maybe tell us something, and going forward, improve on it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the third person.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Salome, for your sacrifices. In this electioneering campaign on Facebook, you saw somebody had asked a question about helping a third person, and it became a back and forth. As one person, you have so much to do. So looking at that case study and how you resolved it, you were very diplomatic, and you did so well. But going forward, what mechanisms will you put in place to forestall some of these things? Maybe, i.e., getting the administrative people to help you so that you can trace these things and not be caught on the blind side with these things. Thank you.
Thank you. So please respond.
First, let me thank you for the questions. Probably start from the last one. Because we resolved the issue amicably, and as adults, I thought it wasn't necessary to go into I would think it's not necessary to go into details. However, there's a challenge. Like I said, sometimes you become a victim of your own success. You are available to members, and members keep calling at different times. You do your best to respond. And I've had to leave my phone there because even while I was preparing to come and speak, somebody is calling to know where this evening's program is going to be. So you cannot stop the calls, but you do your best. And if you remember, with the MEC Foundation scholarships, for example, what we said is rather than sending messages, send a message to the association's designated email, and then you copy me. That way, the secretariat is able to track the issues that come. Some of the issues, I must also say, sometimes go beyond our remit, and sometimes they call personally because they feel you might be able to do something to assist. For example, not too long ago, somebody's child had used a crayon to draw in their passport, and the person was at the point at the airport and could not travel, and was a paid trip on first class. And he just called in the middle of the night saying that he just felt I could help and that we should do something. And so we had to make calls left, right, center. Thankfully, he could travel, managed to come back. So it's difficult, I must say, but we'll continue to do our best to respond to member requests. In that particular issue, probably the way the issue was put was not necessarily how it happened. And I'm very grateful to the colleague for coming out to even reiterate the challenge on the page and how I responded to give him comfort. But we'll continue working to put systems in place. And that's one of the reasons I championed the GMA Oracle app. That will become everything GMA. It will deal in part with the concerns you have raised. So most of us have not also signed on to the app. We've shared it. We've held about 2 sessions online. 1,000 people joined each of these sessions. But we have had less than 1,000 people signing up. Clearly, people have listened, but they have not signed up. And it becomes difficult trying to track and get information to them. And also, sometimes, when you say the dues are deducted, because of how we've set ourselves up from the beginning, and the fact that we play a dual role as a union and also a professional association, we have some legal rights to take some dues. But you as a member also owe a responsibility to yourself to update your records with us so that we can get those records and send you information that we can. In recent times, we have had to assist medical officers on their salary issues. We have had to assist. And I can assure you, the JD president, who is also a candidate, is here. There are people whose name column was XXX. There are people whose name columns was alphanumeric numbers. And so we continually appeal to you to renew your data with us. That is why the ID card is only valid for 4 years. And then we expect that maybe you may have moved so that you can furnish us with the record that you require. Yes. The other bit is you must participate in divisional meetings. It's not everything that, for example, we may, as an association, sometimes want to put online. Like when we were having conditions of service negotiations and we wanted feedback, we wanted to also give feedback to members on specific issues. Remember, we were not the only ones negotiating. So we needed to take strategic decisions. And the decision was to meet in person. So if you don't participate, sometimes you don't have that. So we'll use a multiplicity of measures, the app, communicating through the emails when you have your proper database and their contacts so that we'll address it with this mix. But let me say, feel free to make any suggestions. Feel free to send any feedback to the association in writing, in message, calls, or any way so that we can all work together to improve communication within the association. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your time is up, so we'll discharge you. Thank you. Thank you. So we will now invite the Vice President candidate. So we'll invite Dr. Mary Amwaku Coleman and Dr. Akun Akoto Ampao. Okay, so Dr. Amwaku Coleman, your time starts now. You can.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of our noble profession. It's an honor to have a chat with you this afternoon to give you some thoughts of why I think that you having me as your vice president 2025 to 2027 will be the best decision that you would take on behalf of yourself and our association. I am Mary Amwaku Coleman. I am a senior research fellow at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. I am a public health physician, clinical epidemiologist. I believe in working hard, having a vision ahead of you, putting in all the efforts and engaging others to be able to get to a common goal. I have had the opportunity of serving our noble association as the national treasurer for 12 years. You gave me the opportunity to serve, and through the process, working with you and working with different leadership, I have grown, I have matured. I have seen how GMA works, and in the engagements, we have seen some of the things that GMA needs to do to be able to grow and become what we all seek it to be. As a member of the National Executive Committee in my role as treasurer, I had the opportunity to also serve on the negotiating committee and was part of the committee that negotiated our first conditions of service, which we have improved over the years, but there is still a lot of work to do on that. I have served on the strategic planning committee of the GMA, and in the process, we have thought out, worked with external consultants to develop a strategy for the GMA. Unfortunately, we have not used a strategy to guide us as an association. We renewed it, but we still have not been able to do that. I have served on the public lecture committee, and I continue to serve on that. In my role as a treasurer, I came to meet a situation where for at least the 3 years before my joining the executive committee, GMA was running on annual negative balances. And I still truly do not know how we made it. But with the effort of every one of us, we were able to turn the situation around. And GMA has continuously worked with positive balances which are growing because we are faithful. Because of the transparent nature with which I worked with the team, we were able to get you to agree that we will pay our dues in such a way that it covers our annual general conferences and also our welfare. And so now we come to the AGC, and you don't have to go and pay a registration fee. It did not just happen. We worked towards it. You worked towards it with your leadership, and we can continue to do more. Because of the positive gains we have gained financially with my work in GMA, now we've been able to even expand our infrastructure. The GMA house has been improved because we could be able to do it. And there is more we can do if we work together like this. I've had the opportunity through the ladies in this house to serve as the president of the Medical Women Association. And today, every year in January, when it comes to cervical cancer screening and prevention, the Medical Women Association is mentioned, and we take active role in that. I am a woman who wants to serve. I dedicate myself to work. I organize. In the role of the vice president, I'm going to support the president. It means that we must all agree that this GMA, that is the only professional group that we have, works strategically, and we have to have a strong president with whom I will work to make sure that that happens. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an annual general conference, and we have a scientific session, and we are the doctors, we are the leaders in healthcare. You need to have opportunities to come and showcase the work that you are doing at our scientific conferences. We need to have plenaries, we need to have breakout sessions, so that it will be truly relevant for us as a medical profession. And through that, we will generate ideas that a think tank can go and work with and make sure that the contributions we make are good. So please, on Saturday, you have a choice to make and to make sure that the GMA moves forward. Give it to Mary Amwaku Coleman, and I'm telling you that you'll see a different GMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So please, someone is missing their car key. Toyota car key is black in color. So if you find it, please leave it at the front desk or with any of the executives. Okay. Thank you. So we'll now invite Dr. Akon Akoto Ampao.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, fellow colleagues and seniors. Good afternoon to all of us. My name is Ako Akoto Ampao, and I'm running for the position of the Vice President of the Ghana Medical Association. I am a member of the National Executive Council, represented from the division of Eastern. I'm the current medical director of the Eastern Regional Hospital, one of the best-run hospitals in Ghana. This afternoon, I seek your vote to be voted for as the Vice President. And I bring you my manifesto, my work, walking the corridors of Ghana Medical Association has spoken for me. I'm not going to focus on that, but I'll tell you what I bring onto the table. I stand here before you today with a vision which I call raw, because it is relatable, it is all-inclusive, and then it is workable. In doing that, I bring you my 8-pillared manifesto. 1, achieving our outstanding conditions of service. And I'm sure that as Vice President, I'm committed to seeing that resolved. On this commitment, I bring 2 priorities. 1, the car waiver. For me, it is non-negotiable and irrevocable, and we'll work towards achieving that. Number 2, retirement on salary. This, again, is non-negotiable. It is because it is fully achievable, because there are professions in Ghana who retire on that salary. And we think that the Ghanaian medical doctor and dentist should be well placed to do that. Number 2, I bring you the zero account of financial independence at the annual general conference. We may be struggling to run our annual general conference, but we have grown past the position where we now pay the dues. But how do we have an experience that is remarkable? By ring fencing that solely for the purpose of enjoyment of our annual general conference. And for that, I propose what I call the zero account, which would mean that we can spend as much as we can from there. And that would be operated by the president and the divisional chair in which division we are holding our annual general conference. From happiness to looking at how we bring inclusivity. And as an association rich in diversity, we have doctors in academia, we have foreign trained doctors that form a bulk of our association now. We have doctors in security services, residents, medical superintendents, and directors. Medical Women's Association of Ghana, and of course, the retirees. However, these are not represented on council, but with enhanced inclusivity, we look at the possibility of having them give us papers on their position. We also have the retention of doctors on controller payroll. How does this solve our problems? So that there would not be any issue of post-house job unemployment. It would ensure continuity of salary for our junior doctors, and then reduce the problem of brain drain as doctors move out. Would look at the decentralization and acceleration of residency. This we have done at the Eastern Regional Hospital. We have the blueprint for it. our first cohort of residents had 100% pass in residency, in surgery. We bring you the National Career Guidance Mentorship, which would be under the auspices of the CPD committee, where doctors would have guidance in post-job induction, post-house job, and experience training.
Your time is up, Doc.
Finally, the GMA consortium, where would have our own research into papers and then bring resources and finances to the GMA. I ask that vote Ako Akoto Ampao for the vice president position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akoto Ampao. Okay. So, thank you very much. Thank you. We will take questions. There is a hand up.
Thank you very much. Dr. Meriam Coleman, I think you talk about being a scientific conference, there's the need to bring published work of colleagues to the conference. And I think it is something that we will encourage you if, by God's grace, you get the opportunity, which I believe you will win. Now, Dr. Kotampao, I think you brought in an issue of doctors' house officers being on their salary when they transit. I want to find out how you're going to do that, because you know that when house officers finish, they need clearance before they are employed. And so once they are not cleared and they are not working, I'm not sure how the government is going to pay them. So if you are proposing that, how are you going to do that? If the government has not given them clearance, how are you going to ensure that migrating from house job to medical officers, there will be a continuum and they will continue to get their salary, even if they are not cleared? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Juvencio Sata, Central Division. Please, we had waiver, then it vanished, and then it appeared, but like a mirage.
You said we had what?
We had a car waiver, then it vanished, only to appear, but this time like a mirage, and it went off again. Unless we want to behave like ostriches, we cannot pretend politics is not affecting the association. As the vice president, how are you going to assist the eventual president to ensure that politics does not affect us in that manner again? Because you are talking about bringing back car waiver, but we know what can happen again.
So let's take the third question and then they'll react. If we
Okay,
have
my name is Dr. Mohamed Abdul Alim. So my question has to do with the arbitrary locum rates we have around. You know, the doctors who are not employed, their locum rates have nothing to write home about. They are whelmingly underpaid. And I want to find out what you will do about it. Is there a way you stagger the locum rates so that doctors are well paid when they are not employed? Thank you.
Please, is it to both or to one?
Oh, to both of them.
To
please.
both of them. Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I'll start with the question of the doctors remaining on controller post-house job. Yes, this has been done before. It is not a new thing in Ghana. In our time, when we started practice, once you finished house job, you continue being on salary whilst they post you to your permanent place. Right, this is what it is. The question came as to how does government have a full benefit knowing that these doctors who are on salary, whose name have not gone off controller, are working. We need to ensure that now that we have validation, it does happen, so that we can only validate at our facilities doctors who are actually working, so it can bring fairness to ourselves and then fairness to government. What does it also do? It allows that you never go off the controller pay, so that the issue of what we are having now, doctors having worked for months going into a year and over, does not happen. In the period in which these doctors are unemployed, they begin to write the steps and the PLABs. And once they have taken the first step of writing that foreign-based examination, there is no reversion of them. So they move out. And then Ghana, having trained doctors for so many years with so much resources, would lose all of this. Juxtaposed against retaining them within 2 to 3 months, by which we ensure their postings come into place. Which one do you think is the better option? That is the advocacy we bring back to government, and we think that government would understand that. Remember, if you promise anybody a doctor today, that doctor will be ready after 8 years, 2033. And if we position ourselves properly, think about the right words to convince even the average Ghanaian, we think that retaining them on the controller payroll is a possibility, whilst GMA works with our employers to make sure that they are posted within that time frame. Thank you.
The waiver thing, you want to give?
Yes. The waiver, on the car waiver, it is something that we have already negotiated and it has been approved. What is the position of government? The position of government says that it is only Parliament that can give a waiver of taxes. And that is very true when you look into the Constitution. Nobody, not even a finance minister, can waive taxes. However, my position is that this government has a lot of goodwill as we speak. They have the majority in Parliament. You and I cannot send anything to Parliament. The only thing the Parliament of Ghana cannot do is to change a woman into a man. But for now, they are capable of doing anything they want to do. So our position will be that once we have gotten this in our conditions of service, we are not giving it up. So you better take the right position of sending that package to Parliament for a proper waiver, so to speak. If that cannot be done, we think that then we would enjoy, as it used to be, the appropriation to the Ministry of Health must be used to pay for the car waivers until such time that they regularize it. So we think that this is a non-negotiable position and it should be achievable.
Okay, thank you. There was a third question. Was it to both of them? Was your question to both of them? So the third question has to do with, there was locum rates, right? Negotiating for locum rates.
Yes, I think that GMA has gone past that position. First of all, for the junior doctors, with my proposal of retention on controller, we may not have the situation where there will be the need for locum for you to be cheated because you are not in a position to say no to that locum. If you were probably working, you probably will say that I don't want to do it because the rates are low. But what is the position now? We have already negotiated that in our fees and charges. It is up to us, the GMA, to see to it that we implement it. The problem we have now is that most of our hospitals and others are not owned by ourselves. So business people create them and they employ us. What is the solution? Can we look from within where we can form small consortiums of ourselves? Can we also look to apportioning our monies into making greater things like the Ghana Medical Association Hospital? One of my biggest mantra is that...
Thank you.
Okay, let me conclude. It is also possible to use that opportunity to go into the PPP as we are discussing today with the big hospitals looking at placement of MRI, high-end diagnostics like PET scans and others. And that would be also money for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with the locums. I think that with all that, we will still continue to do locums. It's a reality of our situations. And so GMA will need to regularly update the fees and charges documents that we have and make sure that we get all the necessary approvals that are required to be able to implement it. But sometimes we realize that we shortchange ourselves. When we say that the fee is X amount, you find a colleague who wants to go and do it for X minus 2. You know, so let's make sure that we make the fees work for us. You're talking about politicization. I think that GMA, we need to realize that the government is our partner, whichever government. And GMA must work with whichever government it is for the interest of its members. Wherever we position ourselves, whether with government A or government B, the ultimate should not be our pockets. The ultimate should not be our future interests. The ultimate should be the welfare of GMA and the progression of our profession. We talk about the waiver and it's going away. And with this campaign, I've seen and heard a lot. But sometimes we need to know the processes that need to go on for things to happen. An example is retirement on our salaries. Way back when I was in the executive committee, we pushed this matter and we realized that we cannot get that thing unless we do advocacy to make sure that the Constitution permits us to do that. And so GMA, let's put ourselves together to do that work. And stop saying we will retire on salary, we retire on salary when we don't do the work that needs to be done. And I'm prepared to do that work with the leadership that you would select on Saturday. Thank you very much.
We have 2 minutes. Any question? Okay. Thank you very much. We will discharge you. Thank you. Okay, so we are now moving to the presidential aspirants. So we have Professor Ernest York and Dr. Justice Youngson.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so the time starts now. Okay, Prof.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your endorsement. And I'm glad to be here. My name is Ernest York. I'm your current vice president. I've been doing this for the past 2 years, but before then, I've been involved in GME activities close to 20 years. And having served as the junior doctor's rep at the time, the divisional secretary moved on to become the vice chairperson and then the chairman for 10 solid years before I transitioned to the national level. But I have always served on council. And I have background in academia, as you may know, clinical practice, administration, health policy, regulation, and I'm an entrepreneur myself as well. I have a stand outside that I think you can visit. Over the past 2 years, we've been, rolling out policies for our mutual benefits in a very strategic and innovative way. But as we prepare to elect new officers, these are my proposals to you for you to consider. Primus on the agenda is our conditions of service. And I think we've overflogged the issue about car waiver, and for good reasons. Because it is codified in our conditions of service, and you are not letting it go. Let anybody kid you that we've been sleeping on our job. Never. And we are sworn as executives currently, and in the future, if you give me the permission to lead you to see this through. It is non-negotiable. Now, tied in with this is the 13-month salary, which I know is facing some issue of payments across the different facilities. What I propose, and others have, which I agree, is to try and renegotiate for it to be pushed on to controller payment, like we did with the fuel allowance in the past.
with the issue of the non-basic salary payment, it is not be suspended. Nobody, let nobody kid you. What has happened is that the 100% and 120% is about 100 and 120, depending on which level, of the basic salary. Now, some are near the 100 and 120. So when we wrote for the 8% increment, they flagged it and said some are close. If we did the 8% across board, others may overshoot the 100 and 120. So we have agreed, the last meeting was about 10 days ago, to meet and then sift the numbers and then, do a roll and correct that. So promise you it's going to be done shortly. I want you to take advantage of the recently activated staff fund that is tier 3 compliant. And you know the benefits of it because it gives you tax savings beyond ordinary, interest that you accrue with your regular deductions. It is MPIA compliant. So let's take advantage. It is voluntary, unlike with the GMA fund. Now with the GMA mutual health scheme, I'm going to see, with the support of my leadership, to see its full implementation. What this seeks to do is to take care of our health issues on top of what NHIS ordinarily will provide. Now some will say that isn't necessary, yet it's necessary. It's a pragmatic step, to step in and be ready and run a fund by doctors for doctors because our coffers are getting dry. The external parties who help us when we need help are also getting tired of us. Now I want to pursue the issue about clubhouses across the regions, and Bruno Hafus has shown the way. We are going to support them. Like as Ronaldo said, we have to look beyond our own internal resources and leverage on what help we can get from outside to support these low-level ideas. The issue of engaging identified groups will occupy my attention. I'm going to strengthen that collaboration, especially with the Women's Association, with the CHAG people, with the other small professional.
1 minute more.
1 minute more. And I'm also going to be a continued advocate for junior doctors. I've done all my life. I will negotiate rebates for you as on the MDC Council. And all these things is something I'm going to push quite passionately. I'm going to look at, in furtherance with this topic, I propose deprived area, revisit of the deprived area allowance, tied in with the tax holidays that was affirmed by our previous speakers, that it is not a thinking that is not feasible. It is feasible for our collective good. So as I conclude, in the interest of time, my nearly 2 decades of dedicated service to the Ghana Medical Association reflect tested leadership, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the welfare of all doctors. As your vice president, I have championed better conditions of service, inclusiveness, welfare reforms, and professional development, whilst envisioning a stronger, more united association that truly serves its members. With my proven experience, collaborative spirit, and forward-looking vision, I stand ready to lead GMA into the future of dignity, equity, renewed pride in the medical profession. Vote Professor Nana Asnaba Kwama Nyako York as your next incoming president. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Will now invite Dr. Justice Youngson. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Dr. Justice Youngson, Esquire. I stand before you today to talk about my policies and also ask you to give me your votes and make me the president of Ghana Medical Association to continue serving you. I'm a GMA person through and through. I started off as junior doctors lead in Kolebu, moved on to become National JDA president, became a divisional executive member in Greater Accra, and also at the point was co-chair for Kolebu Doctors Association when we sought to revive it. I moved on to the national level where I served as the Assistant General Secretary for 6 years and General Secretary for another 4 years. So in all, for 10 solid years, I worked in the General Secretaryship role and served the interest of every single doctor who was part of the GMA, and the impact continues to live on. I also served as the vice president of the GMA for 2 years. Fast forward, in all these areas that we've worked, we've left behind a lot of footprints. One common one that I cite for everybody is that if you take your pay slip today, you realize that it's in two parts. The top part has to do with the single spine related matters, and the rest are the allowances. The allowances today constitute about 60% of your take home, depending on your level within the ranks. And any member who is here and knows the history of conditions of service will tell you the lead role I co-played with people like Dr. Frank Strebo and Dr. Kobna Opoku-Edusei. Together, the three of us were referred to as the three musketeers of the struggle for conditions of service. We never backed down, in spite of all the intimidations, the harassment, and sometimes the fight we did was even at the peril of our lives. But overall, when some fell asleep, we continued. And today, for the first time in the history of the GMA, we have a codified conditions of service, the components of which today gives us about 60% of our take-home. Government has never given us anything on a silver platter. If we had not done that, I bet you our situation would have been worse than today. The single spine related components, my footprints are also in there. In 2011, at the peak of the struggle, we made sure we placed doctors properly on the single spine pay policy, moving us from about 12 to 18 on the scale of 1 to 25 to 19 to 25, which meant better money for us. We kept on, struggled, and made sure that we got market premium of 100% and 120% for all of us. And today we are where we are. Fast forward, what am I going to do? I stand for the people of GMA. I stand for members. Youngson is for the people. As we speak, we've all been talking about waivers, but let me tell you something. The car duty waiver is not the only thing we have lost. I describe what has happened to us as double jeopardy, because the rights that we traded off, i.e. the right for official vehicles for our category B group, that we traded in exchange for the waiver for all, is gone. And then we are saddled with our waiver, which has also been taken away from us unjustly. My position is very simple. This is something we need to pursue, and I'm prepared to lead the charge in pursuit of same. I want us to focus on our 13 months, our retirement on salaries, and make sure that our general conditions are improved. I stand for the welfare of GMA. I stand for the welfare of members. GMA members deserve better. Doctors deserve better. And we need an independent and a fearless person to lead the association to recapture its glory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so questions.
So, okay, so I'm Malcolm.
The microphone is not working.
Should I go ahead?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Sefako Komegbe from Volta. I want to congratulate our two candidates for standing up. I think this year the campaign is very interesting. We just hope that after everything we are all one
Please, the
GMA.
question.
The question is that...
And please tell us who you are addressing the
Prof.
question.
York.
Okay.
I wanted to know the GMA Mutual Health Fund has been rolled out, but it's not so much, it's not comprehensive enough. Our dependents are not part. What are you doing to help us expand it? And also in this era of mental health challenges among health workers and doctors, and even our dependents, how can you do something about the Mutual Health Fund to cover not only the doctors, but also our dependents also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Edem Dadoza, Presby Hospital, Doma Inkro. My question goes to the two aspirants. I think they both have a great wealth of experience that will help GMA. But I have a specific question for them. I would like them to tell us what personal losses they will suffer if GMA should lose on any of the actions that we are taking. I want it to be very personal to them. They should give me 2 personal losses. And then also, if we succeed, what one personal thing would they gain from it? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So,
And we'll take another set. So please, let them.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'm Julius Patami, I'm Volta Division. I must say, we have the 2 finest brains who have served this association. And I wish to get their commitment that their promoters shall be engaged to ensure that rather than divide the association, they will pull the association together, because together we will still remain doctors even after these elections. I also want to know, none of them have spoken about the GMA land at Okunglo. What is their commitment? We see the GRNA project over there. What is our commitment to that GMA land to make sure that we have an edifice on it within their period of presidency? Thirdly, we are here. What we want to know, what is their commitment to this association? They should give us a timeline when our car waiver will be restored. And in the consequence of it, if it is not done, what should be done to them? Thank you.
Thank you. So please, they will answer this and then we'll come to this session. So please go ahead.
Julius Abutreo. Okay, so our lady asked about the mutual health fund. It doesn't appear comprehensive enough. I think on the surface of it, it appears so. But let's remember that it's a journey of 1,000 that will have to begin with a step. That is what we are doing. We have engaged experts and actuarials who, have run the scenarios, and they've looked at our numbers, how much we're able to contribute per month, and then see what we're able to cover within the initial stages, and then we'll build on it. Remember that even when we start, as the deductions have started, actual implementation is a year away because we want to grow the fund, okay? And so the list will be modified and updated as we move along. I remember during the preparatory stages, for instance, there was a presentation by the Rheumatology Society says that rheumatology was not covered. And I asked Dr. Day to give me a paper, which I submitted, and luckily now we have it on board. So it's a rolling process, but trust me that it's going to be done in a way that will benefit you and I in our times of need, yet have a fund that is self-sustaining. That will underpin how we manage the fund. Now, in terms of mental health challenges, where I sit, having served on the Fitness to Practice Committee, on the Disciplinary Committee, even as an executive, we see a lot. Our colleagues are, a lot of them are suffering from mental health issues, which we've been supporting personally and also at the national level. I think that we can expand. And when I did a presentation with the Psychiatric Society the past few weeks, I told them that if they elect me president, I would engage them for us to come together and see how we can come together to support our colleagues. In the meantime, the mental health. In the meantime, we are committing resources, mental health. We are committing resources in supporting our colleagues in the interim. Now, personal losses if we fail in our quest. The person who asked the question was not specific. I don't know which of the promises he or she speaks about. But if you say the car wheel, for instance, I didn't use it, and I hope to use it. So that is part of my commitment. But the other broader issue is that we have potential benefits. So this mutual health fund, for instance, and other policies that we are rolling out. If it doesn't succeed, I will lose. But remember that as your leader, I have made you a promise. And that will be against my integrity. But that will not be, if I fail, God forbid, it will not be for the want of trying or lack of dedication, but it may so happen sometime. But the commitment and the dedication to see those promises through, you get it from me. Now, Julius asked about Okonglo land. It is also not because of the lack of trying. There are committees, building committees that have engaged many vendors and partners in the past. Unfortunately, it has not materialized. Recently, we had one, and we forwarded the agreement to the legal committee, who they studied it and came to us to tell us that the proposals are not worth taking forward. But as your president, get my commitment that I will going to pursue it again and think outside the box, look at new partners that we can bring in. But I agree with you that that land must be put to good use. And we leverage on private, partnering the public sector, private sector, to be able to deliver that good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, once again. The question that was addressed to me specifically has to do with the personal losses or gains. For me, in this business of wanting GMA's welfare, which is the paramount thing of my campaign, I believe that anything that distracts or takes away from GMA becomes a personal loss to me because I'm also a member of GMA. The car waiver, as we have spoken about at this point in time, if we are not able to restore it, what it means is that we have lost two activities. My, in quote, personal right to a vehicle from government because I'm in that category B group, as well as the right to purchase a vehicle and use the waiver arrangements to my benefit. And both of them will inure negatively to me. On the issue of the health, in as much as it was not addressed to me, I think, yes, I'll address it. One key component of my agenda I have published is that we need to ensure that the employer discharges his duty to us by way of comprehensive health care beyond NHIA to all of us, our spouses, as well as for dependents. This is a right that we gain in our conditions of service, in as much as we may have done the mutual health arrangement, which is catering for specific things. That bigger bit beyond the NHIA, we need to ensure that same is implemented by government. And that is what I stand for. As we speak, none of our retirees is enjoying any health care. If you even enjoy something from a facility, what we signed on to was that you should be able to access health care in every public health facility or hospital. And what ought to be done is that we need our health cards that can be validated for use in every single hospital. And we need to put this agenda and consolidate that right, else we will lose it. Okonglo land. Throughout my tenure on the National Executive Committee, from the days of our late president, Dr. Adom Winfo, the GMA has explored countless ways of fixing that land or putting it to proper use. At least I know we have all the drawings, architectural designs, even a business plan. What has been lacking is funding because most of the proposals runs into millions of dollars. And with such huge projects, you need proper funding. My commitment, especially with my background in finance, I will make sure, together with the executives, we explore all possible avenues for funding to make sure that GMA has something to show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we'll take 3 questions today, and then 3, please. So please, straight to your question. And if it's for both of them, indicate. If it's for a particular one, please state it. Okay.
So I'm Malcolm Derry, Divisional Secretary, Northern Division. My question is to both candidates. what will be their stance on the decentralization of decision-making in GMA, especially on sensitive issues like galamsey or other issues that has to do with either going on strike or otherwise. I want to know their stance on that.
Thank you.
Dr. Abuatinima from Kofanachi. If I look at the salary, as was just mentioned, a lot of it has to go deal with allowances. And if you look at the services we offer, we are always told that our services are not paid for, which to me, it means that we are losing out in a big time. So if I offer a specific service, and that is highly skillful service, I don't get paid for it. It doesn't change. And it makes us all mediocre because I can do whatever I'm doing now, I'll get the same amount of money. If I upgrade myself, I'll get the same amount of money. So this question goes to both of them. How are they going to help us be that our services that we offer in the hospitals are well charged to our account? In that case, people with different cadre of specialty will be able to gain much and to improve the quality of care we offer. For now, the 60% that was mentioned, it's not available to us. I cannot get any pension fund out of it, and I'm losing out big time. How can I get my services paid for?
Thank you very much. Give it to Regina. Regina, the third, and then we are done. Okay.
All right, Doc, I'm Dr. Chumberma, a medical officer in a district hospital in Swahim. My question is to both of you. Concerning the rural incentives, I know over the years, GMA has put on a lot of measures to make sure that the government does something about it, but it has not sufficed. So I want to ask this question. What new thing, what new strategy are we going to put in place so that more doctors will be attracted to the rural areas to help to solve the rural issues that are happening currently?
Thank you very much. So the three questions is for both of them. So we will allow them to react to that.
Thank you for your questions. The issue about decentralization of decision making, I think inherently the structure of GMA allows some form of decentralization. So if you see the structure where the General Assembly is the final decision making body, then council, then ESCO, and then somewhere is the divisions where they tend to be like the dissemination arms of the decisions and the policies and its implementation. I think it's not a bad arrangement. I think what has lacked somehow is the filtering of these decisions and information down. And I think we need to do a bit more. You heard somebody saying that had he not been here, he would never have heard certain things that are ongoing. And yes, there's room for improvement. But I think part of the problem too is us that we don't show interest in the happenings around us. You can all attest to the fact that communication using social media handles have improved, yet we are not taking advantage of it. But I agree with you that certain decisions must be taken at the highest decision body. So when we get to that crunch, we'll certainly come back to you. The issue about Galamsey, whether we should have called a GA, I'm not too sure that was the way to go because council have taken decisions in the past, on behalf of the association. But on certain pertinent issues, we have always brought it here for a final, decision to be taken. And then you give us a mandate to go back and implement, and that will not change. But I agree that we can do a lot more consultation in certain decisions. Being paid differently for different skill sets. I think it's something that I have been speaking about recently. And it's a long health view that I have. It's the same thing as all specialists being paid the same across the country. If I say just a membership level specialist or senior level member specialist, we have to treat the same. It doesn't matter what your background is. If you're a dermatologist or us as an endocrinologist, I'm paid the same as a cardiothoracic surgeon. So I'm sure you are referred to such things like that. It shouldn't be. Elsewhere, there's a differential payment. One of the problems we have is that the single spine is so choked at the top. So if you want to bring differentiation, it becomes difficult. Director General is at level 25. Most of us are 24 point this, 23 point this. Where are we going to go? So one of the strategies is probably look at getting out of the spine and see whether we can have our own spine like we had in the past, so that we can expand it and make some differentiation to cater for some of these nuances that we described. But I think the bottom line is, before we get there, what can we do? Is making sure that at least what we are receiving now, the basic salary that you speak about, is at the level that, you know, it will take us home. Okay, thank you. Then the other one is a rural incentive. I think it's my passion. And you say, what new strategies? The document is lying at the ministry. And trust me, I will lead the advocacy to bring it up. And I propose that I'm going to commission a group to do a paper on this, rural incentive, the waiver thing that I speak about. Combine it with these and other policies that will help attract people to the rural and deprived areas and retain them there. I think we owe it a duty, and this has set the tone for us. And I'm going to rely on some of you who are here today to follow on expertise to help us achieve that. And it will not be the lack of trying again, but maybe other things. But trust me, you have my word. I'll do it on your behalf. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, once again. Permit me to start from the last bit, i.e., the rural area incentives or package. For me, what GMA has to do is very clear. We need to commit and fight for the implementation of the rural area incentive package. This is something GMA advocated for. That document has been properly worked on with GMA's inputs and representation. What is left is the implementation. Just last week, the Minister of Health was talking about equitable distribution when it comes to doctors, and that invariably he's going to force doctors to go to rural areas. And this is what I will let my leadership tell the minister, that in law, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. The clean hands here means that push to get us into the rural areas must come with a package as well. And GMA's position is solid. If you don't do that, we are not, technically speaking, going to push our weight behind your policy, because GMA members who serve in deprived areas deserve better. The document is ready and it must be implemented. This is what GMA needs. On the issue of the differential in salaries, to be honest with you, the country itself, as it stands now, has pushed all of us onto one spine in the public service until we are able to get ourselves out of same. And then GMA itself leads the process to have a pay policy for only doctors that can accommodate the differentials. This is going to be a tough battle. From me, we can take whatever has transpired there as a prompt to all of us. As GMA, we need to start working on these things and strategically make sure that if we need to get out of single spine at a point, then we are going with a policy that accommodates doctors and actually fixes the differentials. For me, this is the position. Malcolm, to your question. It's not about, let me put it this way, how let me put it this way. I wish you could repeat the question well for me, because the answer I want to give, I need to make sure that it is exactly what you were looking for. No, I think any differentials. Yes.
Yes, the question was decentralizing decision-making in GMA.
Okay, so I needed to be very sure what you meant by decentralization, because you made reference to a specific thing like the Galamsey. As far as I'm concerned, to a large extent, we have that decentralization. My understanding of what you were saying is that when it comes to some major decisions, do we have to involve everybody? Is that the case? Okay, if that is the case, then my point is very simple. GMA working through the structures and council, if led by me per your votes, will make sure that the structures are used, and anytime we need to have a decision that involves everybody, I commit to say we can always call an AGM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is up, and I'm very grateful to all of you for supporting the process and making this session of the manifesto reading a success. On that note, thank you. You are discharged. Yes. All right, so we are done with the manifesto reading, but the candidates are available, so you can see them. Any issues that you still want to, you want them to clarify, please see them at lunchtime at the cocktail. They are available. But tomorrow, 6 p.m., campaign ends. So we don't want to see you after 6 p.m. tomorrow openly campaigning with your branded T-shirts and all. Please, campaign ends tomorrow at 6. And be reminded again that we are voting tomorrow for our fund directors. And our fund directors, the two whom you saw this afternoon, are both contesting. It's not either or. And then on Saturday, we will vote for the National Executive Committee members. We will send notices around, and so you do not have to send your posters on platforms. We will send notices reminding people to vote. On that note, thank you very much. And on behalf of my committee, we assure you that we are going to do our best to discharge our mandates with fairness, integrity, and transparency. Thank you very much.
Daddy Wokita Bugatti, so yeah, the trotro palma wanna gab. And that Chaco Sala, no, so no, washa white. My walk through the valley of the shadow of darkness, and me with that. Now, cause I'm foolish and shallow.